After the sun's flame had fused with the true origin, it was called the Sun True Origin. However, the sun's flame in Duanling Tian's body still could not be considered as the true sun's flame. The true sun's flame was the sun's flame, the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua, mastered when he was still in his prime. It was famous in the Devata realm for being able to burn almost everything. As Duanling Tian's cultivation base increased, his true origin would transform as well, and the tyrannical force of the Sun True Origin would gradually become stronger as well. In the end, it would turn into the true sun's flame. Naturally, Duanling Tian would have to raise his cultivation base to a specific level before he could master the true sun flame. The specific level he had to attain far surpassed the level of cultivation base in not just the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land but the upper province as well. "Boy, you're seeking death." At this moment, an infuriated shout rang by Duanling Tian's ears. It was Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. He was enraged and humiliated when Duanling Tian defied his words and killed the disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, this was said through voice transmission since Su Tsin did not dare to say this out loud. Initially, he had told the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to kill Duanling Tian because he did not think Duanling Tian would be a match for the disciple since he was not even 40 years old. Who knew Duanling Tian was actually powerful enough to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? If Su Tsin had known this earlier, he would have asked the disciple to surrender. Although it would be embarrassing, it would save the Rising Sky Mansion from suffering losses. Currently, he had already lost 2 early refined Saint Stage disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion on this trip. Moreover, these disciples were not even 50 years old, but their cultivation base was at the early refined Saint Stage. They could be considered as being in the top 5 among the junior disciples in the Rising Sky Mansion. However, those 2 talented people had died today. Su Tsin could imagine how angry the Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Master, and the Supreme Elder of Rising Sky Mansion would be when they returned. Su Tsin could not intervene since it was the rules, and Renzhong and Lu Hongguang was here. However, he could not free himself from being implicated in the matter. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead immediately. Faced with Su Tsin's angry words, Duanling Tian merely raised his head and looked at him indifferently before saying, "You're the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, right? What's the problem? Your Rising Sky Mansion's disciple is allowed to kill me, but I can't kill him? Am I supposed to stand by idly and let him kill me? TSK. You keep saying I'm seeking death. Don't tell me the people from Rising Sky Mansion have the privilege to disregard the rules? If that's the case, there's no point in continuing the Rising Sky ranking battle anymore. Just rank the 10 positions in the Rising Sky ranking directly on your own." Duanling Tian had a mocking smile on his face. Su Tsin did not expect Duanling Tian would publicly reveal his threats that he had sent through voice transmission. His expression turned grave immediately. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on him. Some of them contained hints of mockery and some of them contained hints of anger. It had long been decided that killing was allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had threatened a sectless cultivator for killing one of his own. Did this mean the disciples from his Rising Sky Mansion was allowed to kill the sectless cultivators, but they were not allowed to kill the disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion? What a bully! The sectless cultivators present on the scene, including Zhonggu, looked at Su Tsin coldly. Many people even began to mock him. TSK. To think he's the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. How can he be so petty and threaten a sectless cultivator? The Rising Sky Mansion is allowed to kill other people, but other people are not allowed to kill their people? What a tyrant! It serves them right that 2 of their disciples are dead. We're in the midst of the Rising Sky ranking battle, and it has been clearly stated that killing and death are allowed. How could he threaten someone over the death of his own people? What an embarrassment to the Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, not only were the sectless cultivators mocking Su Tsin, but even the people from other forces were looking at Su Tsin strangely as well. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were looking at Su Tsin with a grave expression. The way Su Tsin had acted had undoubtedly provoked them and their positions as the main moderators of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Tsin could ignore other people's words and looks. However, When he noticed the cold looks in Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes, he had no choice but to calm down. He immediately glared at Duanling Tian angrily and said, "Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. Since when did I say you're seeking death? Don't slander me." Quite a few people instantly looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. However, most people were sneering. They could tell Su Zhen had already planned to deny this. "Slander you?" Duanling Tian smirked. The mocking expression on his face turned even more obvious. "If that's the case, I'd like to ask you, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you did not say such words to me? How about that?" "To be fair, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath as well." Lightning penalty oath. The moment these words left Duanling Tian's mouth, those who felt skeptical jolted. They finally realized Duanling Tian was not lying. Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to bring up the lightning penalty oath? Su Zhen did not expect this sexless cultivator to be so ruthless to the point that he would mention the lightning penalty oath. His eyes turned cold, but he did not remain silent. "Who are you to make me, Su Zhen, swear on the lightning penalty oath? If you don't dare to do it, then it's fine. Why are you talking so much then? So much for being the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion." Duanling Tian smirked. "How dare you?" Duanling Tian had infuriated Su Zhen so much that Su Zhen became speechless. However, Su Zhen's grandson, Su Can, who was also a ringmaster, could no longer endure it. He originally had an indifferent expression on his face, but his expression had turned cold now. However, Duanling Tian did not even bother to look at him. He was not even afraid of Su Can's grandfather. Why would he be afraid of Su Can? The fact that Duanling Tian was bold enough to be rude to Su Zhen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, made the blood of the sexless cultivators present on the scene boil passionately. Duanling Tian had done something none of them dared to do. Moreover, he had helped them vent their anger as well. Many of the sexless cultivators look at Duanling Tian with admiration as though they thought of him as their idol. At this moment, Renzhong opened his mouth to speak. He looked at Duanling Tian and asked kindly, "Young man, what's your name?" His eyes were filled with enthusiasm. When Renzhong spoke, it seemed as though Lu Hongguang was reminded of something. He immediately turned to look at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze and asked with a smile, "Young man, I've never heard of such a remarkable person as you in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Raging Wave Mansion." Boom! The moment Lu Hongguang's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck the place, and a stone that has been thrown into still water. It caused an uproar among the spectators. The second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion had actually extended an olive branch to the sexless cultivator who killed a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Moreover, he did it right in front of Su Zhen, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Was he not afraid of offending the Rising Sky Mansion? In fact, the reason Lu Hongguang had done this was due to pressure. When he saw how friendly Renzhong was to this talented sexless cultivator, he could already guess his intention. There was no doubt he wanted to recruit Duanling Tian into his Sky Hurdle Mansion. Talented sexless cultivators had always been fought over by many powerful sects. Just like Zhonggu, the sexless cultivator who was famous in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Other than Rising Sky Mansion, even Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion had also tried recruiting him. However, since he was unwilling, there was nothing the three great sects could do. However, Duanling Tian was different. He was not famous and not much was known about him. Moreover, his innate talent far surpassed Zhonggu. He was someone the Raging Wave Mansion definitely wanted. Renzhong had originally planned to beat around the bush. He was shocked when he saw how blunt Lu Hongguang was. He said to Duanling Tian hastily, "Young man, our Sky Hurdle Mansion welcomes you to join as well. As long as you join our Sky Hurdle Mansion, apart from giving you our best cultivation resources, we'll even protect you until you've grown even stronger." Renzhong glanced at Su Cian. The meaning of his words was obvious. He was telling Duanling Tian the Sky Hurdle Mansion would protect him and not let the Rising Sky Mansion harm him. Perhaps the Rising Sky Mansion's people did not dare to make their moves during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, who knew what they would do as soon as the battle ended? Renzhong knew the sexless cultivator standing before him knew about this as well. When the people saw Renzhong, the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, also trying to recruit Duanling Tian, a commotion broke out again. However, they were no longer as surprised since Lu Hongguang's words had taken much of the surprise away. Young man, as long as you agree to join the Raging Wave Mansion, whoever dares to touch you will become my Lu Hongguang's enemy. Lu Hongguang chimed in. He had no intention of giving up when he saw how Renzhong had spoken without a trace of arrogance to recruit this person. A talented sexless cultivator is always so popular. Unfortunately, with an innate talent like mine, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a fifth-rate force wouldn't want me. A sexless cultivator smiled wryly. That's right. The fourth-rate and fifth-rate forces wouldn't want us, and we don't want the sixth-rate forces. This is the dilemma that sexless cultivators face. Another sexless cultivator added. Duanling Tian garnered the attention of the crowd again when he received invitations continuously by the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion and the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. They were curious as to what his decision would be. With Duanling Tian's innate talent, they believed as long as he joined either the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion, the two huge forces would never treat him badly if he swore on the lightning penalty oath. Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion's expression had turned grave now. How could it not turn grave? Renzhong and Lu Hongguang had actually tried to recruit the person who killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. Based on their words, they intended on protecting him as well. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing he could say even if he was furious. If he was in Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's position, he would have done the same thing as well. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit the aloof sexless cultivator before him had a shockingly high innate talent. If that person did not kill the disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion, he would have been willing to put aside his arrogance to recruit him into the Rising Sky Mansion as well. Duanling Tian smiled at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang before telling them his fake name. At the same time he added, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. As for joining the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion, this is an important matter to me. Is it okay for me to think it over and give both of you an answer after the Rising Sky ranking battle has ended?" Think it over? The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes lit up immediately. Naturally, they knew what his words implied. He did not reject them, so there was still a chance. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other immediately, and they could see the sparks in each other's eyes. Although Duanling Tian did not reject their invitations, ultimately he would have to choose between the two of them. Due to this reason, the scent of gunpowder seemed to fill the space between them. They naturally knew even if Duanling Tian had the intention of joining a sect, he would also need to consider the conditions they both offered. Just as the saying went, a wise bird carefully selects its tree. Due to this reason, both of them began to think of the limit of the things they could offer. Li Feng, you're indeed not simple. The flowery monk confirmed Duanling Tian was not a simple person after the Golden Brilliance territory that was impenetrable by most people's eyes formed around him. He could not see through Duanling Tian's territory at all. It was his first time encountering such a peculiar territory. In the end, the disciple from Rising Sky Mansion had even vanished without a trace. This Li Feng was not an ordinary person. Among the group of people from Pure Yang Shrine, Jing Suzi's eyes had brightened as he looked at Duanling Tian. Previously, he had taken notice of Duanling Tian. However, it was only because Duanling Tian was alone, making him look very conspicuous. At this moment, he realized that in terms of strength, this person who was as eccentric as Zhonggu was most likely not inferior to Zhonggu at all. Zhonggu stared at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. Since Duanling Tian had made his appearance, he had a good impression of him. However, based on Duanling Tian's words, it seemed as though he was willing to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or Raging Wave Mansion. It made his impression of Duanling Tian drop immediately. He did not like those huge and powerful sections. Otherwise, he would not have remained a sectless cultivator for so long. With his innate talent, it was not impossible for him to enter a fourth-rate force. Moreover, if he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath, the force would even nurture him wholeheartedly. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of Zhonggu's thoughts. Currently, he was puzzling over the absence of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was almost noon now. The only people who had yet to enter the ring seemed to be the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Rumor has it that Su Jing is wildly ambitious and covets the position of mansion master in the Rising Sky Mansion. It's impossible for him to not come. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he relaxed again. He had been in the Rising Sky Mansion's district for quite some time, and he had been inquiring about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He knew that other than being a playboy and a good-for-nothing rich kid, he was pompous and wildly ambitious as well. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, wondering which of them would enter the ring first. Other than these two people, he did not think anybody from the crowd would enter the ring anymore. After all, none of the 10 ring masters, including him, was weak. However, it was beyond Duanling Tian's expectation to see another figure rising up into the sky. Duanling Tian had some impression of this man. Su Gang. Duanling Tian frowned. He did not expect Su Gang, who had lost to In Suzi, would come out again. If he was not mistaken, Su Gang was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Entering the ring at this moment was just like seeking trouble for himself. Su Gang? Why is he going up again? Su Gang's presence also baffled the group of spectators in the surrounding. Su Gang is merely a martial cultivator who's at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, he has been defeated by In Suzi earlier. All the ringmasters are above the refined saint stage currently. Don't tell me he actually thinks he stands a chance of winning. Many people mocked. According to the rules, he can challenge anyone he likes apart from In Suzi, who has defeated him, somebody said. Well, it's true. However, we need to be aware of our own capability as well, right? He's a martial cultivator who's at the peak of the pristine saint stage. It's obvious he's no match for any of the 10 ring masters. Not only is he looking for trouble by doing this, but he's wasting everyone's time as well. Many people were unhappy with Su Gang's action. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang frowned as well. They both thought Su Gang had overestimated himself. Everyone was wondering who Su Gang was going to challenge when he landed firmly in the middle of one of the chess pieces. This? Everyone was dumbfounded the moment they saw the chess piece Su Gang had landed on. This was because the opponent he had chosen was none other than Su Can, who was a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he was also Su Tsin's biological grandson. Su Gang actually dares to challenge Su Can? Many people were stunned. They found this sight unbelievable. Many of them even slapped themselves or pinched their thighs to see if they were dreaming. As it turned out, they were not dreaming. Su Gang had indeed wanted to challenge Su Can, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. They're both Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, but Su Gang actually wants to challenge Su Can. Moreover, he's only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he wants to challenge Su Can, who's at the intermediate refined saint stage. Could it be that he has some enmity with Su Can? Even if he has, with his current strength, he's no match for Su Can at all. It's impossible for him to seek revenge now. Perhaps he just wants to provoke Su Can? That's possible. One had to admit the power of the people was impressive. In just a short time, someone had managed to guess Su Gang's intention. Just how big is their enmity for him to provoke such a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion during such an occasion? Isn't Su Gang worried about bringing shame to the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people shook their heads. They felt that Su Gang was behaving irrationally. As for Duanling Tian, he did not think Su Gang had appeared again for such an absurd reason. He frowned as he lifted his head to look at Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. If Su Gang really challenged Su Can over such an absurd reason, Su Tsin's expression would definitely be grave right now. However, Duanling Tian noticed there was a scheming smile on Su Tsin's face at this moment. Su Tsin's eyes were even staring at him intently like a poisonous snake, eliciting chills from Duanling Tian's heart. There's a conspiracy. Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he realized something was afoot. At this moment, something happened that shocked everyone. Originally, the crowd felt Su Can would easily defeat Su Gang. However, the outcome was beyond their expectation. I surrender. Su Can's icy voice resonated in the air, causing an uproar. At this moment, some of the more rational people, including Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, regained their senses. They turned to look at Duanling Tian simultaneously as though they had thought of something. What's going on? This puzzled many people present on the scene. Sukan actually surrenders? He's an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Many people exclaimed. Don't tell me that he's going to use this method to give way to Su Gang, so he can be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking? Many people looked at Sukan strangely. He's crazy. How can he let Su Gang rank in the Rising Sky ranking with such a method? In fact, there were a few early refined saint stage powerhouses among the people who had been disqualified earlier. If these people go up now, Su Gang would still be defeated and lose his place. Many people discussed among themselves. They thought Sukan was crazy for doing something like this. However, soon after, they fell silent. This was because after Sukan admitted defeat, they saw he did not return to the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he flew to one of the huge chess pieces and gradually descended on it. He stood directly opposite his opponent. It was clear he was issuing his challenge to his opponent. I see. At this moment, many people knocked their own heads as realization dawned on them. They're going around in such a big circle just to have Sukan challenge Li Feng. Li Feng was the fake name Duanling Tian was currently using. Not only did he kill a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple earlier, but he had even provoked the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and ignored Sukan. The people on the scene could smell the scent of gunpowder emanating from Sukan's body. They knew Sukan wanted to fight Duanling Tian and possibly kill him. Looks like Li Feng really angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to fight him. In fact, he would still be able to fight Li Feng after the 10 people are finalized for the real Rising Sky ranking battle, since they would still need to fight for the specific rank, somebody said. You're wrong. Actually, it's very wise of Sukan to do this. Don't forget that once the 10 names for the Rising Sky ranking have been decided, the moderators would be able to intervene in the battle to decide the ranking later. There are rarely any deaths in the real Rising Sky ranking battle. Someone chimed in. You're right. I've forgotten about this. Indeed, this is the best time to kill someone during the Rising Sky ranking battle. After all, the 10 names have not been decided on yet. Many people began to realize what was going on. Faced with Sukan, Duanling Tian's expression remained as calm as ever since he knew this would happen from the scheming smile on Suitsun's face. Aren't you afraid your grandson will follow in the footsteps of that disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion earlier? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Suitsun with an indifferent smile. His tone was filled with confidence as well. Suitsun, who originally had a smile on his face, felt his heart jolt when he saw the confidence on Duanling Tian's face. This Li Feng is actually so confident? Although the strength Duanling Tian had displayed was powerful, in Suitsun's opinion, it was only comparable to an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. As an eminent saint stage powerhouse, Suitsun was quite confident in his own divine consciousness. Earlier, when Duanling Tian made his move, he had used his divine consciousness to investigate him. His strength was inferior to Sukan, his grandson. Due to this reason, he supported Sukan's decision in challenging Duanling Tian. Challenging Duanling Tian was Sukan's own decision. In Sukan's opinion, Duanling Tian deserved to die for being so rude to this grandfather. At the end, when Duanling Tian ignored him, he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. Currently, Suitsun began to doubt himself when he heard Duanling Tian's words and the confident expression on his face. Could it be that Duanling Tian was really confident he could defeat his grandson? His heart instantly felt stifled. You think you'll be able to kill me on your own? Sukan laughed angrily when he heard how vicious Duanling Tian's words were. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. It was as though he wanted to devour somebody. Although Sukan was confident in his own strength, Suitsun's heart felt heavy when he saw the confident expression on Duanling Tian's face. He transmitted his voice to Sukan. Canner, I believe in your strength, but this Li Feng's very strange. I'm afraid he still has some tricks up his sleeve. If the situation is not going your way, you must surrender. Don't force yourself to endure just because of reputation. Reputation is nothing compared to life itself. Suitsun reminded Sukan through his voice transmission. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, his heart was moved. Although he felt his grandfather was worrying too much, he still agreed. All right, grandfather. Sukan is challenging Li Feng. At the same time, Everybody shifted their attention to the middle of the ring, watching Duanling Tian and Su Can intently. Based on what they had seen, this battle was going to be spectacular. They were almost unwilling to blink. Although Li Feng's strength is remarkable, I'm afraid the odds are against him in front of Su Can. Many people whispered among themselves. Although Duanling Tian had killed Su Ping, a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in a domineering way in just a blow, Su Ping was just an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. He could not compare to Su Can at all. It would only take one blow for Su Can to kill him as well. Su Ping had just broken through to the early refined Saint Stage, so he was considered as one of the weakest early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators. Even if Yin Suzi, who was also at the early refined Saint Stage, wanted to kill him, it would not take him more than 10 moves to do so. Although Duanling Tian seemed confident when he spoke to Su Can, most people present on the scene did not think he would win. Su Can fighting Su Can was a different league from fighting Su Ping. Li Feng, the flowery monk, stared at Duanling Tian intently as he thought to himself, "Can you really win, Su Can?" Jing Suzi, Zhong Gu, and the others were staring at Duanling Tian too. This was undoubtedly the most interesting battle before the final Rising Sky ranking battle took place. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had yet to enter the ring, their presence in the final Rising Sky ranking battle was already set in stone. Due to this reason, most people did not really bother if they appeared or not, since it was already a sure thing. They were more interested in watching the battle between Duanling Tian and Su Can. Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to Su Can when he heard his words. His smile was indifferent, and his expression was calm. "What? You don't think too highly of me, do you?" Su Can's expression turned even graver when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. The fact that Li Feng was so calm showed that he looked down on him. "Die!" Su Can shouted coldly as he made his move. He seemed to have transformed into a black goshawk with spread wings as he charged at Duanling Tian. The sky shook in his wake. As soon as he mobilized his true origin, his territory appeared as well. The moment the territory appeared, he raised his right hand. Soon after, a small ball consolidated from his true origin appeared. As soon as it appeared, the ball greedily devoured the energy inside the area within a 100-meter radius of Su Can. The territory vibrated as a steady flow of energy surged into the small ball in Su Can's hand, causing the small ball to shine brilliantly as though it had transformed into a small and bright sun that dazzled the eyes. During this process, the true origin in Su Can's body also surged steadily into the small ball. One could say the ball contained all of Su Can's strength now. The moment he made his move, it would be merciless and unreserved. It was apparent that although he was confident he could defeat Duanling Tian, he was wary as well. From the moment the small ball formed and absorbed his own energy and territory, all of it only took place in just a blink of an eye. That's the space-shattering origin detonation? Renzhong's eyes widened in shock. The space-shattering origin detonation was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. When he saw Su Can making his move, he could tell he had already cultivated the space-shattering origin detonation to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Only the space-shattering origin detonation that had been cultivated to the highest stage could consolidate a true origin ball in such a short time. Space-shattering origin detonation. Upon seeing this, Lu Hongguang's expression also turned grave. He had also recognized the space-shattering origin detonation and knew that it was one of the most powerful offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. As an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse, Lu Hongguang could tell with a glance that Su Can's control over the space-shattering origin detonation had already reached the impeccable stage. "Li Feng, be careful. This is the space-shattering origin detonation. In terms of force, it can be considered as one of the top 3 offensive techniques in the various Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics in the Rising Sky Mansion. Look at the space-shattering origin detonation that Su Can is casting now. It's apparent he has already cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage." At this moment, 2 voices rang by Duanling Tian's ears. The content of the message was absolutely the same. He could tell the reminders were from Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Naturally, he knew why they were so nice to remind him. There was no doubt they were trying to win his heart so that he would join their forces after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. Previously, He had promised both of them that he would seriously think about joining either one of their forces. He did not have any enmity with the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. After all, they were still the fourth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose by joining them. Thank you for the reminder. As Duanling Tian thanked them, his eyes remained trained on Suken, an offensive technique that's ranked in the top 3 among the various offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics in the Rising Sky Mansion. In that case, the space-shattering origin detonation must also be an offensive technique from the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic then. Since Suken has already cultivated it to the highest stage, its force must be quite formidable. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, golden shining true origin rose up again from his body. At this moment, a territory that was shining brilliantly with golden light appeared in the area within a 100-meter radius of Duanling Tian, enveloping him. In the golden brilliance territory, the 10,000 golden sword rays gradually consolidated. 10,000 swords territory. At the same time, Duanling Tian began to control his 10,000 swords territory. Apart from that, his muscles began to get bigger as well. Nobody noticed the changes on his body due to the robe he was wearing. If Duanling Tian had taken off his robes, the people on the scene would be able to see translucent energy gleaming on the surface of Duanling Tian's body. This energy was formed because his brute strength was too powerful. Usually, only those wild beasts and saint beasts that had ridiculously brute strength would have such energy. However, Duanling Tian had it on his body as well. This was because his body was tempered by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the blood from the 5-clawed divine dragon. His body was now even more powerful than a 6-clawed divine dragon at the same stage with him. His strength was very close to a 7-clawed divine dragon now. There were no 6-clawed divine dragons in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 5-clawed divine dragon was the strongest in the dragon clan. The 6-clawed divine dragons only existed in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but their number was extremely scarce. As for 7th-clawed divine dragons, one could only say that it had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land last time. It was a powerful divine dragon. Duanling Tian had heard from Elder Hua that in the Devata realm, let alone 7-clawed divine dragons, they even have 8-clawed divine dragons. Naturally, the latter was extremely rare in the Devata realm. As for the 9-clawed divine dragon, there was only one in the entire Devata realm. It was the ancestor of the dragon tribe, the 9-clawed winged dragon. The 9-clawed winged dragon was also called the 9-clawed ancestral dragon. It was a presence that stood at the summit of the Devata realms. It was so powerful that its strength was on par with those heavenly emperors who ruled the Devata realm. In fact, it was even more powerful than some of the heavenly emperors. Whoosh! Just when the true origin ball in Sukan's hand had gathered the most powerful energy, his body moved and charged toward Duanling Tian like a falling meteorite. When his territory and Duanling Tian's territory clashed, he raised his hand and pushed his palm out. The true origin ball in his hand swept through the sky as it made its way toward Duanling Tian. It was shocking and appalling. In just a blink of an eye, it was already close to Duanling Tian. At that moment when Sukan and Duanling Tian's territories clashed, Duanling Tian began to retract his territory under the watchful eyes of the others. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded when they witnessed this. Some of them thought Duanling Tian's territory was no match for Sukan's territory. However, they were proven wrong soon enough. This was because when Duanling Tian retracted his territory, it had also transformed into a dazzling golden flying sword at breakneck speed. The golden flying sword was even more dazzling than the true origin ball that was charging toward Duanling Tian agilely. At this moment, Duanling Tian spat out a word unhurriedly, "Go!" The moment his words left his mouth, the golden flying sword underneath his feet suddenly emitted light as bright as the sun. It was so bright that many people instinctively closed their eyes. As the dazzling golden light appeared, the flying sword beneath Duanling Tian's feet charged out quickly as well. When the flying sword flew out, Duanling Tian's heart jolted. His mind was filled with the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, it was only the profundity of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heartfelt Sword, Currently, Duanling Tian had yet to master the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart. Even so, a slash of Duanling Tian's sword at this time was not simple as well. It was equivalent to the offensive technique that had been cultivated to a higher stage in an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. However, compared to the space-shattering origin detonation, it was still slightly inferior. Although it was slightly inferior, since the sword also contained Duanling Tian's powerful brute strength, as a whole, it was not inferior to Su Can's space-shattering origin detonation. Moreover, due to the Sun True origin, the force of the sword was even more powerful than Su Can's space-shattering origin detonation. Naturally, nobody was aware of this. This Li Feng used his sword in such a haste, and it seems like he hasn't even mobilized his true origin yet. Su Tsun smiled coldly as though victory was within his grasp. As an eminent saint stage powerhouse, he had his own unique judgment. In his opinion, Duanling Tian would not be able to mobilize his true origin in such a short time, causing him to be unable to unleash his full strength. It was not only Su Ken, even Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and the others thought the same. However, how could they possibly know Duanling Tian did not need much time to mobilize his true origin since he had already opened up 99 saint veins in his body? In the Dao Martial Saint land, opening up 81 saint veins was considered a remarkable feat. Moreover, in the history of Dao Martial Saint land, only 2 people had managed to open up 81 saint veins. However, Duanling Tian had far surpassed them. With the 99 saint vein carrying the true origin, he was more than 2 times faster than Su Can. It was precisely because of this Duanling Tian let Su Can make his move first, since he was confident he could mobilize his true origin in the shortest time possible. This confidence came from the 99 saint veins he opened. Due to this, the speed of Duanling Tian consolidating his territory was much faster compared to ordinary people. Whoosh! The true origin ball Su Can sent out flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed toward Duanling Tian. If it touched Duanling Tian or his true origin, it would explode, mercilessly destroying him, his true origin, and territory. Even if Duanling Tian tried to evade it, it would still doggedly follow after him since Su Can was using his divine consciousness to target him. Whoosh! The golden flying sword flew in the sky with a speed that was not inferior to the true origin ball. In fact, it was even faster than the true origin ball. The flying sword's target was the true origin ball. Although the flying sword possessed an extremely fast speed that even Su Tsun, Renzhong, and Lu Hongguang acknowledged, they did not think the force of the flying sword was comparable to the true origin ball. Besides, even if it touched the true origin ball would explode instantly and the shockwave would overpower Duanling Tian, catching him in the explosion. Finally, the flying sword and the true origin ball crashed into one another. In fact, before they collided, the chi field around them had already collided, causing the air to tremble as though it would rip the space apart. When the flying sword and true origin ball collided, time seemed to stop at this moment. Boom! An ear-deafening explosion that sounded as though the sky had fallen reverberated in the air. At the second, the eardrums of martial and Dao cultivators with low cultivation base ruptured immediately. Some of them even had blood began to flow from their 7 orifices. Even the faces of the pristine Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators present on the scene were flushed red. It was apparent the explosion had impacted them as well. When the explosion sounded, the space near Duanling Tian was completely enveloped by a golden light. This golden light began to grow until it completely shrouded Duanling Tian, causing his figure to disappear from everyone's sight. That seemed like the aftermath of the explosion. Su Tsun smiled. In his opinion, the shockwave from the explosion would be enough to kill Duanling Tian. Although an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator had an enhanced body, he was still made of flesh and blood, completely incomparable to those powerful wild beasts and saint beasts. Moreover, judging by the shockwave of the explosion, even the average wild beasts or saint beasts with not much brute strength would not be able to survive this. Li Feng's dead. Many people were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Many sectless cultivators' eyes turned red as they clenched their teeth. Li Feng was a sectless cultivator worthy of their respect. Based on Li Feng's earlier action, his place in their hearts could be said to be on par with Zhonggu. He's dead. The flowery monk frowned. His frown eased up before he devoutly put his palms together. He sighed, feeling sorry for Li Feng. Such an outstanding sectless cultivator had died just like that. Caused many people to sigh. Ha! At this moment, Renjong, who also thought Li Feng had died, widened his eyes. With a baffled expression, he looked at the shockwave that was spreading out from the point of explosion. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling the air sounded before it quickly disappeared. A golden flying sword shot out from the point of explosion. The speed was as fast as lightning. No, it was faster than lightning. No! A loud and angry shout sounded in the air. Su Ken, who had a smug expression on his face, froze completely. He still a sneer on his face. A hole appeared in between his eyebrows as blood poured out continuously from it. It was terrifying. In the next moment he lost his breath and collapsed. The loud angry howl had come from Su Tsin after he regained his senses when he heard the sound of sword whistling in the air. When he saw Su Ken had fallen, his eyes reddened. It was as though he had lost his mind. He charged out in a frenzy to pick Su Ken up. However, Su Ken only lay limply in his embrace with his eyes opened. He was no longer breathing. He was dead. Canary. Canary. Su Tsin could not believe this. He muttered Su Can's name nonstop. However, Su Ken did not reply him at all. Su Can's dead. The people present on the scene gasped when they saw this. My goodness! After clashing with Su Can's true origin ball, Li Feng's sword actually still had a force of its own. This is unbelievable. Many people cried out in shock. However, they spoke in hushed tones, afraid of angering Su Tsin. I can't believe this outcome. Who knew both of them would die? I'm sure the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is regretting this now. Some of them looked at Su Tsin with mockery in their eyes. Renjong and Lu Hongguang exchanged a look with each other. They could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. It did not cross their minds that the sectless cultivator's attack would have a force strong enough to kill Su Ken, who was so sure of his victory. Su Ken thought the shockwave from the explosion had killed Li Feng. Su Ken must have not been able to react in time. After all, everyone had thought he had won, including himself. Elder Su, my condolences to you. Although Renjong and Lu Hongguang did not feel anything regarding Su Can's death, they still needed to be courteous and took turns to console Su Tsin. Su Tsin's eyes were red, and his body was trembling violently. His grandson is dead. He had pinned all his hope on his grandson. He had even thought of letting his grandson fight for the position of the next mansion master with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. As long as his grandson was ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, he would stand a chance to vie for the position. Now that his grandson had died, everything was gone like a fleeting cloud. At this moment, alarmed voices began to resonate in the surrounding. Su Tsin did not pay attention to the alarmed voices due to his grief over his grandson's death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure gradually materialized from the shockwave of the explosion with an overwhelming golden light. It seemed as though the figure had changed his clothes. Although he had changed his clothes, the people present on the scene could still recognize him. Li Feng. Li Feng was not dead? Everyone, including Renjong and Lu Hongguang, could not help but widen their eyes in shock. They did not regain their senses for a long time. They did not expect this at all. Even Renjong and Lu Hongguang had thought Duan Ling Tian had died from the explosion since the explosion happened near him. It was not something blood and flesh would be able to withstand, not even if Duan Ling Tian had cast an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics defensive technique that was at the highest stage. After all, that energy was the energy formed from the collision of two powerful forces. Although they had neutralized each other a little, they had still fused together and exploded in the end. Under such circumstances, unless it was those wild beasts or saint beasts that were famous for their brute strength, even an ordinary wild beast or saint beast might not be able to survive the shockwave of the explosion, let alone a human being. In the Tao martial saint land, humans were known for being fragile compared to wild beasts and saint beasts. This was precisely why everyone was shocked that Duan Ling Tian had survived. Renjong and Lu Hongguang were the first to regain their senses. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at some peerless treasure. They were certain ever since the explosion, no Tao talismans or saint inscriptions were used at all. In other words, Duanling Tian had used his own strength to shield himself from the shockwave of the explosion. They were both baffled but pleasantly surprised. They were baffled Duanling Tian actually managed to survive. And they were pleasantly surprised for being able to encounter such a remarkable young man who was a sectless cultivator. This meant they had a chance of recruiting him into their sects. If they could recruit this young man, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise for their respective sect. He's actually still alive? Who's this Li Feng? Is he even human? To think he survived such a huge explosion. Look at him. He's only a little pale. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be injured after changing into a new set of clothes. Don't tell me he used some high-grade Dao talisman earlier? Impossible. There are no fluctuations from any Dao talisman or saint inscription earlier. I don't think he used any external aid. The people present on the scene regained their senses one by one. They whispered among themselves and they looked at Duanling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. The flowery monk was greatly astonished as well. He looked at Li Feng, dumbfounded. Li Feng is actually safe? The group of sectless cultivators who originally thought Duanling Tian had died was smiling now that they saw he was unharmed. Many of them were so excited they even began to shout his name. Naturally, they were calling him Li Feng, the fake name he was using. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he calmed down. I can't believe the technique Su Can used is so terrifying. Duanling Tian immediately looked at Su Can, who was in Su Tsun's embrace. To be more precise, Su Can's corpse who was in Su Tsun's embrace. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is currently stronger than the six-clawed divine dragon in the dragon tribe, I would have died. Duanling Tian felt a lingering fear in his heart when he recalled what had happened earlier. When the explosion happened and the shockwave spread out, he felt his entire body was enveloped by terrifying energy. The robe on his body was destroyed and the shockwave crashed again his body powerfully. It felt as though 1,000 hammers was slamming down on his body. He was fortunate that his body was strong enough to endure it. Otherwise, he would have been turned into dust. Duanling Tian sneered as his gaze landed on Su Xian. In his opinion, Su Ken, Su Tsun's grandson, challenging him was no different from dropping a rock on his own feet. He was merely digging his own grave. After that, Duanling Tian looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang to express his gratitude. Although he still would not have shown any mercy to Su Can even without their reminder, he was grateful toward them for their kind intention. Little brother Li Feng, I can't believe you're so powerful. How did you manage to escape unscathed earlier? Renzhong asked Duanling Tian using voice transmission. His tone was filled with confusion. Lu Hongguang's tone was also filled with curiosity when he questioned Duanling Tian. Faced with their good intention and queries, Duanling Tian merely flashed a mysterious smile. When they saw this, they only smiled wryly and no longer asked any question. They could tell Duanling Tian was unwilling to reveal anything, and they were sensible enough to not question him further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they continued to pester him with questions, not only would they not get any answers, but they might even leave a bad impression on Duanling Tian. They were both eager to rope Duanling Tian into their own respective force. Naturally, they did not want to leave a bad impression on Duanling Tian. He's still alive? At the same time, Su Tsun, who had gradually regained his senses after the sadness of losing his grandson, heard the heated discussion in his surrounding. He was shocked by the content of the discussion. His body trembled when he turned around. He instantly saw Duanling Tian, who was completely unharmed. He was so enraged as he glared at Duanling Tian. It was as though his eyes were about to pop out of its sockets. Impossible! This was the first thought that popped up in his mind when he saw Duanling Tian was still alive. That gigantic force from the explosion was not something that an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator could block. No matter how powerful his defensive technique was, he would not have been able to block it. Coupled with his body that was made from flesh and blood, it was completely impossible for him to endure the explosion and its shockwave. Did you use a Dao talisman? Su Tsun thought Duanling Tian had used a Dao talisman even though he had no idea how he managed to obtain such a high-grade Dao talisman. Even in their Rising Sky Mansion, they only had a few Dao talismans that could block such a powerful force. Duanling Tian could not be bothered to answer Su Tsun's question. Elder Su, Li Feng didn't use any Dao talisman nor did he have any other external aid. If he had used some external aids, it would have been impossible that someone like you who's at the eminent saint stage to not detect it, Renjong said with a frown as he looked at Su Tsun. That's right, Elder Su. Li Feng didn't use any external aid at all. Lu Hongguang chimed in. In fact, Su Tsun had instinctively accused Duan Ling Tian of using a Dao talisman. Now that he thought about it, he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not use any Dao talisman. From the beginning until the end, the divine consciousness that he had stretched out did not detect any fluctuations that might have come from a Dao talisman or saint inscriptions. Su Tsun took a deep breath as he looked at Renjong and Lu Hongguang. In the next instant, the true origin on his body trembled as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Su Tsun's terrifying true origin swept out of his body. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse surged out and caused the air to vibrate, causing ripples in the air that swept in all directions. The martial and Dao cultivators who had not reached the saint stage in the surroundings were knocked out by this. Some of the pristine saint stage martial and Dao cultivators whose cultivation base was much weaker were also forced to retreat continuously in the distance. To this, Su Tsun's sudden action did not give people time to react. They could only see him vanishing before their eyes. Those who could faintly see Su Can's figure were none other than the high-ranking officials of the three great fifth-rate forces and some of the powerhouses from the three great fourth-rate forces. The aura of an eminent saint stage powerhouse swept out and instantly locked onto Duan Ling Tian. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his entire being had been shackled. Even the sun true origin in his body was suppressed until its speed was slowed down. He could not mobilize it at all. This happened because he was being suppressed by Su Tsun's aura and how quickly Su Tsun had acted. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's speed of mobilizing his true origin continued to decrease. At this moment, despair rose up in Duan Ling Tian's heart. At this split second, the only thought he had in his mind was to use his Jasper Celestial Sword. However, just as he was about to take the Jasper Celestial Sword out from his spatial ring, he realized Su Tsun's attack was about to land on him. He would not have time to infuse his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword at all, let alone wielding it with all his power. Don't tell me I'm going to die here? Duan Ling Tian was unwilling. If he was given the span of 1 or 2 breaths, he would be able to use all his strength to wield the Jasper Celestial Sword and parry Su Tsun's attack. Although he would not be able to kill Su Tsun with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could at least block part of his attack. He might have a chance of surviving if that was the case. If he managed to block the attack, he believed Renjong and Lu Hongguang would not stand idly at the side as well. Unfortunately, he was still too late. If only he could take out his Jasper Celestial Sword just a step earlier and infused all his true origin into it, he would not be in this position. It did not cross his mind that Su Tsun would crazy and attack him here. After all, the rules of Rising Sky ranking battle did not allow him to exact revenge since killing and death were allowed. Humph! Humph! Just as Duan Ling Tian thought that he was going to die, he heard 2 angry snorts at the same time. At the same time, he realized the powerful aura that was locked onto him seemed to have been shattered. The overwhelming energy had dissipated. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed 2 figures in front of him. It was none other than Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Both of them had appeared in a timely manner and blocked off Su Tsun's attack. Moreover, their attack seemed to have affected Su Tsun as well. Barf! Su Tsun, who was sent flying, finally came to a halt after he had flown far in the distance. At the same time, he threw up a mouthful of dark crimson blood. His face was pale as well. Elder Su, you've overstepped the line. Renjong's voice was filled with rage. Other than violating the rule of the Rising Sky ranking battle, the fact that Su Tsun dared to attack Duan Ling Tian in front of him was equivalent to giving him a slap. After all, his presence here was to ensure the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking. If he could not even do this, he would not be qualified to be the moderator of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he allowed this, then the Rising Sky ranking battle might as well just set a rule forbidding sectless cultivators from participating in the battle. Otherwise, the sectless cultivators would still be oppressed by those from powerful sects even if they had one. Although Lu Hongguang remained silent, one could tell how furious he was from his eyes that were looking coldly at Su Zhen. At this moment, Duan Tian, who was standing behind Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He instantly put away the Jasper Celestial Sword when he realized the crisis had passed. He could clearly sense his hands that were holding the Jasper Celestial Sword were soaked with sweat. He broke out in cold sweat earlier when he felt as though he already had one foot in hell. "Thank you for saving my life." Taking a deep breath, Duan Tian looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang before expressing his gratitude politely. "I'll seek justice for you regarding this matter." Renzhong nodded. Although he did not turn around, one could tell his eyes were cold as he looked at Su Zhen. When Lu Hongguang heard Renzhong's words, he was filled with regret. Why did he not say such words? If he had said such words, he would leave a good impression on Duan Tian. Lu Hongguang immediately chimed in. "Little brother Li Feng, I, Lu Hongguang, promise you that I'll seek justice for you as well." Upon hearing Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's words, the injured Su Zhen, whose face was already pale, turned even paler. How could he not know the reason why Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were taking care of Duan Tian so well? It was because of Duan Tian's innate talent and strength. It did not cross his mind that Renzhong and Lu Hongguang would be able to block his attack in time. Although he was quick with his attack, he was certain both of them must have been prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to reach him in time and block his attack. When Su Zhen thought about this, he clenched his teeth in anger. He hated this. He hated that he could not kill Li Feng to avenge his grandson. Meanwhile, the spectators who were struck dumb by Su Zhen attacking Li Feng regained their senses as well and broke into a commotion. "Isn't the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion too arrogant?" Many people stared at Su Zhen furiously. Most of these people were from other sects and sectless cultivators. However, there was also a group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion who felt a burning heat on their faces. No matter what, the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle had clearly stated that killing and deaths were allowed. It was not an issue if someone had died. If one could not accept the loss, one should not even participate in the first place. Since one had already decided to participate, one should be able to accept one's loss. As members of the Rising Sky battle, they felt ashamed of their Grand Elder's action as well when they saw him ignore the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle and could not accept his loss. So many people had died earlier and Su Zhen didn't act this way. However, he actually violated the rules when his grandson died. Many people mocked him. That's right. Earlier, when his grandson killed that sectless cultivator, he was still smiling brightly. He didn't think his grandson overstepped the line at all. Now that his grandson died, he didn't even think twice before violating the rules. It's obvious he only cares for his grandson's life and disregards everyone's life. So much for being the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Tui. If news of this spread out, it's just going to embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion. The spectators discussed among themselves. They were no longer careful with their words when they spoke about Su Zhen and said whatever came to their minds. Su Zhen's earlier action had obviously infuriated the people present on the scene. "Elder Su, you're the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Why don't you decide on your own how you're going to resolve this?" Renzhong said indifferently as he looked at Su Zhen. Although his tone was calm when he spoke, his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he did not mind fighting Su Zhen if Su Zhen's next course of action did not satisfy him. "Elder Su, I agree with Vice Mansion Master Rin." Lu Hongguang stared at Su Zhen murderously. This was an opportunity for him to impress Li Feng. There was no way he was going to miss this opportunity. Moreover, Su Zhen was indeed in the wrong regarding this matter. Lu Hongguang and Renzhong were merely using this as an opportunity to get what they wanted. A piercing look flashed in the depth of Su Zhen's eyes when he saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang pressuring him. However, he knew he was wrong in regards to this matter, so he took a deep breath and suppressed the hate and anger in his heart before he cupped his hands near his chest as he faced Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. "I momentarily lost my mind when I saw my grandson died. That was why I acted the way I did. Now that I think about it, I'm indeed in the wrong. However, since Li Feng is unharmed, can we just disregard this matter?" Su Zhen said humbly in a low voice. At this moment, he had no choice but to act this way. "Ha ha ha ha. At this moment, Duanling Tian laughed loudly before Renzhong and Lu Hongguang could even reply to Su Xiyan. He laughed so hard there were even tears in the corner of his eyes. You said that I'm unharmed? Earlier, if it wasn't for Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu who acted in time, I'm afraid I would have become a ghost because of you, Elder Su. Just because you admitted you're wrong, you want us to disregard this matter of you violating the rules. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, the expression on his face turned even colder. Is there such a thing in this world? Boy, you better shut up if you don't want to die. At this moment, Su Tsun's cold and threatening voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Idiot! Duanling Tian rebuked him immediately when he heard him. You're in this kind of situation and you still dare to threaten me through voice transmission? So much for the honor of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, apart from Renzhong and Lu Hongguang whose expressions had turned grave, the crowd of people broke into a commotion as well. Apart from the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, other people looked at Su Tsun even more coldly now. Under such circumstance, most people would root for the underdog. In this situation, Duanling Tian was clearly the underdog. Elder Su, please apologize to little brother Li Feng and sever one of your limbs on your own. Otherwise, not only will we disqualify the people from Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, but will also sever one of your limbs on your behalf, Lu Hongguang said coldly to Su Tsun as he took a step forward. This was the result of his discussion with Renzhong. Meanwhile, when Renzhong glanced at Duanling Tian surreptitiously, he discovered Duanling Tian's expression had relaxed slightly. He could tell Duanling Tian was satisfied with this decision, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Su Tsun was horrified when he heard Lu Hongguang's words. It would be easy for Renzhong and Lu Hongguang to cut off one of his limbs if they joined forces. He would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Don't both of you think this is a little over the top? Su Tsun asked in a cold voice. However, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang just ignored him. Instead, they stared at him coldly to show their determination. Upon seeing this, Su Tsun knew there was no way he could get out of this and save his limb. He felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do at all. I, Su Tsun, will remember this, Su Tsun said coldly as he looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang intently. I'll cut off one of my limbs on my own. However, it's impossible for me to apologize to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his right hand and severed his left arm. At the moment when he reached out for his severed left arm, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang made their moves immediately. Renzhong charged forward and took Su Tsun by surprise, causing his action to slow down considerably. Meanwhile, Lu Hongguang raised his hand as a blue saber ray appeared out of thin air and destroyed Su Tsun's severed left arm. Apart from blood, nothing remained of his left arm. You! Su Tsun's expression turned extremely grave when he saw the two menacing figures had returned to their original position in just a blink of an eye, and there was no chance for him to reattach his left arm since it was completely destroyed. He did not expect Renzhong and Lu Hongguang to be so ruthless. He was confident he could reattach his left arm even if he had cut it off. Naturally, he would need his left arm intact if he wanted to do that. However, his left arm had been destroyed by Lu Hongguang. This meant he would have to live with one arm for the rest of his life. How could he not be furious? When the spectators saw Su Tsun had lost his arms, not only did they not feel any pity for him, but they even took pleasure in his misfortune since he only had himself to blame for this. Duanling Tian's anger had also subsided a lot when he saw this. Elder Su, you refused to apologize to little brother Li Feng. You really have no qualms of getting the members of Rising Sky Mansion disqualified from the Rising Sky ranking battle? You should know as moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it's well within Elder Lu and my power to ban the members of Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the battle, Renzhong said coldly as he looked at Su Tsun. Humph! When Su Tsun heard his words, he glanced at the 9 ring masters before he glanced at the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. In the end, he only snorted before he rose up into the air and said to the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, "Let's go." The moment his words left his mouth, he cast a hate-filled glance at Duanling Tian before he prepared to leave with the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, The clouds in the sky above the nimble chest set whirled as two figures appeared. It was two young men. One was standing at the lead while the other stood at the back. The young man in the lead was wearing a long green robe. He had a wicked expression on his face as killing intent emanated out of his body. The young man standing behind him had a humpback and was obviously his lackey. The moment these two people appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone present on the scene. Many people's eyes from the Rising Sky Mansion lit up as they exclaimed in surprise, "Young Mansion Master? It's Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion." The crowd's attention was focused on the wicked-looking young man standing in the lead. They could all roughly guess who he was. This person was none other than Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Not only was Su Jing unhappy when he saw Su Jing, but his expression turned grave as well. Earlier, he had refused to apologize to Duanling Tian because he was unwilling to apologize to his grandson's murderer. The other reason was he did not think any of the members of the Rising Sky Mansion who were present were qualified to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. The three people who had the abilities to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, including his grandson, had all died. Due to this reason, he did not think there would be much difference even if the members of the Rising Sky Mansion present on the scene were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Naturally, it was not that he did not think of the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, based on what he could see from the young Mansion Master's progress previously, even with the great resources given to him, he still could not compare to his grandson, Su Kan. Moreover, his grandson had died. He was, naturally, unwilling to see the young Mansion Master make it into the Rising Sky ranking since this would mean he would become the next Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was unwilling to see this happen. Since his grandson no longer stood a chance in becoming the next Mansion Master, he did not want to see the young Mansion Master become the next Mansion Master. Due to this reason, he did not care if the members of the Rising Sky Mansion was disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, it did not cross his mind that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, would suddenly appear just as he was about to bring the men away. Now that Su Jing was here, he could no longer act as he pleased. "He's Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion?" When Duanling Tian heard the discussion in his surrounding, his gaze instantly shifted to that wicked-looking young man. That man was none other than his target, Su Jing. Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was Duanling Tian's target this time. He had come to the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky Mansion to kill him to resolve the crisis Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his biological sister, was facing. Han Xuanai would no longer need to marry the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion if he had died. The paper of agreement that consented to their marriage would also be rendered useless at that time. "Huh? Grand Elder, are all of you leaving now? Don't tell me the Rising Sky ranking battle has ended?" Su Jing noticed Su Tsun was about to leave with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion the moment he appeared. He instantly thought the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, causing him to panic. The fact was he did not rest at all as he rushed to make to his way here. He was late because he had made a breakthrough to the stage he had been dreaming of for a long time just a few days ago. Although Su Tsun was unhappy with Su Jing's appearance, he did not dare to show it and could only answer truthfully, "No, it hasn't ended." "It hasn't ended?" When Su Jing learned the Rising Sky ranking battle had not ended, colors returned to his face as he asked coldly, "If the Rising Sky ranking battle has not ended, what are you trying to do, Grand Elder?" He could see Su Tsun was about to bring his men and leave. Su Tsun did not know how to answer him and was mulling over how to explain the situation when an elder of Rising Sky Mansion told Su Jing about what had transpired through voice transmission. Su Jing instantly felt his heart jolted. 3 men from the Rising Sky Mansion had already died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Moreover, one of them was Su Ken, Su Tsun's grandson. Su Jing did not give much thought to the other 2 people, but Su Ken was a disciple of Rising Sky Mansion whose talent was not inferior to his. Moreover, he was powerful enough to pressure Su Jing as well. Besides, if he did not cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique, he was not confident he could defeat Su Ken in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Someone whom he had regarded as a powerful rival had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Moreover, he was killed by a young man who was not even 40 years old. How could he not feel baffled over this? Although he felt baffled, it was soon overwhelmed by the rage that was rising in his heart. When he learned about what Su Zin had done after Su Can died, Su Jing's gaze turned even colder when he looked at Su Zin. Su Zin felt as though he was being targeted by a poisonous snake when Su Zin looked at him. At this moment, he also realized Su Jing must have found out about what had happened earlier. Grand Elder, did you think I'm not going to show up? Su Jing asked coldly as he stared at Su Zin. Young Mansion Master, today is the last day to make it on to the Rising Sky ranking. But you didn't appear after so long. I thought. Su Zin did not dare to be harsh with his words since he was in the wrong. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Jing interrupted him. That I won't come? Grand Elder, I think it's better for you to apologize to Li Feng. Otherwise, if I'm disqualified from the Rising Sky ranking battle, you should know what consequences are waiting for you. Su Jing's voice was cold, and it contained a hint of threat. Now that it had come to this, Su Zin knew he had no other choice. Although he was unwilling to apologize to his grandson's murderer, he still had to do it. As the saying went, man cannot win against the circumstances. If he continued to refuse at this point, it would mean he was intentionally sabotaging Su Jing's chance of participating in the Rising Sky Mansion battle. He would be considered a sinner in the Rising Sky Mansion if he had done that. Earlier, he had dared to act arrogantly and wanted to bring the men away because Su Jing had not arrived. Now that Su Jing had arrived, let alone the people from the Rising Sky Mansion might not be willing to leave with him. Even if they were willing, he still did not dare to bring them away. Su Zin took a deep breath before he looked at Duanling Tian and apologized with a cold look in his eyes. Faced with Su Zin's apology, Duanling Tian remained calm. Naturally, he knew Su Zin only apologized because he had no other choice. If Su Jing didn't come, he would have brought his men away. If he had left first, Su Jing wouldn't have been able to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle even if he arrives later. I would have lost a good opportunity to kill him. It's a good thing Su Jing made it in time. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. His objective this time was to kill Su Jing. He was not bothered about the others. The people in the surrounding began to whisper when they saw Su Zin apologizing. Don't tell me this Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion really thinks he's the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? To think he was unwilling to set his pride aside and let the disciples of Rising Sky Mansion be disqualified from the Rising Sky ranking battle. He must have made the decision after he had taken into consideration the 3 people from the Rising Sky Mansion who had died, and the young Mansion Master didn't seem like he was going to show up. I agree. Just look. As soon as Su Jing arrives, he apologized immediately and obediently. The spectators whispered among themselves. Their discussion revolved only around Su Zin, and it made his expression turn grave. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill all these people who were gossiping. In the end, Su Jing's timely appearance and Su Zin's apology put the Rising Sky ranking battle back on track. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian noticed Su Jing would look at him from time to time. There was a hint of surprise in his gaze, but it mostly contained a terrifying coldness. Although Su Jing did not care about Su Ken's death, under such circumstances, as the young Mansion Master, he still had to put on a show of being hostile to Duanling Tian since he killed a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. If he managed to kill Duanling Tian, his prestige in the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely rise. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was just a stepping stone to him. After Su Jing made his appearance, he did not rush to issue a challenge. Soon after, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi took turns to enter the ring, and the opponents they had chosen sensibly admitted defeat. Both of them became ring masters victoriously without staining their swords. After the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi became ring masters, most people shifted their attention to Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. It should be the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion's turn to enter the ring, right? How arrogant. To think he actually waited for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi to make their moves first. I think he's worried the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi would challenge him if he became ringmaster first. At that time, it'd be embarrassing for him if he's defeated. Based on his strength, it's no surprise if he loses to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, right? Even if he manages to avoid both of them now, he still wouldn't be able to avoid them tomorrow when the Rising Sky ranking battle officially begins. Many people whispered among themselves. Most of them were saying Su Jing was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. When the hunchback young man standing behind Su Jing heard their words, he sneered. His young mansion master's current strength was unlike before. Su Jing, on the other hand, seemed as though he did not hear the crowd's words. Ha! Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the young man with a hunchback sneering. Even Su Jing's lackey has so much confidence in him? Don't tell me Su Jing has a fortuitous encounter during this 1 year. It was only natural for Duan Ling Tian to think this way. After all, Su Jing was merely an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator a year ago. Even if the Rising Sky Mansion nurtured him without any reservation in this 1 year and gave him the best cultivation resources, he would only break through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage at the most. If he had just broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage, it would be impossible for him to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Although the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had not broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage, with their strength, not many people at the intermediate refined Saint Stage were their opponents. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Su Jing finally stepped out. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian's heart to jolt. He's going to pick me? It would be in line with his wish if Su Jing picked him. He would be able to solve the problem for Xuan'ai very quickly if this was the case. Su Jing wants to challenge Li Feng? At this moment, the crowd also noticed Su Jing's gaze. Does he think Li Feng is weak? With the strength Li Feng displayed earlier, he's definitely on par with Zhonggu. Many people chimed in. Humph, he definitely more than on par with Zhonggu. Even the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi might not have been able to survive the explosion and shockwave earlier. And yet, Li Feng manages to survive it. This means his strength might even be on par with the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Somebody added. The bottom line was, the fact that Duan Ling Tian had survived the explosion earlier had greatly shocked everyone. At the same time, it gave the others a deeper understanding of his strength. Nobody looked down on him anymore just because he was not 40 years old yet. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing's gaze merely rested on Duan Ling Tian for a few moments before it shifted to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi again. He wants to challenge the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi? Most people were stunned. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. Humph. He just looked at Li Feng earlier, but he didn't challenge him. Although he's looking at the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, it doesn't mean he's going to challenge them, someone said in disdain. I agree. I think he's just looking around. I don't think he's going to choose the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi as his opponent, someone agreed. As it turned out, they had guessed correctly. Su Jing's gaze quickly left the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi again. It's just as I've expected. Look, Su Jing must be afraid to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Many people had a knowing expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Su Jing. Upon hearing the insults from the surrounding, the expressions of the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion, apart from Su Tsun, turned grave. Su Tsun sneered as he watched Su Jing's silhouette. In his opinion, since Su Jing was such a coward, it would have been better if he did not participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. At the very least, he would not have embarrassed the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, he only thought about it. He did not dare to voice his thoughts out. Su Jing and the hunchback young man behind him were the only from the Rising Sky Mansion with a normal expression on their faces. After Su Jing's gaze left the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, it swept past Yin Suzi, Yu Suzi, the wine-meat monk, and the others before it locked on an indifferent figure dressed in plain clothing and carrying a sword wrapped in a cloth. However, his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Zhonggu, Su Jing finally said as he decided on his opponent. Zhonggu was one of the 2 most powerful sectless cultivators participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Previously, the crowd had thought Zhonggu was the strongest sectless cultivator below 50 years old in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. However, due to Li Feng, Duan Ling Tian's fake persona, they no longer thought so. Li Feng had killed Su Kan. Moreover, he even survived the terrifying explosion. This proved his strength was in no way inferior to Zhonggu's strength. Sometimes, an unknown sexless cultivator only needed one opportunity to become famous. Making a name for oneself through one battle was a saying that fit Li Feng, Duanling Tian's fake persona well. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Su Jing choose Zhonggu as his opponent before they regained their senses one by one. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, rumor has it that Su Jing, the young master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhonggu are mortal enemies. It seems like it's really the case. That's right. When both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, they've already fought once before. At that time, Zhonggu won the battle. However, ever since Su Jing has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, Zhonggu's no longer a match for him. A year ago, Su Jing was at the early refined saint stage. Although he must have received great cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he must have only broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Faced with Zhonggu, who has also broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, isn't he afraid of losing to Zhonggu just like before when they were both at the peak of the pristine saint stage? In our Rising Sky Mansion's district, almost everybody feels that Su Jing is no match to Zhonggu when they both have the same cultivation base. Don't tell me Su Jing's trying to change everyone's opinion today. Humph. It's good to be confident. However, too much confidence is just being arrogant. When the crowd returned to their senses, they whispered among themselves as their words spread through the surrounding of the nimble chess set. Regardless, Su Jing, who had risen up to the sky and appeared on the chess piece beneath Zhonggu's feet, standing opposite him, stole the limelight. Would Su Jing, the young master of Rising Sky Mansion, be able to change everyone's opinion today? Everyone was looking forward to seeing this. Even Duanling Tian looked forward to seeing the duel between Zhonggu and Su Jing. He had taken quite a liking to Zhonggu. As for Su Jing, he was someone Duanling Tian had to kill. If it were up to him, naturally he would want Zhonggu to defeat and kill Su Jing. Zhonggu, you killed a disciple from my Rising Sky Mansion. I'll avenge him on his behalf, Su Jing said coldly as he stood opposite Su Jing. Stop talking nonsense and just start the fight, Zhonggu said nonchalantly. If Zhonggu had not broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage yet, he might feel a hint of dread at having to face the current Su Jing who had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Since Zhonggu had broken through as well, he did not fear Su Jing. It was just like rumors had said. He had no need to fear Su Jing if their cultivation base was the same. Su Jing could be considered as his old rival. Naturally, he knew how powerful Su Jing was. Unfortunately, it did not cross Zhonggu's mind, even in his wildest dream, that the current Su Jing was completely different from the previous Su Jing. This was due to him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. In the past year, although Su Jing would go back to the Rising Sky Mansion to partake in the great cultivation resources there, he had spent most of his time outside. Under the excuse of training and toughening himself up, he was actually devouring the vital blood and essence of young women. In the past year, the number of virgin girls who had been devoured by him until they turned into dry corpses numbered close to 3 digits. It was precisely because of this his cultivation base had risen tremendously. Not too long ago, he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. What does it mean to be at the peak of the refined saint stage? It meant that he was just one step away from entering the eminent saint stage. Under the watchful gaze of the others, as soon as Zhonggu's words left his mouth, nobody saw Su Jing making any move. However, the area within a 100-meter radius around him seemed to be storming. Many people, including Duanling Tian, did not even realize what was happening. All they could see was a tornado twisting at lightning speed had appeared near Su Jing. In just a moment, it charged toward Zhonggu like a bat out of hell. Most people thought Zhonggu would be able to block the attack when they saw him raise his hands to block the incoming tornado. Who would have thought the moment Zhonggu touched the tornado, it would suddenly give the tornado a boost. The speed increased so much that it caused the sky to quake for a moment. At this moment, the tornado seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast that had swallowed Zhonggu up. Pop! As a loud sound reverberated in the sky, under the watchful eyes of the others, the tornado's speed began to decrease. Zhonggu, who was still alive and kicking earlier, had exploded. All that remained in the sky was a mist of blood. He was dead. All this happened in just a split second. It did not even take the span of a breath. Everyone, including Duanling Tian, was dumbfounded. High in the sky, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, who were the moderators, exchanged a look. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They had heard about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion and knew his talent could not be considered as great. Even with the great cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he should only be at the intermediate refined saint stage at most. However, they could see his strength was beyond that of an intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse based on the strength he had just displayed. At the moment the tornado twisted faster as though it had been boosted. The aura they had sensed through their divine consciousness did not seem like it belonged to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. In fact, it felt more like the aura of a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Mastery refined saint stage. At this instant, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were almost certain Su Jing was already a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, they did not probe Su Jing's cultivation base using their divine consciousness since it was considered rude. If they did, they would have realized their mistake immediately. Since Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were prejudiced by their first impression of him, it was only natural they were greatly shocked by his breakthrough to the mastery refined saint stage. Mastery refined saint stage? How's that possible? Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were the strongest people present on the scene. After that, it was followed by Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, Su Tsin's divine consciousness had also sensed the aura that Su Jing released earlier. It was something only a martial cultivator at the mastery refined saint stage or above had. He was stupefied. In his opinion, this was impossible. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew clearly how powerful Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was. He knew very well that even if Su Jing was given great cultivation resources by the Rising Sky Mansion, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage in such a short period of time. In fact, he was just an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. The fact that he was able to rise from the early refined saint stage to the mastery refined saint stage in 1 year was impossible. He must have a fortuitous encounter during this 1 year when he was out. Su Tsin was almost certain of this. However, it did not cross his mind that Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was him cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. The original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique was none other than the chief culprit who caused the downfall of the Rising Sky Mansion from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. When Su Tsin returned to his senses, Duanling Tian also returned to his senses. His expression was extremely grave at this moment. Su Jing's cultivation base seems to have broken through to the mastery refined saint stage? How's this possible? Even Duanling Tian was shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base. Could the cultivation resources in the Rising Sky Mansion be this amazing? This was the first thought that popped up in Duanling Tian's mind when he discovered Su Jing had most likely broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. After all, unlike Su Tsin, who understood the cultivation resources the Rising Sky Mansion could provide, he knew nothing about it at all. I can't believe he has actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. In this case, it'll be difficult for me to kill him. Duanling Tian's originally calm expression began to turn grave. With his current strength, he knew that he could defeat most of the intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. As for mastery refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, he knew he could only defeat those who were slightly weaker and had an unstable foundation. If he unleashed all his techniques, he might stand a chance in defeating those who were slightly more powerful. However, he could only come to a draw with those who were more powerful. In fact, there was a chance he might even lose. As for those eminent powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, he did not have any confidence at all. He was confident about this because when Su Tsin attacked him earlier, at the instant when he took out the Jasper Celestial Sword during the critical moment, he had comprehended a little of the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword. Meanwhile, most people present on the scene had also returned to their senses. Many of them began to pinch their thighs. When they felt the pain on their thighs, only were they convinced what they witnessed was not a hallucination. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had killed Zhonggu in just a blow. This Su Jing, don't tell me he's already a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Although most of the spectators did not possess the perceptiveness of Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, They could still vaguely guess this when they recalled the scene they witnessed. They were shocked. How's this possible? Apart from feeling baffled, they felt it was impossible. A person who was at the early refined saint stage a year ago had actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. They wondered how Su Jing had cultivated in this past year. However, many of the sectless cultivators' eyes were red when they looked at Su Jing. Zhonggu, a strong powerhouse among the middle-aged sectless cultivators, had an extraordinary position in the eyes of the sectless cultivators. Moreover, many of the sectless cultivators also placed their hopes on him. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although sectless cultivators could be considered to be in a state of disunity, some sectless powerhouses would still step out to unite the sectless cultivators to solve problems that had arisen. However, recently, there was no outstanding sectless cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansions district at all. Due to this reason, many sectless cultivators pinned their hopes on Zhonggu. They felt he could be someone who could unite the sectless cultivators in the future. However, Zhonggu had died. His death had shattered their dream. Many sectless cultivators looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison and sighed. Put aside the fact that they did not know Li Feng at all, and it was obvious he did not like being in the spotlight, based on his interaction with Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, it was obvious he was interested in joining one of the powerful forces. Due to this reason, they did not think Li Feng would be able to replace Zhonggu. When they thought of this, the sectless cultivators looked at Su Jing with piercing gazes. It was as though they wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. No matter what, Zhonggu had been defeated by Su Jing. He had finally managed to clear his name and change the masses' opinion. Not only was he not inferior to Zhonggu, it only took him one blow to kill Zhonggu. If there were people who found this the hardest to believe when they saw how Su Jing killed Zhonggu, it was none other than the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. They were from the same generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district as the leading people. Both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had a clear understanding of who was talented among their peers, and this included Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the strength Su Jing displayed today gave them a strange vibe. Gasp! Gasp! When they returned to their senses, they gasped in unison. Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Su Jing has already broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. The fact was both of them had only just made a breakthrough to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage not too long ago. However, Su Jing, who was behind them all this while, had finally caught up to them. How could they not feel dumbfounded? After killing Zhonggu, Su Jing had also replaced him as the new ringmaster. At this moment, a Rising Sky Mansions disciple stepped out. It was a Mastery Pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator who had long been eliminated. When the crowd saw him coming out, none of them laughed. Their expressions turned grave instead. They felt a sense of déjà vu. It was similar to how Su Gang had stepped out earlier. Many people instantly shifted their attention to Su Jing. Don't tell me this Su Jing still wants to kill somebody? Is he addicted to killing now? Unlike before, after Su Jing had demonstrated strength that seemed as though it was at the Mastery Refined Saint Stage, those people who looked down on him earlier no longer dared to do so. What a joke. It was fine if they were unaware of his strength. However, his strength had been proven after Su Jing killed Zhonggu in just a move. In fact, his strength might not be inferior to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, nobody thought Su Jing had taken such a long time to appear because he was afraid of the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi. Just like the crowd had expected, the disciple from Rising Sky Mansion chose to challenge Su Jing. Also as expected, Su Jing admitted defeat and was eliminated. At this moment, he was no longer a ringmaster, and he could freely challenge any ringmaster as he pleased. Su Jing's gaze once again landed on Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian's expression to turn grave. Currently, although his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, had deepened and was getting close to the second stage, the Sword Shadowed Heart, it would still be difficult for him to fight a Mastery Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator even if he had a chance of winning. Based on the strength Su Jing displayed earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was not as simple as breaking through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Although he did not fear Su Jing, he was not completely confident he would be able to win. He wants to challenge Li Feng? Many people were shocked when they saw Su Jing eyeing Li Feng. Is he trying to kill all sectless cultivators? Earlier, the crowd might have felt Su Jing could not defeat Li Feng. However, their opinion had changed now. They thought if Su Jing decided to attack Li Feng now, Li Feng would definitely die. The expressions of the sectless cultivators on the scene turned grave immediately. Su Tsun's eyes gleamed when he saw Su Jing looking at Duanling Tian. He quickly transmitted his voice to Su Jing. Young Mansion Master. This Li Feng is even more ruthless than Zhonggu. He actually killed 2 talented martial cultivators from our Rising Sky Mansion. Although his words sounded noble and righteous, how could Su Jing not know Xuanzun was trying to use him to seek revenge for Su Can? Originally, he had indeed planned on challenging Duanling Tian. However, the moment he heard Su Tsun's voice transmission, he immediately dismissed the idea for the time being. What a joke! Put aside the fact that he was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if he was not, as the successor of the devouring Dark Devil technique, his achievements in the future was limitless. How could he possibly let the Grand Elder order him around? Due to this reason, not only did Su Jing ignore Su Tsun, but he even looked away from Duanling Tian. Many sectless cultivators instantly sighed in relief. Su Tsun's expression was grave. He did not think that Su Jing would ignore him. Moreover, he acted as though he did not have the intention of challenging Li Feng. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. Although he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion, as the son of the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing's position was, naturally, higher than his. Soon after, Su Jing's eyes landed on the flowery monk. At the same time his body flashed, and in just a blink of an eye he appeared on the flowery monk's chess piece, standing opposite him. Flowery monk, I was weaker than you previously. Today, I want to prove that I, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, am the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Su Jing's words were filled with vigor and confidence. Faced with the confident Su Jing, the flowery monk merely smiled indifferently. Young Mansion Master Su, it's quite shocking that you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. However, if you think you'll be able to defeat me just because you've made a breakthrough, you're greatly mistaken. The moment his words left his mouth, the Kasaya on the flowery monk's body fluttered as his true origin surged out of his body. At this moment, the air surrounding the flowery monk rippled. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun's divine consciousness instantly sensed the flowery monk's aura. They widened their eyes in unison as they exclaimed with a stunned expression on their faces, Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Although their voices were not loud, a lot of people present on the scene had good hearing, so they naturally heard their words. The crowd immediately looked at the flowery monk in astonishment. This flowery monk has also broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage? As expected from one of the 2 most outstanding powerhouses in the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansion's district. The flowery monk's innate talent and strength are really amazing. The flowery monk has already made a breakthrough. I wonder if Jing Suzi has also made a breakthrough? Compared to Su Jing, the flowery monk's breakthrough only shocked the crowd for a moment. They managed to calm down after a while. In their opinion, the flowery monk had always been outstanding, and he was already an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator since a while ago. It was not that surprising when they learned he had already broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. However, they were curious if Jing Suzi had also broken through to the mastery refined saint stage as well. Su Jing rose up into the air as he looked at the young Taoist priest standing on another chess piece nearby before he asked loudly, If I'm not mistaken, Jing Suzi, you must have made a breakthrough as well, right? From the beginning to the end, Su Jing did not seem surprised by the flowery monk's cultivation base. Moreover, he was even in the mood to inquire Jing Suzi's cultivation base. Faced with Su Jing's question, Jing Suzi nodded his head even though he remained silent. The crowd instantly broke into an uproar. Even Jing Suzi had broken through to the mastery refined saint stage? In this case, this meant the Rising Sky ranking battle this time had had 3 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage. Good. Very good. Su Jing seemed pleased with Jing Suzi's reply. Then he lifted his head to look at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Vice Mansion Master Ren Elder Lu, I'd like to simultaneously challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu. I'd like to simultaneously challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Although Su Jing's voice was not loud, everyone present on the nimble chess set heard his words. The entire place fell silent immediately. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they looked at each other in shock. Some of them even stuck a finger into their ears to clear it, thinking they had heard wrongly. Dear Lord, what did they just hear? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, said he wanted to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Su Jing's words were a great shock to everyone present on the scene. However, his words were undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Both their expressions turned grave immediately. At this moment, no matter how good their temper was, they could no longer suppress it. Su Jing had gone too far in insulting them. Upon hearing Su Jing's words, even Duanling Tian was taken by surprise. Su Jing wants to challenge two mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivators at the same time? Ridiculous! How arrogant! This Su Jing actually wants to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Does he think they're weak or something? Humph! Looks like he has become quite confident after breaking through to the mastery-refined Saint Stage. However, as a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he actually said that he wants to challenge a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator and Dao cultivator at the same time. Isn't he just seeking death? Seeking death? The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi won't dare to kill him, although they can run away, their sect can't. As the saying goes, the monk may run away, but the temple remains. Even if they run away, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine go. The people on the scene discussed among themselves. They felt that Su Jing had overestimated himself. To think he wanted to challenge both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang did not expect Su Jing to be so arrogant. Due to this reason, they were rendered speechless for a moment. Young Mansion Master, what are you trying to do? Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are powerful opponents. I know your confidence is greatly boosted after you've broken through to the Mastery-Refined Saint Stage, but both of them are Mastery-Refined Saint Stage powerhouses as well. You'll not be a match for both of them at once. Su Tsun said through voice transmission as a frown appeared on his face. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Su Jing to reply as he looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang with a forced smile on his face. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, our young Mansion Master is joking. Joking? The crowd looked at Su Jing skeptically when they heard Su Tsun's words. This joke was not funny at all. However, Su Jing did not seem to understand Su Tsun's intention. The moment Su Tsun's words left his mouth, he immediately chimed in, Grand Elder, I'm not joking. His tone was filled with disdain. Su Tsun's face turned red when he heard this. He had put aside his pride to help Su Jing. But that Su Jing was not only ungrateful, but he even snubbed Su Tsun despite his good intention. Su Tsun was so infuriated he only waved his sleeve, no longer planning to interfere in the matter. Young Mansion Master Su, you really want to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Renzhong asked solemnly as he looked at Su Jing. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't tell me you think I'm joking? Su Jing frowned. Young Mansion Master Su, you must think twice. Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are at the Mastery-Refined Saint Stage like you. You won't gain any upper hand fighting against two of them at the same time. Lu Hongguang chimed in as well. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. However, I've already made up my mind, Su Jing replied indifferently. By right, this matter doesn't violate the Rising Sky ranking battles rules. But if you want to fight both of them at once, they must consent to it. If they're unwilling, there's nothing Elder Lu and I can do. We can't possibly force them to fight with you. After all, this is undoubtedly a humiliation to them. Renzhong told Su Jing awkwardly. He could understand the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi's feelings. If he was in their position, he would be furious as well. Someone they had defeated in the past wanted to take both of them on at the same time. This was a complete humiliation. After Renzhong's speech, everyone, including Duanling Tian, shifted their eyes to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had an extremely grave expression on their faces. However, they knew they had to give an answer now. They were about to reject this when Su Jing beat them to it and spoke first. "Flowery monk? Jing Suzi. I know both of you are proud people, but if you don't accept my challenge today, I've no choice but to say everyone from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine are trash." Trash. One must admit that Su Jing's words were indeed very provocative. At the very least, the moment his words left his mouth, whether it was the people from the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, all of their expressions turned grave immediately. Arrogant. That's too arrogant. Senior Brother Flower, since he's so arrogant, you might as well join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and kill him. That's right, Senior Brother Flower. He has stepped on our heads, so you don't have to care about anything else. Just join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Flowery monk, agree to his request. Among the Brahma Temple's people, apart from the abbot and the high-ranking officials whose expressions were absolutely grave, all the disciples took turns to persuade the flowery monk. They wanted him to agree to Su Jing's challenge and join forces with Jing Suzi. It was the same on the Pure Yang Shrine side as well. Other than the high-ranking officials and the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine who remained silent, the other disciples were also persuading Jing Suzi one after another. Su Jing's words bewildered a lot of people at the scene because his words had provoked the two fifth-rate forces, the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. Naturally, it was not a big issue for someone of Su Jing's background to provoke these two forces. Since Su Jing had already said such words, if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi still refused him, they would be admitting that the people from Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine were trash. This was undoubtedly what Su Jing wanted. I agree as well. Under such circumstances, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had no choice but to accept the challenge. However, their expressions were gloomy when they agreed to it. Both pair of eyes that were looking at Su Jing gleamed coldly. Both of them had made up their minds to teach him an unforgettable lesson even if they could not kill him. They could still endure it if Su Jing had only provoked them. However, they could not dismiss it so easily when he provoked their respective sects. As a sect disciple, particularly those outstanding disciples who represented their sects, provoking their sects was akin to exhuming their ancestors' graves. The crowd was not surprised by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's decision. Under such circumstances, although Su Jing's challenge was a humiliation, both of them had no choice but to agree to it. Otherwise, it would be the same as admitting the people in their sects were trash. This Su Jing has really gone crazy. Does he really think he's invincible after breaking through to the mastery-refined saint stage? Challenging two people on his own. Moreover, these two people are at the mastery-refined saint stage as well. I want to see if he'll still be this arrogant when he's defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At that time, I think he'd be so embarrassed he'd wished for the ground to swallow him up. I'm really looking forward to seeing him being defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. With both of them joining forces, I don't think it'll take them more than 10 moves to defeat him. When the crowd heard the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had accepted Su Jing's challenge, they began to whisper among themselves again. It's unfortunate the force behind Su Jing is the Rising Sky Mansion. Otherwise, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would definitely kill him. That's right. With the Rising Sky Mansion's presence, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi defeat him, they won't kill him. Humph. I think he must have taken this into consideration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to issue a challenge to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Many people felt it was unfair. They thought Su Jing would not have dared to make such a request if he did not have the Rising Sky Mansion backing him. Could it be Su Jing is actually confident he can defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Unlike the others, judging by the confidence and arrogance in Su Jing's eyes, Duanling Tian was confused. He did not have an answer to this. After being reincarnated twice, his judgment was pretty accurate. Currently, Su Jing was emanating the air of a victor. If he's really strong enough to defeat both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time, then his strength must be at the peak of the mastery-refined saint stage. If he really has that kind of strength, the best-case scenario for me is to come to draw with him. It's impossible for me to kill him now. Duanling Tian's heart sank the moment he thought of this. There was only one reason he came to the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. It was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, so he could help Han Xuanai dissolve her marriage. However, it seemed as though killing Su Jing would not be a simple task. I hope he's just being arrogant and overestimating himself. Now that it had come to this, Duan Ling Tian could only hope for the best. However, he felt the chances of him getting what he hoped for was quite slim. Due to this reason, his heart was shrouded by dark clouds, pressuring him. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air as Jing Suzi left the chess piece he was on and appeared on the one the flowery monk was standing on. They stood side by side with Su Jing standing directly opposite them. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had actually challenged the flower monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Previously, any one of the two could easily crush him. However, he was persistent in challenging both of them at the same time today. Not many people thought Su Jing had a chance in this fight. Most of them felt the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's chances were higher since both of their strength was widely acknowledged by everyone. Su Jing's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Previously, both of them had strength that far surpassed him and could easily overpower him. However, today he had taken the initiative to challenge both of them at the same time with just his strength alone. His challenge was made not without a reason. In fact, he was really confident, and his confidence came from the devouring dark devil technique. In the past year, no one but him knew about his own progress. Due to this reason, he was calm from the beginning until the end when he was faced with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. He knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him at all. They were merely two mastery-refined Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators. The people present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they saw Su Jing standing directly opposite the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, the two moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle, were staring at Su Jing and the other two with utmost concentration. To be more precise, their attention was mostly focused on Su Jing. Naturally, they were no stranger to Su Jing. He was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and they had seen him more than once. Due to this reason, they had a certain understanding of Su Jing's innate talent and strength. It's already shocking that Su Jing's cultivation base is at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, it's even more shocking that he wants to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't you think he's being a little too arrogant? Lu Hongguang asked through voice transmission as he looked at Renzhong. A year ago, he was merely an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, now he has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. This is not something the Rising Sky Mansion's great cultivation resources could help him with. Due to this reason, I'm certain he must have had a fortuitous encounter during this past year. With this encounter, his strength must have grown a lot. It's only natural that he feels confident, Renzhong said through voice transmission. If he challenges the flowery monk and Jing Suzi individually, he might stand a chance of winning. However, he's challenging both of them at the same time. This is really a sign of him being overconfident and arrogant. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had that made him so confident. Look at how confident he is. It's as though he's certain he'll be able to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Lu Hongguang added again. Previously, he was far from being comparable to the flowery monk or Jing Suzi. It's normal for him to be arrogant and reckless now. It's not necessarily a bad thing for him to lose this fight. It's a good lesson for him so he won't simply look down on people in the future, Renzhong said solemnly. Lu Hongguang nodded in sign of assent. Damn it! Although Su Tsun would not mind if Su Jing was defeated, his expression still turned grave when he saw this scene. No matter what, Su Jing still represented the Rising Sky Mansion. With how arrogant he was acting, it would be okay if he won, but if he lost, it would affect him and the Rising Sky Mansion. It would cause them to be the butt of jokes in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, it was only natural he did not wish for the sect to become a laughingstock because of Su Jing. It was unfortunate the situation was out of his control. Meanwhile, the people in the surrounding were whispering among themselves. Although Su Jing appeared confident, nobody really thought highly of him. Among the ring masters, only Duanling Tian had a grave expression on his face. Whether it was the wine-meat monk, Yu Suzi, In Suzi, or the others, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes when they looked at Su Jing. It was obvious they did not think Su Jing was capable or strong enough to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi now that they had agreed to join forces. Su Jing, since you're fighting both of us at the same time, we won't take advantage of you. You can make the first move, the flowery monk said as his eyes gleamed terrifyingly. When he spoke, the kasaya on his body fluttered even though there was no wind, emitting a blood-curdling aura. It was obvious he was getting serious about the fight. The flowery monk was not the only one who was furious. Jing Suzi was furious as well. Although Jing Suzi was a Taoist priest and was usually very calm, at this moment he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart any longer due to the Su Jing's repeated provocations and humiliations. Flowery monk, Jing Suzi, I know that both of you feel like I'm humiliating you. However, I just want you to know that the current me is different from before. Due to this reason, it's better if you go all out when you're fighting me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning both of you when you die. Su Jing smiled sinisterly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Based on his words, it was obvious he planned to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suji. Since both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had to take the Rising Sky Mansion into consideration, they did not dare to kill Su Jing in fear of retaliation from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, it was different for Su Jing. Su Jing had the Rising Sky Mansion, a fourth-rate force, backing him. Naturally, he did not have to fear the fifth-rate forces behind the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Even if the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine joined forces, it was nothing to the Rising Sky Mansion at all. This was the difference between a fourth-rate and fifth-rate force. You want us to go all out? We'll see if you have the ability or not. Jing Suzi, who was usually calm, was furious now. Both of you will find out very quickly if I have the ability or not. Su Jing smiled sinisterly again. The moment his words left his mouth, the air in within 100-meter radius of him began ripple for a moment as true origin surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a tornado again. This was the same technique he had used earlier to kill Zhonggu. It was his territory's technique. His territory was called the Typhoon Territory. Whoever entered his territory would be shrouded by the typhoon. The stronger his true origin was, the stronger the force of his territory. This tornado was formed by him by consolidating all the tornadoes inside the Typhoon Territory. It was his territory's technique. Its concept was similar to how Duanling Tian consolidated the 10,000 sword rays in his 10,000 swords territory into a sword. Unlike when he was fighting Zhonggu, this time, Su Jing fully used his strength at the mastery refined saint stage when he attacked. Currently, the force of the tornado was stronger than the tornado he used to kill Zhonggu in a blow. Faced with the tornado, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's expressions turned grave. Both of their bodies trembled simultaneously. At this moment, the kasaya on the flowery monk and the dopo on Jing Suzi fluttered together loudly in the wind along with their true origins. At the same time, a territory formed within the area 100-meter radius around flowery monk. Next to him, another territory was formed within the area 100-meter radius of Jing Suzi as well. When the flowery monk and Jing Suzi was faced with Su Jing's territory's technique, they consolidated each of their own territory from their true origins. The flowery monk's territory emitted a bright golden light. Naturally, compared to the 10,000 swords territory that Duanling Tian consolidated using his sun true origin, the golden light enveloping the flowery monk's territory was not as dazzling. The golden light from Duanling Tian's 10,000 swords territory was as bright as the sun. It was dazzling and splendid. In comparison, the flowery monk's territory was not as dazzling. However, this did not mean his territory was weak. One could faintly see the faint images of Buddhas inside the flowery monk's territory. These Buddhas appeared like statues. Some of them were standing and some of them were sitting cross-legged. Some were elegant and graceful with their palms placed together devoutly, while some made a Buddha hand sign. It was remarkably lifelike. With just a glance, there seemed to be at least 1,000 Buddhas in the territory. 1,000 Buddhas territory? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Although he was standing in the distance, he could still see how extraordinary the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddhas territory was. It might not be able to compare to his 10,000 swords territory, but it was still a class above the other territories. The statues of the Buddhas emitted a sense of pressure. Some of them had a kind expression, some appeared ruthless, some had a smile, and some had a dark expression as though someone had owed them money. Meanwhile, Jing Suzi's territory had also been consolidated. Blue color appeared in Jing Suzi's territory. The color in his territory was similar to the blue of his dopo. In this blue territory, one could faintly see two gigantic swords that were moving continuously. Both swords were more than 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. They revolved around Jing Suzi in a speed that was neither fast nor slow, as though they were guarding him. The two Chi's territory. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard somebody exclaimed in a deep voice, "Two Chis." Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. The words two Chis were not unfamiliar to him. In his hometown on Earth in his past life, there were many Taoism records that mentioned the words two Chis in that ancient and mysterious Eastern country. One principle, two Chis, 3 powers, 4 forms, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. All of these were recorded in the books of Taoism. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know what they meant, he remembered them well. Although Jing Suji's territory is not as ridiculous as the flowery monk's territory, the pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords inside his two Chi's territory have a force that's by no means weak. Previously, he had used this pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords to overpower the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddhas territory, and won the flowery monk by a narrow margin. A voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears soon after. "I've heard about that match as well. However, I also heard the flowery monk had used his 1,000 Buddhas territory to restrain Jing Suzi's two Chi's territory, and used his rich true origin that was slightly stronger than Jing Suzi to overpower him as well." Someone else chimed in. The strength of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi are on par with each other. Usually, their battles would either end in a draw or one of them winning by a narrow margin. This is not a secret in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Even if that's the case, if it's based on force alone, Jing Suzi's two Chi's territory is actually much stronger. I think so as well. The pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords in Jing Suzi's two Chi's territory is by no means inferior to his own saint weapon. That's right. For an occasion like the Rising Sky ranking battle that doesn't allow the use of saint weapon, he has the advantage by using the yin-yang two Chi's swords in his own territory. Duan Ling Tian heard the discussion around him, allowing him to learn more about the two gigantic swords in Jing Suzi's territory. Yin-yang two Chi's sword? Interesting. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were trained on Jing Suzi's yin-yang two Chi's swords. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of statue-like Buddhas in the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory or the pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords that was rapidly revolving around Jing Suzi, both of them had begun to make their moves. Faced with the terrifying tornado Su Jing had cast in his territory, the eyes of the 1,000 Buddhas in the flowery monk's territory gleamed brilliantly. For a moment, the 2,000 lights that were flashing seemed like miniature suns. In the next instant, these Buddhas charged out like a swarm of hornets. Along with the sun-like radiance that illuminated the place, the crowd noticed a golden Buddha had suddenly appeared before them when they regained their senses. This huge golden great Buddha was like a towering mountain. Even the huge tornado Su Jing had cast in his territory seemed small in comparison. It did not even reach the waist of the golden great Buddha. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. Although he knew this was a phenomenon cast by the flowery monk, he was still dumbstruck. This was because it was just too big, giving off a sense of pressure. The pressure did not solely come from the force contained inside the phenomenon, it also came from its size. Imagine having a towering mountain appearing before oneself without any warning. When the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory consolidated this golden great Buddha phenomenon, Jing Suzi's pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords had also moved. When it was close to the edge of the territory, they began to devour the territory energy in a frenzy, causing the blue in Jing Suzi's territory to fade quickly. Under the watchful gaze of the others, that pair of yin-yang two Chi's swords had also undergone an earth-shattering transformation. First, their size expanded. Although it was nowhere near as ridiculously big as the flowery monk's great Buddha phenomenon, it was still bigger than the tornado. This was only the size of the swords. Apart from this, Duanling Tian also noticed these two swords suddenly underwent a huge transformation. One of the swords turned completely black as a black mist spread in the surrounding, appearing devilish. However, its aura was one of nobility and righteousness. It was obvious it was not the aura of a devil. On the other hand, the other sword turned a dazzling white. Its surrounding gleamed with a white splendor. Those with a lower cultivation base did not have the courage to stare at it directly. No wonder. I was wondering why this pair of identical swords are called the Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords. As it turns out, these are their true forms. The Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords indeed live up to their names. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian finally understood. His eyes gleamed suddenly. As it turned out, the great Buddha phenomenon that was formed by the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddhas territory had suddenly waved its right arm. A mighty slap that was like a lofty mountain brought wind and thunder in its wake as it slammed toward the huge tornado. At this instant, as a heaven-deafening noise reverberated in the air, the great Buddha phenomenon's slap landed on the tornado. Two waves of powerful energies collided, causing the air to vibrate and airwaves to roll out. A flurry of hurricanes charged out in all directions, making a noise that sounded like wails of despair. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of others, the great Buddha phenomenon that was like a lofty mountain suddenly quaked before it shattered. Barf! At the same time, colors drained from the flowery monk's face immediately. The moment he opened his mouth, he threw up a mouthful of dark blood. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. As for the tornado, it had almost faded after being slapped by the great Buddha phenomenon. However, it was strange that Su Jing, who was also at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, did not suffer any injuries, unlike the flowery monk. Instead, the tornado that seemed as though it was going to fade away once again regained its force. Upon seeing this, the flowery monk's eyes turned as wide as saucers. Disbelief was written all over his face. He was not the only one. Even the spectators were dumbfounded. What did this mean? This meant that even though they were both Mastery-Refined Saint Stage martial cultivators, the flowery monk's strength was actually inferior to Su Jing. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the bewildered crowd was soon distracted by the sound of two swords whistling in the air as it slashed across the sky. As it turned out, Jing Suzi had made his move with his Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords. The two swords that were black and white respectively slashed across the sky, bringing wind and thunder in its wake. The airflow also seemed to have stopped in its wake. Naturally, it did not really stop, it was just that the speed of the gigantic swords was so fast that it made it seem as though the airflow had stopped. In the next instant, Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords clashed with the Su Jing's tornado that had begun to sweep out again. It must be said that in terms of offensive ability, Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords were much greater than the flowery monk's great Buddha phenomenon. Both swords swept out in unison, and the tornado was shattered in just a split second. The Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords, on the other hand, still had some lingering force. What a powerful attack! Many people's hearts jolted when they saw this. Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords was quite an eye-opener to the crowd. The people from Pure Yang Shrine smiled immediately. They did not need the flowery monk. Just the Pure Yang Shrine's Jing Suzi was already enough to overpower Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When everyone thought Jing Suzi had defeated Su Jing's voice sounded in a timely manner. Jing Suzi, your Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords are indeed powerful. However, it's time to put an end to this. Su Jing's voice now contained hints of wickedness and coldness, causing the people who heard it to shudder without a reason. Before they even realized what was going on, they felt an aura that was even more terrifying than before surged out of Su Jing's body. For a moment, a more powerful and vast tornado that was laced with a heinous devil chi swept out in a terrifying speed. It was so fast that even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi could not react in time. Even Duanling Tian did not realize the sudden change in the situation. This was because his mind was currently thinking about something else. Long before Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords had swept out to the tornado Su Jing had cast, Duanling Tian's attention was solely focused on the Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords. He had noticed something on the Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords. The something he had noticed was different from his comprehension of the sword Dao thus far. When he looked at the Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords, he seemed to have comprehended something from it. There were multiple pairs of Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords crossing paths in his minds. Each pair of Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords had different sets of actions. Although they were different, the sword Dao seemed to be the same. At this moment, some of the obstacles he had encountered with the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, were solved immediately. The final layer of the obstacle was broken through just like that. The second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian had officially comprehended this stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was a whole new stage. It was a more powerful stage. Once Duan Ling Tian cast this technique, it would be so powerful that it was comparable to the offensive technique of an ordinary heaven rank Saint grade martial tactic. It was completely different from the offensive technique of an earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. So it's actually like this, Sword Shadowed Heart. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, realization dawned on his face. At the same time, a faintly discernible sword chi exuded out of his body tyrannically. As he stood there, it seemed as though his entire person had turned into a peerlessly sharp sword. However, he was shocked when he snapped out of his daze. How could he not feel shocked? This was because he noticed that after Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords had overpowered the vast tornado Su Jing had cast again, not only was Su Jing not defeated, but he had released an even more powerful aura from his body. Moreover, the aura was something Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. When the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring began to get agitated, he was hit with a realization. Devil Cultivator. This Su Jing is actually a Devil Cultivator? Wait a minute. He was concealing his strength. Horror dawned on his face when he thought of this. When Su Jing had concealed his strength, he was at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. Just how powerful was he if he did not conceal his strength? Even after Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his strength had greatly increased, he was still horrified by this. Just as horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian's face, Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Sutsin, who were the first ones to realize what was going, also had a horrified expression on their faces. They were bewildered when they saw Su Jing was not only exuding a more powerful true origin, but his true origin was laced with devil chi as well. Currently, Su Jing was like a different person compared to before. Meanwhile, the huge tornado that appeared suddenly turned even more powerful. Moreover, it was emitting devil chi as well. The tornado was now as tall as the great Buddha phenomenon that was formed by the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddhas territory. It was sweeping toward the flowery monk and Jing Suji at a speed that was ridiculously fast. Faced with the speed of the tornado, both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were suppressed to the point of suffocation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Horror dawned on both of them immediately as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. To the peak of the refined saint stage. The Su Jing has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. They only had time to think about this. They did not have time to think about when Su Jing had turned into a devil cultivator. When they discovered Su Jing's current strength and the horrifying technique he had cast, there was only one thought left in their minds. Retreat. At this instant, both of them began to flee in different directions. When they were about to flee, Jing Suzi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords had also been destroyed by that powerful tornado. The tornado did not decrease in strength as it continued to sweep out at lightning speed at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, who were fleeing for their lives. Senior brother flowery monk. The group of people of Brahma Temple had regained their senses, and horror dawned on their faces one after another. The abbot of Brahma Temple had also discovered Su Jing's true cultivation base. His expression was grave as he worried about the flowery monk who was running for his life. It was more or less the same as the Pure Yang Shrine. However, the abbot and the people from Brahma Temple people turned even more horrified soon after. This was because they saw the tornado that was emitting heinous devil chi had caught up to the flowery monk. Moreover, his entire person had been swallowed up by the tornado. As soon as he disappeared, blood mist appeared in the sky. The flowery monk had died. No! The Brahma Temple's abbot froze. His face had turned completely pale. His direct disciple whom he thought the most highly of and whom he regarded as Brahma Temple's future hope had died? He could not accept this, but the bloody scene before him forced him to accept this fact. Many people gasped when they saw the flowery monk turned into a mist of blood in just a blink of an eye. However, nobody uttered a word since all of their attention was now focused on Jing Suzi. One must admit that Jing Suzi was luckier than the flowery monk. Due to the fact that the flowery monk was injured, his speed when fleeing had decreased. Jing Suzi, on the other hand, was not injured in the first place. Although his Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords were destroyed, he was only injured after he managed to flee in the distance. Due to this reason, he managed to narrowly escape the tornado. However, he was still sent flying by the horrifying energy at the edge of the tornado. Barf. The moment Jing Suzi opened his mouth, he threw up a huge mouthful of blood immediately. He was further injured, and his face turned pale completely. He hovered in the air with great difficulty. His body swayed as though he was going to collapse. Jing Suzi, admit defeat right now. At this moment, the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine noticed the killing intent flashing in Su Jing's eyes. His heart turned cold immediately. He shouted loudly to remind Jing Suzi, fearing he would be killed if he was late in admitting defeat, and followed in the flowery monk's footsteps. Jing Suzi's importance to the Pure Yang Shrine was almost similar to how important the flowery monk was to the Brahma Temple. To the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine, everyone who followed him here could die, but not Jing Suzi, the hope of the Pure Yang Shrine. If Jing Suzi managed to grow stronger in the future, he would definitely be able to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to glory. He might even be able to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to replace the Rising Sky Mansion and become a fourth-rate force. It was precisely because of this the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine did not want Jing Suzi to die, even if there was the slightest hope. Meanwhile, after Jing Suzi, who was further injured and baffled over Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, heard his master's reminder, he suddenly regained his senses. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth to say, "I admit." Unfortunately, before the word defeat came out of his mouth, a streak of black light flashed across the sky. The speed of this streak of black light was not any slower than the tornado's speed. The streak of black light flashed and left a bloody hole in between Jing Suzi's eyebrows. Jing Suzi's eyes, who were originally full of vitality, suddenly lost its light, and his body jerked before it instantly fell from the sky. Even with the reminder from the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine, Jing Suzi was still too late in admitting defeat. The lack of one word caused him to be sent to the other world, following in the footsteps of the flowery monk. The two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died in the hands on one person. Moreover, this person used to be someone whom they had defeated in the past. Jing Suzi. Senior brother Jing Suzi. When Jing Suzi died, horror dawned on the people from Pure Yang Shrine, the shrine master in particular. He was already anxious before this. When he saw Jing Suzi die, his vision turned black immediately. His vital energy and blood rushed straight to his heart and caused him to throw up blood. If it was not for the fact that he had a powerful cultivation base, he might have already passed out. Meanwhile, silence descended on the scene. Everybody's attention was on Su Jing. Although Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the items in his hands were probably not any lesser than the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, he still kept the spatial rings of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi as war trophies. How's this possible? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi previously. Any one of them could crush him easily. However, this time, they were both killed by him even though they had joined forces. If I didn't witness this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed such a ridiculous thing as well. Can someone tell me if I'm dreaming or not? Impossible. Impossible. Many people began to exclaim out loud as they regained their senses. They were all bewildered by Su Jing's strength. A year ago, Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Previously, his cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage had already baffled many people. They all thought he must have had a fortuitous encounter. In the crowd's opinion, going from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in 1 year was unbelievable. However, the fact remained based on the strength Su Jing had displayed earlier. I didn't know Su Jing's a devil cultivator. After a year, he has actually fallen into the devil Dao and became a devil cultivator. Many people's expressions turned grim when they realized Su Jing was a devil cultivator. Even if he became a devil cultivator, it still seems quite far-fetched for him to rise to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just 1 year, right? Many people chimed in. It's indeed far-fetched. However, this is the hard truth. If he didn't break through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it wouldn't have been possible for him to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suzi this easily. I can't believe Su Jing has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. In this case, he must have held back some of his strength earlier when he killed Zhonggu and when he first fought with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Isn't that obvious? If he didn't show mercy the moment he made his move, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would most likely not stand a chance at all. Perhaps, the reason he had allowed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi to make their moves first is to fool them. To think I thought Su Jing had overestimated himself initially. I can't believe he's actually a devil cultivator who has reached the peak of the refined saint stage. That's right. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage in the beginning, we wouldn't have thought he was being arrogant for challenging the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. I think he'd done this intentionally. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage when he fought with Zhonggu, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi might not accept his challenge even if they were allowed to join forces. You have a point. In this case, it seems like Su Jing has a scary and scheming mind. On the nimble chess set, the crowd whispered about Su Jing's cultivation base. Currently, Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and Su Tsun, the grand elder of Rising Sky Mansion, were looking at Su Jing skeptically as well. They were not unfamiliar with devil cultivators. Moreover, they also knew many devil cultivators and that the cultivating speed of a devil cultivator was much faster than an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator. However, even if Su Jing was a devil cultivator now, it only took him a year to rise to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. His progress had alarmed them greatly. What kind of monstrous progress was this? Even if he was a devil cultivator, they had never heard of one that could break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a span of 1 year. Even in those powerful forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I don't think there are many people who can progress so fast in just a year, right? How did Su Jing progress so quickly? That's right. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Unfortunately, he probably won't say anything about it. Since he's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it's not like we can force him to tell us. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other as they communicated using voice transmission. They were truly baffled over Su Jing's progress in this 1 year. They were curious about what fortuitous encounter he had this year, but they knew Su Jing would not tell them even they asked. Everyone was selfish, let alone the fact that they were not even from the Rising Sky Mansion. The peak of the refined saint stage. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even grimmer as he stared at Su Jing. Originally, at that instant when he comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he was confident he could kill Su Jing. Naturally, that was when he thought Su Jing was at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. Although he had comprehended the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he did not dare to say he was 100% confident he could defeat Su Jing, who was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. It's a good thing I managed to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in time. Otherwise, I'll be considered lucky if he didn't manage to kill me. It's absolutely impossible for me to kill him. Duan Ling Tian counted himself lucky when he thought about this. However, Duan Ling Tian did not forget how he had managed to break through to the Sovereign Heart Sword second stage. He looked at the place where Jing Suzi was killed, and he thought to himself, Jing Suzi, it's your Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords that allowed me to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Don't worry, I'll kill him to avenge you. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Jing as his eyes shone brightly. After comprehending the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was not afraid of fighting Su Jing, who had broken through to the peak of refined saint stage. However, he was not confident he could kill him. Based on his judgment, The gap between his and Su Jing's strength should not be too wide if they did not rely on external forces. Even if he was stronger, he would not be much stronger. Duanling Tian was determined to fight Su Jing this time, since it was the best time to kill him and solve Han Xuenai's crisis. If Su Jing had died outside of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it would definitely implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion, and that was something he did not want to see. Otherwise, he would not have come here alone to join the Rising Sky ranking battle. The reason Duanling Tian wanted to kill Su Jing initially was due to Han Xuenai. However, part of the reason now was due to Jing Suzi as well. Although he and Jing Suzi were strangers, Jing Suzi had indirectly helped him. This was a favor he needed to repay. All along, Duanling Tian was someone who did not like to owe people favors, let alone a favor from a dead person. Due to this reason, he was even more determined to kill Su Jing to return this favor. His gaze turned even more determined as well. Young Mansion Master has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? The people from Rising Sky Mansion was in a commotion as well. Since they were from the Rising Sky Mansion, they knew more than anyone else about Su Jing. Due to this, they were even more baffled compared to other people. It was only now that they regained their senses. Naturally, this was also because their cultivation base was not high enough. Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, had snapped out of his days a long time ago. He has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The muscles on Sutsun's old face was twitching, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He really had no idea how Su Jing, who was merely at the early refined saint stage a year ago, had risen to the peak of the refined saint stage after a year. This was beyond his scope of understanding. Although he did not understand it, it did not stop him from being interested in Su Jing's fortuitous encounter. When I return to the Rising Sky Mansion, I must join forces with the other elders and the few Vice Mansion Masters to force him to tell us about his fortuitous encounter. Perhaps, my strength will also rise as quickly if I can also have the same fortuitous encounter. The moment he thought of this, his heart began to beat enthusiastically. The sorrow he felt over his grandson, Su Can's death, had also dissipated a lot by now. The people from Rising Sky Mansion who had finally snapped out of their days were shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base, and their eyes contained different kinds of emotions when they looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, I can't believe you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I believe that everybody present on the scene must be curious as to how you managed to rise to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. I wonder if you can explain it to us. Renzhong asked bluntly as he looked at Su Jing. Although he knew it was unlikely Su Jing would answer him, he still could not help but ask. Upon hearing Renzhong's words, Lu Hongguang also looked at Su Jing. His expression was a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Even the people from Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, and everyone else, including Duanling Tian, turned to look at Su Jing as well. The group of people from Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine, including the abbot and the shrine master, also looked at Su Jing. Amidst the anger and hatred in their eyes, a hint of curiosity could be seen as well. It was apparent they were also curious about Su Jing's fortuitous encounter in the past year. There was no one who was not curious about Su Jing's fortuitous encounter in the past year. The fact that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage was just too ridiculous. In the distance, the hunchback young man who followed Su Jing here had a smug expression on his face. He felt proud when he saw how the limelight had shifted to his young mansion master. He might not have any position in the Rising Sky Mansion, but he was the only person who knew his young mansion master's secret. Although he knew his young mansion master's secret, he did not dare to reveal it since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. If he went against his words, he would be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I know what all of you are thinking. I admit that I indeed had a fortuitous encounter in this past year. However, a fortuitous encounter can't be reenacted. It just so happens that I'm lucky, Su Jing said calmly as everyone looked at him. What a pity. Upon hearing that, Renzhong sighed immediately. Nobody knew if he really believed Su Jing's words. Naturally, it was not important whether he believed it or not. After killing the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, Su Jing had become the ringmaster again. Meanwhile, the bright sun at the horizon had also begun to move west. Evening would fall in 2 hours' time. After Su Jing became the ringmaster, there were still a few ringmasters on the scene. An early refined saint stage sectless cultivator whose strength was stronger came up and became the last ringmaster. At the same time, another 2 early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators whose strength was quite powerful defeated Su Gang and another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, effectively replacing them as ringmasters. Many people sighed when they saw this. Even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were not as powerful as the current Su Jing, they would have been able to enter the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking without any problem if they did not die. It was unfortunate that both of them had died. Naturally, they thought it would be easy for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi to make it to the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking was because of Duanling Tian, or to be more precise, Li Feng. Although Duanling Tian had only fought twice, he had easily killed Su Ken, the grandson of Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. That was more than enough proof of his strength. He was either an outstanding powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, who was already close to the mastery refined saint stage, or a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Soon after, someone glanced at Duanling Tian before glancing at Su Jing and muttered, "One of the 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples whom Li Feng killed was the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. I wonder if Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, will fight Li Feng or not." Although his voice was not loud, everyone still heard it. Everyone's eyes began to flit between Duanling Tian and Su Jing. Even Sutsun was looking at Su Jing eagerly. Although he felt Li Feng, who had killed his grandson, would admit defeat immediately if Su Jing challenged him, he still hoped Su Jing would challenge Li Feng to take him down a notch. As for Li Feng, he would, naturally, find a chance to kill him in the future. Even if Li Feng joined the Sky Hurdle Mansion or Raging Wave Mansion, he would definitely find an opportunity to seek revenge for his grandson. Even if he doesn't challenge me, I'd want to challenge him. Duanling Tian smirked inwardly as he looked at Su Jing when he noticed everyone's eyes were on him and Su Jing. What a joke! The reason Duanling Tian came here to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, Duanling Tian was the only one aware of this. When the group of people was wondering if Su Jing would challenge Duanling Tian or not, Su Jing finally shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. To him, this aloof young man called Li Feng was just a sectless cultivator. To be honest, when he found out Duanling Tian had killed Su Ken, not only did he not hate Duanling Tian, but he even had a better impression of him. Su Ken was the only one who could threaten his position in the Rising Sky Mansion before he cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Su Ken was the only person among his peers who could fight for the position of Mansion Master with him. Now that Su Ken was dead, he no longer had a rival for the position. However, even if Su Ken did not die, he was not afraid of fighting him. He was at the peak of the refined saint stage after all. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi, who were at the mastery refined saint stage, had even been killed by him. Was there any need for him to be afraid of Su Ken, who was merely at the intermediate refined saint stage? Although Su Jing had no interest in seeking revenge for Su Ken, in the face of the eager looks from the people of the Rising Sky Mansion, he quickly made up his mind to challenge Li Feng. In his opinion, challenging Li Feng was a mere formality. Since Li Feng had witnessed his strength earlier, he did not think Li Feng would dare to accept his challenge. Although it was just a mere formality, it would be enough to elevate his position in the hearts of the people from Rising Sky Mansion. This would undoubtedly be beneficial to him when he became the mansion master in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a person soon walked out from the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people. "Please, young mansion master." The moment this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple appeared, he went to the chess piece Su Jing was on and challenged Su Jing. Naturally, nobody really thought he had the courage to challenge Su Jing. They all knew this was all just ruse so that Su Jing could challenge Li Feng, Duanling Tian's fake persona. "I admit defeat." Just as everyone had expected, Su Jing admitted defeat as soon as the disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion challenged him. In the next instant, without waiting for Su Jing to challenge Duanling Tian, everyone shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian since they knew what Su Jing's next course of action was. Just as they had expected, after Su Jing admitted defeat, he soared up into the sky before he arrived on Duanling Tian's chess piece. Su Jing maintained his position, hovering in the air. He looked down at Duanling Tian domineeringly. "You're Li Feng, right? To think you actually dare to kill disciples from my rising sky mansion. Fight me if you dare." "Fight me if you dare?" Su Jing's words obviously implied that if Duanling Tian did not accept his challenge, it would mean he was a coward. However, the crowd did not approve of his words. Humph! Does he think he can provoke Li Feng into accepting his challenge by saying such words? That's right. It might still work if he didn't reveal his true strength, however. Now that he has shown his true strength, how could Li Feng possibly accept his challenge? Isn't it just seeking death? Li Feng should only be a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator like the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi at most. The flowery monk and Jing Su Zi are really quite pitiful. If Su Jing didn't deliberately conceal his cultivation base, they wouldn't have fought with him, and they wouldn't have died. Exactly. This Su Jing is too cunning. The crowd whispered among themselves. They did not think Duanling Tian would accept Su Jing's challenge since he was so powerful. It could be said that in the Rising Sky Mansions district, or even in all of the fourth-rate forces districts, it was unlikely there was anyone below the age of 50 who was as strong as Su Jing. He was not even 50 years old yet, but he was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Such a person was rare even in those quasi-third-rate forces. Just when everyone thought Duanling Tian would admit defeat, he stepped out and looked at Su Jing indifferently. "Based on your words, it seems that you think I'll admit defeat? Don't tell me you're not going to admit defeat?" Su Jing smirked when he heard Duanling Tian's words. "Why should I admit defeat? Since you want to battle, let's battle then," Duanling Tian continued to say nonchalantly. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his voice got louder. "Since you want to battle, let's battle then." The moment these words left Duanling Tian's mouth, silence immediately descended on the nimble chess set. One could even hear the rapid and faint breathing of the people present on the scene. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duanling Tian. This Li Feng actually accepted Su Jing's challenge? My goodness! Isn't he afraid of death? With Su Jing's strength, unless Li Feng's also at the peak of the refined saint stage, he won't be a match for Su Jing at all. Since he dares to accept Su Jing's challenge, don't tell me he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. How's that possible? Don't forget he's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator below the age of 40 who's at the peak of the refined saint stage, put aside there's no one like that in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, even if such a person exists in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would be considered outstanding there as well. When the crowd regained their senses, they began their discussion that revolved around Duanling Tian. "Little brother Li Feng, don't be rash. Although Su Jing has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, and his cultivation base is not that stable yet, his cultivation base is still at the peak of the refined saint stage no matter what. The mastery refined saint stage can't compare to it at all." At this moment, Renzhong reminded Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Lu Hongguang also reminded him as well. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them did not want Li Feng to accept Su Jing's challenge since he might be killed. Li Feng was a talented martial cultivator that they regarded highly. Naturally, they did not wish any harm to fall upon him. Unfortunately, faced with their words, Duanling Tian merely smiled and responded through voice transmission, "Thank you for your concern, but I believe he doesn't have the ability to kill me." The peak of the refined saint stage? Cultivation base was not stable yet? Upon hearing Renzhong's words, Duanling Tian's originally chaotic emotions began to calm down. Naturally, he believed Renzhong's words. After all, he was the vice mansion master of the fourth-rated force, Sky Hurdle Mansion. Previously, he was most worried that Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage had already stabilized, since it would not be easy to deal with him anymore if that was the case. However, after learning that Su Jing's cultivation base had not stabilized, he felt more at ease. Naturally, he only felt a little at ease. Even if Su Jing's cultivation base had not stabilized yet, it was still at the refined saint stage. The mastery refined saint stage could not compare to it at all. Renjong was unaware of Duanling Tian's current cultivation base. If he knew his cultivation base was only at the pristine refined saint stage, he would most likely be so shocked that he would get a heart attack. Killing Su Kan, an eminent powerhouse in the intermediate refined saint stage, when his cultivation base was only at the pristine refined saint stage. Nobody had heard of such a ridiculous thing before in the Dao martial saint land. However, Duanling Tian had done it. Good. Good. Very good. Su Jing, who was momentarily taken aback by Duanling Tian accepting his challenge so directly, finally regained his senses. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Duanling Tian. Li Feng, I must admit you're pretty brave. Unfortunately, not all brave people can survive in this world of martial artists. I'll quickly show you how foolish you are for accepting my challenge. Wait a minute. Perhaps you won't even know how foolish you're being, since I'll probably be able to kill you in one blow. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, he smiled mockingly. It was as though he was certain Duanling Tian would be killed by him. Is that so? Even if Duanling Tian had a good temper, he could not help but feel furious when he heard Su Jing's words. What? Are you angry? Su Jing flashed a dazzling smile. Well then, you better get angry all you want now. You might not get a chance later on. Humph. Duanling Tian snorted and ignored him. He only stared at him coldly. You can make the first move. I won't take advantage of you, Su Jing said mockingly. When Duanling Tian heard Su Jing's provocative words, the flame of rage surged up in his heart. However, most people felt indifferent when they heard Su Jing's words, since they felt he had the capability to speak such words. Did Li Feng's head get kicked by a donkey? To think he actually accepted Su Jing's challenge. Could it be he doesn't know he's seeking death? Humph. He's just seeking death. Not many people in the crowd regarded Li Feng highly. Apart from some sectless cultivators who looked at Duanling Tian worriedly. Everyone was watching this as though they were watching a show. These people were mostly from the other sects and had a dislike for sectless cultivators. They particularly disliked sectless cultivators who were outstanding like Duanling Tian, since it made them feel jealous. The fact that he possessed such a cultivation base at his age was even more infuriating. Duanling Tian rose up into the air from the giant chess piece. He finally came to a stop when he was at the same height as Su Jing. Determination could be seen in Duanling Tian's eyes as he looked at Su Jing. Xuanai, Brother Ling Tian will help you eradicate this problem today. From now on, you can be as carefree as you were before. When Duanling Tian thought of the current Han Xuanai, who was laden with anxiety compared to the mischievous Han Xuanai from before, he felt his heart ached again. Due to this reason, he must kill Su Jing today no matter what, even though it was a little difficult with his current strength. Enjing Suzi. Although we're strangers, since your Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords had indirectly helped my Sovereign Heart sword make a breakthrough, it can be considered as me owing you a favor. I'll repay you today. When Su Jing dies, you should be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian and Su Jing stood on opposite sides of each other. Although there were many people on the nimble chess set, they were extremely quiet. Everybody was looking at Duanling Tian and Su Jing with utmost concentration. Although they already knew what the outcome of the battle would be, deep in their hearts, they still hoped for a miracle. After all, it would make the show more exciting if a miracle happened. After all, if Su Jing killed Li Feng just as they had expected, they would not be surprised at all. Renjong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other and shook their heads tacitly before they sighed. They felt helpless over Li Feng's rashness. Although they wished there was something they could do, they could not interfere at all since this was Li Feng's own choice. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was using the name Li Feng, stared coldly at Su Jing. Since Su Jing had asked him to make a move first, he naturally would not decline. At this moment, the sun true origin that rose up from Duanling Tian's body was like a dazzling sun. It instantly spread all over the place, causing many people to squint their eyes. What kind of attribute does Li Feng's true origin have? Why does it feel so peculiar? That's right. This is my first time seeing such a true origin as well. When Duanling Tian's true origin surged out of his body, many people began to discuss among themselves. Soon after, under their watchful eyes, Duanling Tian was fully enveloped by a layer of golden light. The golden light that was akin to the sun continued to expand before it finally settled into the form a gigantic ball of light that was 100 meters wide in diameter. His territory really doesn't allow anybody to see inside. Upon seeing this, many people smiled wryly. Everybody present on the scene, apart from Su Jing and the hunchback young man who had followed him here, had seen Duanling Tian's territory earlier. Although they were not greatly shocked, they were still somewhat surprised. This was their first time seeing such a territory after all. Soon after, someone chimed in, somehow I'm certain Li Feng's territory has something to do with swords. Isn't that obvious? When Li Feng and Su Can fought earlier, he had consolidated his territory into a golden sword to kill Su Can, someone else said. Meanwhile, Su Jing could not help but feel astonished when he saw Duanling Tian's territory hanging in the sky like a dazzling sun. The territory before him that looked like a dazzling sun caused him to be unable to see what was going on inside. The unknown was the scariest thing. Due to this reason, although Su Jing was now a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he stopped looking down on Duanling Tian's territory and faced it with a solemn expression. The hunchback young man who followed Su Jing here was also bewildered by Duanling Tian's territory. It was his first time seeing such a peculiar territory after all. However, the moment he thought of his young mansion master's current strength, he relaxed again. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It's useless even if your territory's special. You're destined to die in young mansion master's hands." Boom! 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 As a series of loud explosions reverberated in the air, Duanling Tian, who was covered in a layer of golden light, finally made his move. The moment he moved, his 10,000 swords territory moved as well. When the territory moved, it encountered a powerful resistance. Due to the friction caused by the force of resistance, a loud noise sounded in the air. When the true origin on Su Jing's body whirled and the devil chi surged up to the sky, the huge golden ball of light that enveloped Duanling Tian in it, which was the 10,000 sword territory that was consolidated from the sun true origin, also shrank drastically. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes again. During this process, apart from Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Zhen, nobody else saw this at all. Renzhong and the other two could see as Duanling Tian's territory was rapidly shrinking. The 10,000 swords that was whizzing inside had also gradually fused into one. In the end, it appeared in his hand in the form of a 3-foot-long blade that was shining splendidly with a golden light. Although the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was not a real sword, the sword chi it emitted was extremely terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian wielded the golden 3-foot-long blade. His entire being emitted sword chi as he stood there. Sword cultivator. At this moment, many people's hearts jolted as this thought appeared in their minds. Everyone was almost certain Duanling Tian was a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand seems to be consolidated from his territory. The terrifying sword chi it's emitting is even scarier than the Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords that was transformed by Jing Su Zi's territory. Many people who were more perceptive exclaimed in shock. That's right. There's indeed a huge gap between Jing Su Zi's Yin Yang Tu Chi's swords and the sword in his hand. Many people chimed in. This was because the golden 3-foot-long blade in Duanling Tian's hand also contained the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-shadowed heart. If one paid closer attention to it, one could faintly see the translucent shadows of swords revolving around the surroundings of the golden sword in Duanling Tian's hands. These sword shadows only appeared after Duanling Tian had cast the sword-shadowed heart, the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Su Jing had also solidified his territory. He snorted as he mocked Duanling Tian. Humph! So what if he's a sword cultivator? He's still too weak to withstand a single blow from me. However, Duanling Tian did not respond to him. To be more precise, Duanling Tian did not respond to him verbally. He responded with the sword in his hand that was shining dazzlingly like the sun. Whoosh! The sword slashed across the sky along with Duanling Tian. It gave off a peculiar feeling. It was as though Duanling Tian had transformed into a sword himself as he charged toward Su Jing with a bellow. Whoosh! 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 Faced with this menacing Duanling Tian, Su Jing did not dare to be careless as well. With a flick of his hands, his typhoon territory also moved out at this moment. Soon after, it twisted and turned into a huge tornado. The devil chi surged up powerfully in the tornado. Although it was not as powerful as when he cast it to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, there was only a slight difference in the strength. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian and his sword rushed into the tornado. Gasp! 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 The crowd gasped in unison as they stared pitifully at the figure who had rushed into the tornado. However, they were given a huge shock soon after. This was because they did not see any blood mist that they had come to expect. This Li Feng actually survives after rushing into the tornado that Su Jing transformed using his territory? He's indeed not a simple person. I think Li Feng is most likely a very rare outstanding powerhouse among the mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators. Exactly. However, accepting Su Jing's challenge is going to be the biggest mistake of his life. It'll definitely cause him to lose his life. He's just too rash. Otherwise, with his innate talent, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to the end to accept him as a disciple. Many people sighed, feeling that Duanling Tian had been too rash in accepting Su Jing's challenge. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who had charged into the tornado, did not die. A layer of translucent sword energy had already appeared around him, protecting him tightly within it. Even if the tornado's energy was extremely tyrannical, all it did was made the sword energy quake. But it did not manage to crack it all. There was no doubt the sword energy came from the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadowed Heart. Although it had merged with the Sun True Origin, it had completely overwhelmed the Sun True Origin. One could not see the Sun True Origin at all. Only energy that was powerful enough would be able to contain another energy. Based on this, one could tell the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was not ordinary. This was where Duanling Tian's confidence came from. The confidence that he might be able to kill Su Jing. If the Sovereign Heart Sword had not broken through to the second stage, Duanling Tian was not confident he could win Su Jing at all. After all, Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he had not broken through to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, let alone a devil cultivator who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, Duanling Tian was not confident he could defeat a martial, Dao or devil cultivator at the mastery refined saint stage. At most, he could only come to a draw with them if he was not defeated. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian's breakthrough to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a timely rain to him. With his hand holding onto the 3-foot-long blade that the 10,000 sword territory had transformed into and fused with the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Shadowed Heart, Duanling Tian felt as though the 3-foot-long blade had become an extension of his body. The sword moved in accordance to his heart without any delay at all. Whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was not affected after charging into the tornado, thrust the 3-foot-long blade out at once. A streak of dazzling golden light shot out from his hand immediately. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade brought Duanling Tian to pass through Su Jing's territory safely as he charged towards Su Jing. To be more precise, he was aiming at the point between Su Jing's brows. How fast? Almost at the same time, Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and even Su Tsun's hearts jolted. They discovered something shocking. Duanling Tian's current speed was not something a martial cultivator at the mastery-refined saint stage could possess. He has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage as well. After this thought rose up in the minds of these three people, their hearts beat faster. It felt as though their hearts were going to leap out of their chests. Another powerhouse who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. How could they not feel shocked when they saw this? Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes were shining brightly. In particular, when they looked at each other, they could see the hostility in each other's eyes. After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength, they all wanted even more to recruit Duanling Tian to their own sects. Even a quasi-third-rate force might not have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator. They had never heard of someone who was at the peak of the refined saint stage below the age of 40 in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land. At this moment, they finally understood why Duanling Tian was so confident and had rejected their advice and insisted on accepting Su Jing's challenge. As it turned out, he was actually a martial cultivator who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, and he did not fear Su Jing at all. At the same time, Su Tsun hastily reminded Su Jing, "Be careful, young mansion master. He's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage." Although he did not like Su Jing very much, this battle concerned Su Jing's safety, so he had no choice but to be cautious about this matter. If Su Jing had died here, he would definitely face a severe punishment when he returned to the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he might even have to pay for Su Jing's life with his own life. He was the leader of the Rising Sky Mansion here after all. It was his responsibility to look out for Su Jing's safety. Right now, Su Jing was no longer the playboy and good-for-nothing Su Jing from before. The current Su Jing had a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was the future hope of the Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If he was given enough time, he might be able to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate force was an absolutely powerful force. Not only did they monopolize the best Saint Stone reserves, but they even occupied the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The Saint Martial Secret Zone was a secret zone that could help many talented martial cultivators to soar up into the sky. It contained all sorts of cultivation resources and rare treasure. Becoming a quasi-third-rate force was the dream of every fourth-rate force. Naturally, it was difficult to attain this dream. Although it was difficult, it did not stop them from trying to attain it. The Saint Stone reserves were still not that important. However, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the foundation of a quasi-third-rate force. It was something fourth-rate forces would go all out for. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was also called the Genius Cradle, the peak of the refined saint stage. Even without Su Tsun's reminder, Su Jing could also tell Li Feng, who was charging at him with his blade and disregarding his tornado, was a powerful opponent. It was obvious a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator could not compare to him at all. Even if both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi joined forces, they would still not be a match for Li Feng. Humph! Su Jing snorted suddenly. A moment later, the typhoon territory rapidly shrunk. In the end, it transformed into a miniature tornado in front of him. The tornado had shrunk until it was twice of Su Jing's size. Although it was small, the energy contained in it was not weak at all. When Duan Ling Tian thrust the 3-foot-long blade into it, he could clearly sense the terror from the devil chi that was spreading out from the tornado. It was rapidly devouring his Sun True Origin. Moreover, the miniature tornado had also begun to threaten the protective sword energy on his body to a certain extent. Wind Dragon Embodiment! Su Jing shouted out at the moment when Duan Ling Tian was still in shock over Su Jing's technique. Then, the miniature tornado suddenly twisted before it transformed into a divine dragon that was formed from the wind. Naturally, the divine dragon that was formed by the wind was extremely ferocious and terrifying. As it howled, the air seemed to quake. When the tornado was undergoing the transformation, Duan Ling Tian discovered the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was no longer being restrained. Although it was no longer restrained, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to continue his attack on Su Jing. As though he had noticed something, Duan Ling Tian immediately moved back. At the same time, the divine dragon that was transformed from the miniature tornado suddenly twisted its head and immediately crashed on the place where Duan Ling Tian was previously standing. The sky shook immediately. Boom! As a loud noise reverberated, ripples appeared in the sky. Terrifying airwaves appeared in the sky, creating a flurry of hurricanes. This was enough to show how terrifying the attack was. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had dodged the attack, was washed over with a sense of fear. I can't believe Su Jing actually mastered such a horrifying martial technique. The force of this martial technique must be an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, he must have cultivated it to the highest stage. The impeccable stage, Duan Ling Tian speculated. Duan Ling Tian had indeed guessed correctly. This martial technique of Su Jing that was called the Wind Dragon Embodiment was indeed an offensive technique in an Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it was also one of the few strongest offensive techniques in the Rising Sky Mansion. It was a technique that was on par with the space-shattering origin detonation that Sukin had mastered. Hermf, you're quite fast in dodging, huh? Su Jing snorted when he saw how fast Duanling Tian had dodged his first attack. His gaze when he looked at Duanling Tian was completely different now. Previously, his gaze contained hints of disdain, but now, it no longer held contempt as he looked at Duanling Tian. Instead, it was replaced with solemnity. He had no choice but to take this seriously at this moment. Previously, he was not aware of Li Feng's strength. However, based on the earlier situation, he could tell Li Feng's strength was not inferior to him. He was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. He could also tell that Li Feng had only broken through to the refined saint stage not too long ago, just like him. Although his expression was solemn, he did not intend to retreat at all. The fact that they were equal in strength aroused his desire for victory even more. Meanwhile, the spectators finally regained their senses. It seemed like they had seen a ghost when they looked at Duanling Tian. This Li Feng is actually so powerful? Just from the strength he displayed earlier, and how he managed to dodge Su Jing's offensive technique, his strength is most likely at the peak of the refined saint stage. My goodness! He's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old. I think even in those few quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land don't have somebody like that, right? No wonder he accepted Su Jing's challenge so confidently. Initially, I thought he was just being rash. However, it seems that he really has confidence in himself. Although he's also at the peak of the refined saint stage, based on the attack earlier, it seems like his strength is slightly inferior to Su Jing. I noticed that as well. His strength's indeed slightly inferior. The spectators discussed among themselves. Their topic only revolved around Li Feng, who was Duanling Tian's fake persona. At this moment, the limelight had completely shifted to Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Duanling Tian's ear. He could tell the voice belonged to Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Little brother Li Feng, if you feel you're no match for Su Jing, make sure you admit defeat in a timely manner. If you admit defeat, I can make a move to save you. The moment Renzhong's voice transmission was over, Lu Hongguang's voice transmission arrived. The content of his voice transmission was more or less the same. Although he knew the reason they were so nice to him and why they were concerned about his well-being, Duanling Tian still expressed his gratitude politely. At the same time, he shifted his gaze back to Su Jing and said indifferently, "Young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, you're indeed more powerful than the rumors say." When Su Jing, whose expression had turned solemn when he witnessed Duanling Tian's strength, heard his words, his expression turned grave immediately. His opponent's calm voice enraged him. In fact, up until now, he had undeniably had the upper hand. Su Jing was not the only who thought so. Even Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Suzhen had thought so as well. However, they did not know this was Duanling Tian's intention. When Duanling Tian saw the disdain in Su Jing's eyes again, he knew he had successfully achieved what he wanted. When he made his move earlier, he did not use all his strength so that Su Jing would let his guard down. If things go accordingly, he had the confidence to kill Su Jing before he could admit defeat. Although Su Jing was arrogant and prideful, if he knew Duanling Tian was stronger than him, he would not hesitate to put his pride aside and admit defeat to save his own life. This was not something Duanling Tian wanted to see. Due to this reason, as Duanling Tian and Su Jing continued to fight, he maintained his earlier strength to fight with Su Jing. For a moment, it seemed as though he was placed in a disadvantageous position and appeared slightly wretched. When the group of sectless cultivators saw this, their hearts beat faster for Duanling Tian's sake. This Li Feng is obviously not Su Jing's match, so why isn't he admitting defeat? That's right. Don't tell me he really thinks he'll be able to win Su Jing? If this continues, he'll be killed by Su Jing. If I were him, I would have admitted defeat a long time ago. Could it be Li Feng feels his pride is even more important than his life? The group of sectless cultivators was extremely worried for Duanling Tian. They were unaware the person in question was actually having fun playing this game. At this moment, even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang could not help but break out in cold sweat because of Duanling Tian. Young mansion master. Kill him. At this moment, somebody from the group of Rising Sky Mansions people shouted. This led to many people shouting immediately as well. Kill him! Kill him! The group of Rising Sky Mansions people shouted. Their voice entered Su Jing's ears. For a moment, he felt smug and puffed up with pride. As he walked in the air, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian and said in a low voice, "It's time to end the game now." The moment he finished speaking, his attack became even more violent and faster. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed when he saw this. His chance had finally arrived. When he saw Su Jing controlled the wind dragon to charge at him, Duanling Tian faked a panicked expression before he began to flee. Trying to flee? When Su Jing saw the expression on Duanling Tian's face and his action, disdain flashed in his eyes. His figure moved as his speed increased again. Roar. The roar was akin to the roar of a real dragon. Su Jing used his territory that had been consolidated from his true origin and acted together with the wind dragon that was transformed from his martial technique as he flashed across the sky while charging at Duanling Tian with bared fangs. His speed was so fast, Duanling Tian could not compare to him at all. The wind dragon caught up to Duanling Tian in no time at all. Su Jing's figure came to halt as a victorious smile appeared on his face when he saw the wind dragon ruthlessly slammed on Duanling Tian's back. Bang! As a loud sound reverberated in the air, the wind dragon that was cast by Su Jing exploded with terrifying energy, causing the air to ripple. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage had received this blow, he would have undoubtedly died. However, was Duanling Tian's strength comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? To be more precise, was Duanling Tian's defense comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? In fact, Duanling Tian's body was even more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon who was at the same stage with him. However, Duanling Tian still suffered a heavy injury from Su Jing's attack since his cultivation base was merely at the intermediate pristine saint stage despite his powerful body and the sword energy's protection that was transformed from the sun true origin that fused with the sword shadowed heart, the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. At the moment when Duanling Tian was injured and Su Jing had a smug smile on his face. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air that disappeared as soon as it appeared reverberated suddenly like a howl in the middle of a silent and tranquil night. Imran Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun's eyes, a swift golden sword ray shot out from Duanling Tian's hand. Its speed was so fast. In fact, its speed was twice the speed of his previous attack. Moreover, the speed of the sword ray was even faster than Su Jing's wind dragon. At this moment, if they still could not figure out that Duanling Tian had been concealing his strength, it could be said that their long lives had been lived in vain. Horror dawned on Su Tsun's face. He immediately shouted to warn Su Jing, "Young Mansion Master." Unfortunately, due to the fact that Su Jing was currently gloating over Duanling Tian being injured by his attack, he was caught off guard by Duanling Tian's attack. Due to this reason, the swift golden sword ray was only a foot away from him when he finally realized what was happening. At this instant, the golden sword ray did not feel like a sword ray. It felt more like a blazing sun to him. A blazing sun that was crashing toward him. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere. A bloody hole appeared in between Su Jing's brows. However, a smug smile still remained on his face. This was destined to be the last expression in his life. Barf! At the same time, Duanling Tian, who had suffered quite a heavy injury, also could no longer endure it anymore. The moment he opened his mouth, he threw up a huge mouthful of blood. Blood spattered the sky like dazzling red roses. Although Duanling Tian was heavily injured, he did not forget to collect Su Jing's spatial ring as his war trophy. It was only when Duanling Tian had taken Su Jing's spatial ring, and Su Jing's body had crashed onto the giant chess piece into a bloody mess, did the crowd regain their senses. The entire place fell silent again. "Young Mansion Master!" Su Tsun's shout snapped everyone out of their daze. However, as Su Tsun shouted, two swift figures had already appeared beside Duanling Tian to protect him as they glared at Su Tsun. It was as though they were afraid Su Tsun would attack Duanling Tian out of rage. They did not dare to let their guards down in front of Su Tsun based on his previous action. Naturally, the two figures were none other than Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. In the beginning, they were also baffled as to how Duanling Tian managed to kill Su Jing at the critical moment. However, they had watched Duanling Tian and Su Jing's fight from the beginning until the end. They understood, at the moment Su Jing was killed, that Duanling Tian was only pretending to be weak to deceive Su Jing. Due to this reason, Su Jing had let down his guard and caused his own death at the critical moment. Looks like Li Feng already has the intention to kill Su Jing from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned this so thoroughly. Renzhong thought to himself. Lu Hongguang had the same thoughts as Renzhong as well. They could see Duanling Tian was more powerful than Su Jing. It was not impossible for him to kill him in a direct battle. However, if he had done that, it would give Su Jing a chance to admit defeat. Due to his scheme, Su Jing had fallen into his trap and was led by the nose by Duanling Tian. In the end, he could not escape death. At this moment, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang felt utterly delighted in their hearts. A genius martial cultivator with such intelligence was rare even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If such a person joined their sects, they could start counting the days before their sects become a quasi-third-rate force. Due to this reason, they had urgently appeared next to Duanling Tian to protect him. Li Feng, to think you actually dare to kill the young master of Rising Sky Mansion. When Sutsun saw Renzhong and Sutsun were already by Duanling Tian's side, he knew he could no longer make a move. However, he could not let the matter go just like that. The hope of the Rising Sky Mansion had been cut off by this Li Feng. He was very certain once this news spread out to the Rising Sky Mansion, Li Feng would definitely become the #1 enemy of the Rising Sky Mansion. He wanted to kill me, but I can't kill him? What a joke! Duanling Tian, who had recovered a little after consuming the healing medicinal pill, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth before he replied with a smirk, "Don't tell me the people from Rising Sky Mansion are always this arrogant? Perhaps an ordinary person would be afraid of Sutsun's threat. But Duanling Tian had come all the way here to kill Su Jing. How could he possibly be afraid of Sutsun's threat? Xuanai, brother Ling Tian has helped you to get rid of Su Jing. From today onward, you'll be able to live the happy and carefree life you wanted." At this moment, a delicate figure appeared in Duanling Tian's mind and caused the smirk on his face to disappear. It was replaced with a warm smile. Naturally, in other people's eyes, it seemed as though he was just smiling goofily. He actually killed Su Jing? At the same time, the spectators finally regained their senses. They gasped in shock as they looked at Duanling Tian, who seemed to have a silly smile on his face. The silly smile on Duanling Tian's face appeared out of place on his aloof face. However, nobody paid any attention to this at all. Their attention was on the fact that Duanling Tian had killed Su Jing. When they saw Su Jing had died, there was a smile on the faces of the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. They were also looking at Duanling Tian with a hint of warmth in their eyes. "Thank you, benefactor Li Feng. Thank you, fellow Li Feng." Two voices entered Duanling Tian's ears in a timely manner and took him by surprise. When he lifted his head, he realized the people who had sent him the voice transmissions were none other than the abbot of Brahma Temple and the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine. He had killed Su Jing and had indirectly avenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Li Feng! Li Feng! At the same time, the sectless cultivators on the scene had also burst into a commotion. One by one, they shouted Duanling Tian's fake name excitedly. Duanling Tian killing Su Jing had also indirectly avenged Zhonggu. Naturally, they were excited. When Duanling Tian killed Su Jing, the sectless cultivators felt delighted and satisfied. Let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even in the entire upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, sectless cultivators were always oppressed by those who had forces backing them. After all, those who were in a force usually had better cultivation environments and cultivation resources. Sectless cultivators, on the other hand, could only rely on natural resources and was usually much more lacking. However, today, Duanling Tian, or more accurately, Li Feng, a sectless cultivator, had killed Su Jing. Who was Su Jing? He was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. If Duanling Tian had killed Su Jing before today, many people would be surprised, but not to this extent, since the current Su Jing was different from before. Not only did he kill Zhonggu, a strong powerhouse among the sectless cultivators who was his old rival, but he also killed both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi even when they had joined forces. In the past, both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi could have defeated him easily. However, in just a year, he had risen to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage, making him the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. If there was no Duanling Tian, Su Jing would, naturally, be the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Unfortunately, the appearance of Duanling Tian, or Li Feng, did not only pull him down from the clouds, but it had made him fall into hell as well, never to stand up again. It was because of this most people were extremely shocked by Duanling Tian killing Su Jing. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the Refined Saint stage. This Li Feng is really a monster. Previously, it seems like he had shown some interest in joining the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. Whichever one he chooses, it would not be a stretch for them to become a quasi-third-rate force a few dozen years later if he joins them, somebody exclaimed loudly all of a sudden. At once, everyone shifted their attention to Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Both of them were the representatives for the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Earlier, Duanling Tian did express interest in joining one of their forces. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other, and both of them could see the hostility in each other's eyes. After all, there was only one Li Feng. It was impossible for them to split him into half. Li Feng, as the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, I'll give you a chance to live, as long as you join our Rising Sky Mansion and swear on the Lightning Penalty Oath that you'll spare no efforts in working for the Rising Sky Mansion. I can pardon you on behalf of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion will also nurture you with all that we have. It's not impossible for you to become the Mansion Master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the future. Right at this moment, a voice transmission suddenly entered Duanling Tian's ears. It was a voice transmission from Su Tsun, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on Su Tsun's words, it was obvious if Duanling Tian was willing to swear on the Lightning Penalty Oath, the Rising Sky Mansion would not find any trouble with him. Although Su Tsun wanted to kill his grandson's murderer, even he could not help but appreciate Duanling Tian's talent. If he could bring a genius like him back, he would definitely be considered as having done something of great merit. At that time, nobody would blame him for Su Jing's death as well. As for the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, although he loved his son a lot, from what Su Tsun could see, as long as he's wise enough, he would realize the benefits of Li Feng joining the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion used to be a quasi-third-rate force before it fell and became a fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky Mansion was even more eager compared to the other fourth-rate forces to gain the status of a quasi-third-rate force. For the clan's interest, one could completely put aside one's personal enmity. Elder Su, did I hear you correctly? Upon hearing Su Tsun's voice transmission, Duanling Tian looked at him before he openly and casually said, "You actually want me to join your Rising Sky Mansion? Even if you can cast aside the enmity caused by me killing your grandson, don't tell me your Mansion Master will also be able to put aside his enmity and not make things difficult for me." The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place broke into a commotion. It did not cross anyone's mind that Su Tsun, who had wanted Li Feng dead, would extend an olive branch to him. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, on the other hand, understood Su Xiyan. After all, Li Feng's innate talent was just too great. If they had him, barring any unseen circumstances, it would not be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. At once, their eyes as they looked at Su Tsun was filled with hostility. "Little brother Li Feng, don't believe him. He's most likely trying to deceive you, and he probably wants you to go with him so he can kill you in the middle of the journey." Renzhong transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian, sowing discord between Duanling Tian and Su Tsun. He did not wish for Duanling Tian to join the Rising Sky Mansion, even though he understood Su Tsun's intention. Lu Hongguang's voice transmission reached him as well. The content of the voice transmission was more or less the same. He was also trying to sow discord between him and Sutsun. Naturally, Duanling Tian could guess both their intentions. Although he found it funny, he still reassured them that he would never join the Rising Sky Mansion. After receiving Duanling Tian's reply, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were very pleased since this meant they had one less rival. The Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion actually wants Li Feng to join the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people were in disbelief when they regained their senses. Don't tell me he has forgotten that his grandson is killed by Li Feng? Moreover, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is also killed by him. Somebody asked curiously. You're being too naive. With Li Feng's innate talent, put aside the fact that he has killed the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he kills the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, the people from Rising Sky Mansion would still welcome him if he wants to join them. A martial cultivator who has reached the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40 is more than extraordinary. That's right. As long as such a talented martial cultivator is given enough time to grow, it wouldn't be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. A personal enmity is nothing compared to the future of the entire sect. The crowd discussed among themselves. They felt it was not entirely inexcusable for Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, to propose something like that. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people heard Duanling Tian's words, they were furious. They felt Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was humiliating their Rising Sky Mansion. However, after they had calmed down, they felt Sutsun was not wrong in his decision. You don't have to worry. As long as you swear by the lightning penalty oath to stay loyal to the Rising Sky Mansion for the rest of your life, I can promise you that, let alone me, even the mansion master won't make things difficult for you, Sutsun immediately said. Although Duanling Tian had publicly replied to him earlier, he was not angry. It seems like the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is just as cold-hearted as you. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in joining such a heartless sect. Duanling Tian rejected him directly. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang smiled when they saw Duanling Tian rejecting Sutsun, but Sutsun's expression turned extremely grave. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang before transmitting his voice to both of them at once. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, I'm afraid none of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion would be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking today. I'm worried after Sutsun brings his men away, they'll hide and ambush me when they get a chance. Due to this reason, I'd like to leave on my own first. Is it okay if I wait for both of you at the mountain range 100 meters to the west? Upon hearing that, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang nodded their heads. Indeed, if Sutsun brought his men and leave first, they could hide outside Nimble Valley to ambush Duanling Tian. Even both of them would not be able to guard against that. Although Sutsun was the strongest powerhouse among the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people who were here, there was a Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion staying in a town near Nimble Valley. If Sutsun went to find him, it would not be difficult for them if they wanted to ambush and kill Duanling Tian. Due to this reason, they agreed to Duanling Tian's proposal. Okay, go wait for us in the mountain range 100 meters to the west. Both of us know where that is. In any case, although the finals of the Rising Sky ranking battle has not taken place, we can both conclude you're ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. I'm sure nobody will object to this as well. After all, your strength is plain for everyone to see and judge. It's only natural for you to rank first in the Rising Sky ranking, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang told Duanling Tian. In that case, thank you very much, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. After Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude, he flew and left directly under the watchful eyes of the others. Sutsun's eyes gleamed when he saw Duanling Tian had left the nimble chess set, and he immediately wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, with Renzhong and Lu Hongguang here, it was difficult for him to take even a single step forward. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, what are both of you trying to do? Sutsun's expression was grave. Right now, none of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples stand a chance of being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Don't tell me I can't even bring my men away? Elder Su, you can leave, but you'll have to wait for 15 minutes. The same goes for everyone from the Rising Sky Mansion, Renzhong replied nonchalantly. Although Lu Hongguang remained silent, judging by the way people from the Raging Wave Mansion flew out one after another to block the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people from leaving with a wave of his sleeve, one could see the stance he had taken. At this moment, even if Sutsun was very stupid, he could tell that Renzhong and Lu Hongguang had already reached an agreement with Li Feng. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Just as Duanling Tian left the Nimble chess set and the Nimble Valley, Renzhong cast a glance at the surrounding and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, this Rising Sky ranking battle can be said as the most brilliant one compared to the battles in the past several hundreds of years. Li Feng has not even reached the age of 40, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he even killed Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm sure none of you would object to me giving him the rank of number 1 in the Rising Sky ranking, right? Nobody would have ever thought the moment Li Feng left, Renzhong would immediately announce him to be first in the Rising Sky ranking. However, everyone agreed with his words. Let alone the fact that Li Feng had killed Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Just his cultivation base alone that was at the peak of the refined saint stage was already enough to allow him to sail through the battle. No participants in the Rising Sky ranking battle would even think of fighting Li Feng at all. Due to this reason, even if Li Feng did not leave, the battle between Li Feng and the other ringmasters would have just been a formality, since they would admit defeat anyway. They would not have dared to fight with him. After all, up until now, those who had fought Li Feng had all been killed by him. 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples had all died in Li Feng's hand, one after another. Although they were not certain if Li Feng would only kill people from the Rising Sky Mansion and not the others, they were not going to take the risk. If they were wrong, what awaited them would only be death. Person only had one life. Once a person died, everything was over. Due to Duanling Tian's departure and Renzhong and Lu Hongguang obstructing him, Sutsun, who could not chase after Duanling Tian, immediately said mockingly, "Vice Mansion Master Ren, isn't this a little too presumptuous?" Although he also felt Li Feng would definitely rank first if he did not leave, his heart felt unwilling when he recalled how easily Li Feng had left and even obtained the honor of being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Presumptuous? Before Renzhong replied, Lu Hongguang smirked as he said, "Elder Su, it doesn't seem like you're qualified to say whether we're being presumptuous or not, right?" Sutsun's expression turned grave as someone stepped out and challenged the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who had taken Su Jing's place earlier, replacing him as ringmaster. All of the 9 ringmasters present, is there anyone who objects to Li Feng being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking? If you object to this, you're free to come to our Sky Hurdle Mansion another day and fight Li Feng," Renzhong announced with surety as he looked at the 9 ringmasters. When Lu Hongguang heard Renzhong's words, he frowned, feeling slightly uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by going to their Sky Hurdle Mansion to battle with Li Feng? Could it be that he thought Li Feng had already agreed to join their Sky Hurdle Mansion? Not wanting to be outdone, Lu Hongguang immediately chimed in, "Exactly. If there's any of you who are dissatisfied with the results, you can come to our Raging Wave Mansion in the future to fight Li Feng. If you win, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking will go to you." Upon hearing Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's words, the 9 ringmasters looked at each other. None of them dared to utter a word. What a joke. Li Feng's strength was obvious. Fighting him was just seeking for one's death. Soon after, the Winemeat Monk was the first to say, "I don't have any objection." Winemeat Monk's expression had remained grave ever since the Flowery Monk had died. He was his junior brother after all. He did not have any biological brother, therefore he had long regarded the Flowery Monk as his own blood brother. It was only natural he was furious when his blood brother was killed. Since Li Feng had killed Su Jing, it could be said that he had inadvertently avenged the Flowery Monk. Due to this reason, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Li Feng and did not wish to be a hindrance to him at this moment. When the Winemeat Monk spoke up, Yu Suzi and In Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine also followed in his footsteps and expressed their opinion. Following that, a few sectless cultivators also said they did not have objections. Looking at how everyone had said they did not object to this, the remaining few ringmasters acquiesced as well, agreeing that Li Feng should be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. In that case, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking has already been determined to be Li Feng. As for the 2nd place to the 10th place, the battle will start tomorrow. For now, let's stop for the day. When Renzhong's words left his mouth, he collaborated with Lu Hongguang to retrieve the Nimble chess set. Everyone immediately returned to the Nimble Valley. After 15 minutes, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang no longer stopped Sutsun and the others from the Rising Sky Mansion from leaving. However, before Sutsun left, he could not help but transmit a message to Renzhong and Lu Hongguang separately. The content of the message stated that only one of them would be able to successfully recruit Duanling Tian. He would be willing to reward whoever who would tell him about Duanling Tian's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang did not even bother with him. Reward? Would they lack any of the things Sutsun had? Moreover, what could compare to such a talented genius like Li Feng? Sutsun's face turned green before it turned pale when he saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang ignoring him. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and bring the people from Rising Sky Mansion away with him furiously. At the same time, Duanling Tian had already reached the mountain range 100 meters to the west of Nimble Valley. When all was quiet in the dead of the night, Duanling Tian, who was resting on an ancient pine tree in the mountain range, heard a voice in the distance. Did you hear? The mystical Sky Mansion is recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Dao Martial Saint Land in a year's time. It's said that the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone would also open in a year's time. As he narrowed his eyes, he could see 2 men flying side by side in the dark sky. Yes, I only heard about it today. Only a quasi-third-rate force has a Saint Martial Secret Zone, and it only allows Saint stage geniuses below 40 years old to enter it. Once you enter, let's not talk about a huge fortuitous encounter. Your strength will rise even if your fortuitous encounter is small, the other voice said, gradually fading away. Soon after, the voices faded as the 2 figures traveled further and further away. A quasi-third-rate force called the Mystical Sky Mansion? They're recruiting Saint stage geniuses below 40 years old? The Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the dark night, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up like 2 brilliant stars in the dark night. Originally, he had planned on choosing either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or Raging Wave Mansion based on the conditions that Renzhong and Lu Hongguang would present him after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. His objective was to use a 4th-rate force as a springboard to soar to the top. After he had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he planned to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to search for his fiancée Kur. Moreover, he could use the help from a 4th-rate force to inquire about this father. However, when he heard a quasi-third-rate force called the Mystical Sky Mansion was going to recruit disciples who were Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, another thought rose up in his mind. Compared to a 4th-rate force, a quasi-third-rate force would undoubtedly be a better springboard. Moreover, he was also curious about the Saint Martial's Secret Zone, or something that only a quasi-third-rate force possessed, since it was his first time hearing about it. In that case, I have no choice but to stand Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu up. It's a good thing I didn't use my real identity. Li Feng is merely a name I made up so I don't have to worry about them pursuing and killing me out of rage and humiliation. When Duanling Tian thought about this, he proceeded to leave the mountain range in the dark of the night. At this moment, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, none of them knew Li Feng had already stood them up and left in advance. At this moment, they were still eagerly waiting for tomorrow to arrive. They were excited just by imagining Li Feng joining their sects after the end of the Rising Sky ranking battle tomorrow. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of this. However, even if he was aware of it, he would still leave as well. Whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, he knew why they treated him so well. It was all because of his high innate talent. Otherwise, they would not have bothered with him at all. Now that he had found a better option, naturally, he did not have to limit himself to the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. Although it was Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's job to protect him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he still felt indebted to them. Vice Mansion Master Run, Elder Lu. I'll return your favor eventually in the future if there's a chance. Duanling Tian did not like to owe anyone favors after all. After leaving the mountain range, he returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion's district and the Green Wave Han Mansion. With his current strength, unless it was a Greenwave Han Mansion's powerhouse at the Eminent Saint stage or above, nobody could detect him if he deliberately concealed himself. Although he was a martial cultivator at the intermediate pristine saint stage, his strength was actually equivalent to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, it was not a problem even if he did not conceal his presence. After all, not only did he know Han Xuanai, the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, but he also knew Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. He originally wanted to look for Xuanai to surprise her. However, he changed his mind and looked for Han Zhengtian first. He was sure his uncle Han was anxious about this matter as well. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian decided to reveal his presence. Sure enough, his presence was soon detected by the others. He had switched his disguise to the aloof Ling Tian from the previous time he was here. Some of the Greenwave Han Mansion's disciples who were patrolling recognized him, so they did not make things difficult for him. Duanling Tian was able to meet Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, without any obstacle. "Little Tian, you're back? How did it go?" Han Zhengtian asked, unable to hold himself back when he saw Duanling Tian had returned. Counting the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle should have ended by now. Since Duanling Tian had returned, it was obvious he just came back from the Rising Sky ranking battle. It's a success. If it was Han Xuanai, Duanling Tian might tease her a little, but it was not appropriate for him to joke in front of Han Zhengtian. Han Zhengtian was elated. However, he still asked for confirmation. "That friend of yours really killed Su Jing?" When Duanling Tian had left previously, he had said he would ask a friend from a quasi-third-rate force to kill Su Jing, the young master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Due to this reason, Han Zhengtian had no idea it was Duanling Tian who had personally made a move. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. Although he had succeeded, he did not feel the need to explain too much. "Thank you, little Tian." Han Zhengtian, naturally, did not doubt Duanling Tian's words. After taking a deep breath, he actually bowed to express his gratitude to Duanling Tian. It surprised Duanling Tian that he quickly got out of the way. "Uncle Han, you can't do that. I treat Xuanai as my biological sister, so her problem is my problem as well. You're her father and also my senior. There's no need for you to be so courteous." Upon hearing that, Han Zhengtian smiled. Meanwhile, he heaved a sigh of relief. The stone that was pressing on his heart had finally disappeared. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian bade him farewell and went to look for Han Xuanai. He was bored during the journey, so he took out Su Jing's spatial ring with just a thought. When he dripped his blood on it to claim blood ownership, he realized he could not do so. Naturally, he knew what this meant. Su Jing is still alive? Horror dawned on Duanling Tian immediately. One would need to perform the blood ownership claim on a spatial ring if one wanted to access the items in it. A spatial ring with an owner would not allow anyone to access it unless the owner personally revoked the blood ownership claim or if he had died. At this moment, Su Jing's spatial ring could not be opened at all. In that case, there was only one possibility. Su Jing did not die. Impossible! Duanling Tian felt that it was impossible when he thought about it. When he killed Su Jing, he had done so with the sword ray consolidated with his 10,000 swords territory along with the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadowed Heart, and his brute strength. The powerful sword ray had directly pierced the space between Su Jing's eyebrows. The space between the brows and the heart were the Achilles heel of a human being. The heart controlled the body while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing the space between the brows was equivalent to shattering a soul, and this was the safest technique in ensuring the death of someone. Attacking the heart had its own risk since some people had hearts that were located slightly away from the normal place. At that time, if Duanling Tian did not kill him in one shot, Su Jing definitely would have admitted defeat when he regained his senses. Due to this reason, he did not dare to take the risk and did not aim for his heart. It was precisely because of this he had chosen the safest method by piercing the space between Su Jing's brows to shatter his soul. At that time, I'd stretched my divine consciousness out and determined Su Jing's soul has already shattered when his body fell. By right, once the soul has shattered, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, Why can't I perform the blood ownership claim on his spatial ring? Duanling Tian's face was slightly pale. Perhaps there were many good items in Su Jing's spatial ring since the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi's spatial rings were in it as well. However, Duanling Tian did not think about the items inside. His mind was entirely focused on the reason why he could not perform the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring. No matter how long he mulled over it, there was only one possibility left. Su Jing was still alive. Elder Hua, Duanling Tian, who refused to believe Su Jing was still alive, immediately called out to Elder Hua, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to ask about this matter. When Elder Hua was in his prime, he was a powerful being in the Devata realm, so he might be able to give him some useful information. After Duanling Tian told him everything, Elder Hua thought about it for a moment before he asked, "You said he's a devil cultivator?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "I heard from the others that Su Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. After a year, when he showed up, not only was he devil cultivator, his cultivation base had even risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." To be honest, even Duanling Tian could not help but be taken aback by Su Jing's progress. In fact, even if he had help from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 5 days inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equal to a day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year outside. Similar to the situation before the Rising Sky ranking battle. Although he had spent almost 4 years inside the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, despite spending most of his time elevating his cultivation base instead of comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, he only managed to strengthen his cultivation base at the early Pristine Saint stage before he made a breakthrough to the intermediate Pristine Saint stage. Although Duanling Tian was only at the intermediate Pristine Saint stage, he was very close to the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. Moreover, his battle ability was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint stage. This could be seen from how he had killed Su Jing. He progressed so quickly in such a short period of time and became a devil cultivator on top of that. I think he must have learned the soul congregation technique in the devil Dao cultivation method. Elder Hua spoke again soon after. Soul congregation technique? Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this. Yes, the soul congregation technique, Elder Hua replied. Some of the higher-level Devil Dao cultivation method and Dao celestial method contains the soul congregation technique. The soul congregation is a technique that can assemble the soul again once it's shattered during a period of time. Naturally, although the soul has been assembled, it'll take some time before it can recover. Then, does this mean he'll come back to life? Duanling Tian gasped. You can say so, Elder Hua replied again. Upon hearing his words, Duanling Tian's expression turned extremely grave. Then, this means that not only is Su Jing's shattered soul being assembled by the soul congregation technique, but he's even coming back to life? How's this possible? Duanling Tian muttered to himself as the muscle on his face twitched slightly. He had traveled more than 10,000 miles to the Rising Sky Mansions district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle in order to kill Su Jing and resolve the crisis for Xuanai. He had thought he had killed Su Jing. Who knew it would turn out like this in the end? Currently, Uncle Han thinks Su Jing's dead. If he finds out Su Jing's not dead, how disappointed would he be? Duanling Tian's expression turned even graver as time continued to pass. Earlier, he had planned to find Han Xuanai to tell her about this piece of good news. However, when he thought of Su Jing still alive, he left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate on his own. At this moment, he needed to calm down. Elder Hua, you said earlier it would take some time before his soul fully recovers after he used the soul congregation technique. How long will it take exactly? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua again. It depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. The soul congregation technique is separated into various grades and ranks too. However, even the best soul congregation technique I know of would need at least a year or so to completely assemble a soul at the peak of the refined saint stage and return to a body to reincarnate, Elder Hua replied. A year or so? Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he heard this. Earlier, he was most worried that Su Jing would recover immediately, and his marriage to Xuanai would proceed as planned. However, it seemed like for the time being there was no way for him to proceed with the marriage. Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease for the time being. A year or so. And that's the best soul congregation technique Elder Hua has ever seen. The technique Su Jing mastered shouldn't be this powerful. He would most likely need 2 to 3 years to recover at the very least. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze turned piercing. Su Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, if I can kill you once, then I can kill you twice. When I kill you in 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. After 2 to 3 years, even if Su Jing managed to assemble his soul and return to a body, his cultivation base would remain the same as it was when he died. Duan Ling Tian could already kill him now. It would be even easier to kill him after 2 or 3 years since Su Jing's cultivation base would still be the same. At that time, I'll just use Li Feng's identity and find an excuse to kill him. I'll just say I feel unresigned for not being able to kill him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, and due to this, a devilish barrier has formed in my martial Dao's heart and blocks my path of pursuing the martial Dao. Due to this reason, I need to kill him to clear the obstacles in my path. If I use this as an excuse, it won't implicate the Green Wave Han Mansion. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his heart was completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would never be able to find a connection between Li Feng and the Green Wave Han Mansion. This was why he was not worried this would implicate the Green Wave Han Mansion. After a month, it'll be the day of the marriage set by the Rising Sky Mansion. However, now that Su Jing's soul is shattered, he wouldn't be able to marry Xuan'ai. Xuan'ai will be safe within these 2 to 3 years, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and sighed in relief. If it was like that, his trip to the Rising Sky Mansion's district could not be considered to be in vain. After he had thought it over, he went to find Han Xuan'ai. Brother Ling Tian. When Han Xuan'ai saw Duan Ling Tian, she was filled with excitement. Her originally gloomy expression had disappeared and was replaced with a smile. However, her smile still contained a hint of bitterness. Brother Ling Tian, where did you go during this past year? Han Xuan'ai asked without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to speak. I went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. The Rising Sky Mansion's district? Upon hearing that, the smile on Han Xuan'ai's face froze immediately. The 3 words Rising Sky Mansion was undoubtedly the bane of her existence. A month later, she would have to be married to the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, that playboy and good-for-nothing kid. Seeing Xuan'ai's expression froze with pain in her eyes, Duan Ling Tian instantly dismissed the thought of teasing her and said without beating around the bush, Xuan'ai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't come for you for the marriage. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, is dead. He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Han Xuan'ai was completely stunned when she heard his words. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had died? He had died during the Rising Sky ranking battle? To Han Xuan'ai, this news was undoubtedly like a bomb. She was shocked. Naturally, she did not doubt her brother Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know who killed Su Jing, this was just too convenient. Was it not? Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuan'ai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss all the expression flitting past her face. At first, it was bafflement. Then, it was followed by disbelief before it finally settled on a pleasantly surprised expression. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. He did not plan to reveal how Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, might still be alive. After all, the crisis had been solved for the time being. Brother Ling Tian, you have something to do with his death, right? Although Han Xuan'ai felt it was quite unlikely, she had a strong feeling her brother Ling Tian had something to do with Su Jing's death. Counting the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended not too long ago. Yes. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not hide anything from Han Xuan'ai. He nodded as he said, a year ago, after I left the Green Wave Han Mansion, I went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district and created a disguise and called myself Li Feng to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. I decided to kill him during the Rising Sky ranking battle so that his death wouldn't be connected to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Although Han Xuan'ai was already mentally prepared for it, she was still bewildered when she received confirmation from her brother Ling Tian. Based on his words, it seemed like he was the one who had personally made a move. How could she not be baffled over this? Brother Ling Tian, your strength. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian, slightly stunned. Her face was filled with confusion and disbelief. Everyone else might not know Duan Ling Tian, but she was very familiar with him. Although his innate talent was not too bad, her intuition was telling her it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Su Jing. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was at the early refined saint stage a year ago. After a year, it was unlikely he did not break through to the intermediate refined saint stage with the great resources and nurturing from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, her brother Ling Tian had actually killed Su Jing. Then, did this mean her brother Ling Tian possessed strength at the intermediate refined saint stage or above? My cultivation base is only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, due to how extraordinary my true origin is, I can fight with opponents who are a stage higher than I am, Duan Ling Tian said. Intermediate pristine saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Xuanai sighed in relief. Compared to the cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, this was still acceptable. However, when she regained her senses, she recalled the latter part of Duan Ling Tian's words. She could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Why you can fight opponents who are a stage higher than you?" At this moment, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she had seen a ghost. Was there such a true origin in this world? Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. If it's not because of this, I wouldn't have been Su Jing's match at all. However, Xuanai, you're the only one that knows about this matter. I told Uncle Han that I asked a friend of mine from a quasi-third-rate force to kill him, and my friend's name is Li Feng. If Father knows you're the one who personally made a move, he would be greatly shocked, Brother Ling Tian. After learning that Su Jing was dead, the black clouds hanging above Han Xuanai had disappeared and she seemed to have returned to the former mischievous Han Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian was happy when he saw this. This was the ending he had wanted. Naturally, it was still too early to use the word ending. It's impossible for Su Jing to recover without taking at least 2 to 3 years. It shouldn't be a problem for me to head to the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was because he had learned about the mystical sky mansion recruiting saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 in a year's time that he decided to stand Renzhong and Lu Hong Guang up and return to the Green Wave Han mansion first. Apart from the fact that the mystical sky mansion was the best springboard for him, he was also curious about the St. Martial's secret zone that the mystical sky mansion would open in a year's time. Although he had already planned to go to the mystical sky mansion, he was not in a rush to leave at all. I'll wait for a month, and if nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion comes, I'll return to the Windfall Nation to visit senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. At that time, I left without even saying goodbye to Tianwu. I wonder if she's upset about it, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought about Feng Tianwu with a wry smile, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something, and she quickly said, "Oh, Brother Ling Tian. Not long after you left, Sister Tianwu came here to look for you." Tianwu? She came here to look for me? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard this. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. Originally, I wanted Sister Tianwu to stay in the Green Wave Han Mansion to wait for your return, but she left without waiting for long since I wasn't even sure if you'll return or not. When she reached the end of her sentence, she felt a little awkward. Tianwu actually came to the Green Wave Han Mansion to look for me? Duan Ling Tian was in a daze for a long time. His heart was moved. Since Tianwu has left the Drift Blaze sect, her cultivation base must have already broken through to the pristine saint stage as well. I wonder where did she go after leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion. It's fine, by the time I arrive at the quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion, and make a name for Li Feng, I'm sure Tianwu will be able to guess that it's me. Although it was only the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was still extremely vast. Due to this reason, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to search for Feng Tianwu without any clues. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although Feng Tianwu had left the Windfall Nation of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district, he did not dismiss the plan of returning since there were many people he missed there. Apart from his seniors, there were his senior brother and friends as well. Naturally, it was not that Duan Ling Tian did not think about bringing by Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others to the Greenwave Mansion. However, doing so would announce to everyone that he had a connection with the Greenwave Han Mansion. Currently, the name Duanling Tian had spread in the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from some people who were ignorant of the state of affairs or were out of touch with the outside world, almost everyone knew about Duanling Tian. Perhaps most people did not care about how high Duanling Tian's innate talent and strength was, but they definitely cared about the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. It was something everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land coveted. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even people from quasi-third-rate forces would covet it. Due to this reason, it was not convenient for Duanling Tian to reveal his identity before he reached a certain level of strength. For the foreseeable future, he would go by the name Ling Tian. That was his name in his past life. It was not hard for Duanling Tian to imagine the Windfall Nation must be targeted by many people, and his good friends were definitely the first to be targeted. If he brought them over to the Greenwave Han Mansion now, it would definitely implicate it. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, he thought leaving them in the Windfall Nation was undoubtedly the best option. Duanling Tian bade goodbye to Han Xuanai, and he also asked her to help him bid goodbye to Han Zhang Tian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, before he left, as she looked on reluctantly. As for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, they were still in the closed-door cultivation, so Duanling Tian did not manage to meet them. After leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion, he headed straight for the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. While Duanling Tian was traveling back to the Windfall Nation, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansions district, in the fourth-rate Force Rising Sky Mansion, a mighty commotion had erupted. After the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, was not in a rush to bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he went to visit the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in a nearby town. After that, both of them brought their men and searched inch by inch in all directions around the Nimble Valley for Li Feng, Duanling Tian's fake persona. Moreover, the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, who excelled in concealing himself, even boldly tailed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, all the way to the mountain range 100 meters to the west of Nimble Valley. He noticed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's expression had turned extremely grave when they arrived at the mountain range. Although he was standing in the distance, he still heard the discussion between the people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. They were all rebuking Li Feng for standing them up. When they saw the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Mansion left in a rage, the Vice Mansion Master and Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion reunited again and continued their search. Although they had searched for many days, they could not find any traces of Li Feng at all. At this point, Su Tsin could only bring his men and return to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate with his tail tucked between his legs. He knew what awaited him would be the flame of wrath from the high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was still not too bad if the Rising Sky Mansion's 3 disciples, including his grandson, had died. His grandson was the most outstanding one among the 3 of them, and his death would impact the Rising Sky Mansion greatly. However, the high-ranking officials would not blame him but console him instead. Alas, it was not just his grandson and the other 2 disciples who had died. There was another person who had died as well. That person was very important in the Rising Sky Mansion. Apart from being the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, based on the strength Su Jing displayed during the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was more than enough to prove how monstrously high his innate talent was. If he was given the time to grow stronger, he would definitely become the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was not even impossible for him to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force. Currently, Lord Mansion Master must have already learned about the young Mansion Master's death. When Su Tsin thought about this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he had nothing to do with this matter, as the leader of the trip this time, it would be difficult for him to shirk the responsibility for not protecting his junior well enough. He might not be sentenced to death, but he might be punished to face the wall for many years. Due to this reason, he was filled with anxiety when he walked into the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. His eyes kept darting everywhere. At the side, a hunchback young man was carrying a body that seemed to belong to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Su Zhen came to a halt. Ha! As he looked over in that direction, he saw a group of people being led by the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion walking in the air toward him in a menacing manner. This instantly caused guilt to rise up in his heart. However, what happened next stunned him. Grand Elder, my condolences to you. Grand Elder, condolences. After the group of high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion appeared in front of Su Zhen, with the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion at the lead, all of them sent their condolences to the Grand Elder. It was obvious they had already learned about the death of his grandson, Su Can. Su Can's soul pearl was in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate after all. Due to this reason, when Su Can's soul pearl shattered, the people in the Rising Sky Mansion immediately learned about his death. It's indeed true that God is jealous of geniuses. If nothing had happened to Su Can, he would have stood a chance in becoming the young mansion master. In fact, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the next mansion master as well. Many Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials sighed emotionally. All of you. When Su Zhen saw the people in front of him, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, only speaking about his grandson and not a word about Su Jing, he was greatly taken aback. At the same time, he felt like something was amiss. Although his grandson's innate talent was not inferior to Su Jing previously, his position was far from being comparable to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Faced with the consolation from the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Zhen thought to himself, "Don't tell me they've not realized the young mansion master's soul pearl has also shattered?" Although he did not think it was possible, faced with the current situation, he had no other choice but to think so. He could not think of any other reason why this group of people would only comfort him. Judging by their manner, it was obvious the high-ranking officials, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not know about Su Jing's death. Lord Mansion Master, Su Can's strength is not as good as the others, and his sacrifice for the Rising Sky Mansion is heroic and brave. I've come to accept it now, but young Mansion Master Su Zhen looked at the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Initially, when he was talking about his grandson, he was holding back the grievances he felt, but when he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but smile wryly as he turned to look at the back. What's wrong with Jing'a? Su Zhen's words also caused the expression of Su Yicheng, the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, to turn grave immediately. He instantly turned to look at where Su Zhen was staring at. In just a glance, he saw the body that was being carried by a hunchback young man. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the hunchback young man took a step back, and the body he was carrying over his shoulder was already in Su Yicheng's embrace. Young mansion master. Upon seeing the bloody hole between his brows and his body that was covered in dried blood, the high-ranking officials who followed after Su Yicheng turned horrified one after another. It was impossible for him to survive such an injury. Impossible. At this moment, Su Yicheng looked at his son, who was in his embrace, with an expression of disbelief on his face. At the same time, he took out a soul pearl. The soul pearl belonged to his son, Su Jing. The soul pearl was still intact, and this meant his son was not dead. At this moment, when Su Zhen saw Su Yicheng took out the soul pearl with disbelief clearly written on his face, he could feel chills running up his spine. Lord Mansion Master, the soul pearl in your hand. This is Jing'er's soul pearl. He's still alive. Su Yicheng's tone brooked no argument. The soul pearl could not lie. What? He's not dead. The space between his brows has been pierced, and his soul is shattered. The young mansion master suffered such an injury, but he's still alive? This is impossible, right? Currently, Su Zhen was not the only one who was shocked. Even the group of high-ranking officials and disciples standing behind him were dumbfounded as well. The Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who had gone to the Rising Sky ranking battle in particular were even more shocked since they had witnessed Su Jing being killed with their own eyes. The sword pierced through the space between his brows, and his soul was shattered. Even if a deity descended on Earth, he might not be able to bring him back to life. However, the mansion master said the young mansion master was still alive. Could it be that the mansion master has gone crazy after seeing his son has died? Many Rising Sky Mansion's disciples shared the same thought. Naturally, they did not dare to verbalize their thoughts. Most people were baffled when they looked at the intact soul pearl in Su Yicheng's hand. Is this really the young mansion master's soul pearl? It's obvious the young mansion master is dead. How can his soul pearl still be intact? Could be it that the Lord Mansion Master has got the wrong soul pearl. At this moment, they only thought the Mansion Master had mistaken someone else's soul pearl for the young Mansion Master's soul pearl. Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was a majestic-looking man with a huge build, although his appearance was ordinary. At this moment, he stretched his divine consciousness out and entered his son's body. Soon after, he sensed a weak vitality in the depth of his son's mind. That vitality belonged to the soul. Although it was very weak, it still felt very familiar to him. This was because the soul's vitality was identical to the trace of the soul in the soul pearl he was holding. Jing'er, although he had no idea how his son had survived such an injury, it was not what he was concerned about. He was more concerned if his son was really alive. Such a weak soul vitality might shatter completely if he was not careful. Fate either. I need a quiet room. I only need T3 years at most T2 to heal C completely. Just as Su Yicheng's divine consciousness enveloped the small trace of soul vitality, he heard a voice through his divine consciousness. After the voice was transmitted to him, the originally weak soul seemed to have gotten even weaker. Okay. Upon hearing his son's voice and learning that his son was not dead and had a chance to recover, Su Yicheng temporarily threw everything to the back of his mind and carried Su Jing to the mansion he usually stayed in and placed him in a quiet underground room. Everyone, including Su Tsin, was bewildered when they saw the mansion master bringing the young mansion master's body away. However, they soon saw Su Yicheng making his way back again. They noticed the expression of their Lord Mansion Master was extremely grim at this moment. They were not surprised at all. After all, everyone would be in a bad mood after learning their son had died. After Su Yicheng returned, he instantly looked at Su Tsin and asked in a deep voice, "Grand Elder, what happened exactly during the Rising Sky ranking battle? Why is my son injured to such a degree? Moreover, how did your grandson, Su Kan, and the other two disciples died?" Injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, everyone, including Su Tsin, was stunned. Lord Mansion Master said the young Mansion Master was injured? Was he not dead? Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master, at this moment one of the Vice Mansion Masters of Rising Sky Mansion, could no longer hold back. He looked at Su Yicheng and asked, "He's only injured?" "Severely injured. He'll need at least 3 years to completely recover," Su Yicheng replied coldly. Based on his tone, he was in an extremely bad mood. What kind of father would be in a good mood if his son was injured to such an extent? Su Yicheng's eyes did not leave Su Tsin at all. He was really curious about what had taken place at the Rising Sky ranking battle that caused 3 people's death and 1 person to be gravely injured. They were 4 of the most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion. He's only injured? Upon hearing Su Yicheng's words, whether it was Su Tsin or the others, their faces were filled with disbelief. They had seen Su Jing's body earlier. From the place between his brows, it was pierced cleanly through. By right, his soul should have shattered and it was impossible for him to survive. However, their Lord Mansion Master was saying that he was only injured and would recover in 3 years' time? Lord Mansion Master, is what you said true? Su Tsin asked in disbelief. At the same time, the others also looked at Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. They were extremely curious about this since they all felt this was impossible. However, since Lord Mansion Master had already said so, there must be a reason behind it. I've no idea what happened to Jing'er as well. Although he's injured, and his soul's shattered, it has not completely faded away. Moreover, he could still communicate with me even though his soul is weak. He told me it would take him 3 years to recover at most. That's why I want to know what actually happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, and what happened to Jing'er. When Su Yicheng reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Su Tsin again. He's really not dead. However, at this moment, Su Tsin and the others' attention was not on the latter part of Su Yicheng's speech. This was because they were completely taken aback by the first half of Su Yicheng's words. He had suffered such a severe injury, and yet his soul did not fade away? What kind of monster was young mansion master? At this moment, an old vice mansion master asked hesitantly, "Could it be that young mansion master has mastered the soul congregation technique?" Soul congregation technique? Everyone, including Su Yicheng, instantly shifted their attention to the vice mansion master. They were all familiar with this vice mansion master. Although he was not the strongest in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was very knowledgeable. There were no books or records in the Rising Sky Mansion that he had not read. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if he claimed to be number 2 in terms of knowledge, nobody would dare to claim to be number 1. Yes, it's the soul congregation technique. The ancient vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion nodded before saying grimly, "I've read in an ancient book passed down in our Rising Sky Mansion, it said that some of the top-rate devil cultivation techniques have the soul congregation technique. Even if the soul is temporarily shattered, it would be able to recover after a while. However, the process to reassemble all the fragments of the soul is extremely difficult. Moreover, healing the soul and attaching it to a body would take at least 3 to 5 years. Perhaps even longer." As he reached this part of the sentence, he paused for a while before continuing again, "Just like that devil cultivator who caused the downfall of our Rising Sky Mansion to a 4th-rate force from a quasi-3rd-rate force. According to the information in the ancient book, the malicious devil cultivation technique, the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was a top-rate devil cultivation technique. It contained the soul congregation technique as well. Devil cultivator. Devouring dark devil technique." Upon hearing the vice mansion master's words, the crowd fell silent immediately. Almost everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew about what happened in the past in the Rising Sky Mansion. The devil cultivator who cultivated the malicious devil technique, the devouring dark devil technique, was someone who was hated to the core by everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion. If it was not because of him, the Rising Sky Mansion would not have fallen to such a level. If the young mansion master is a devil cultivator and has cultivated a top-rate devil technique, it's not surprising if he knows about the soul congregation technique. However, as far as I know, the young mansion master is not a devil cultivator. The ancient vice mansion master continued to say. The moment these words left his mouth, Su Yicheng and the group of people who did not attend the Rising Sky ranking battle nodded their heads one after another. However, the people who had just returned from the Nimble Valley, including Su Tsun, stood around and looked at each other. This was because they knew the young mansion master was a devil cultivator now. Nobody noticed this. Standing behind Su Tsun and the others, the eyes of the hunchback young man who carried Su Jing's body back lit up immediately when he heard the ancient vice mansion master's words. As the follower and lackey of the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, he knew what happened to Su Jing from the beginning until the end. Apart from Su Jing, only he alone knew in the Rising Sky Mansion that Su Jing had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He had thought he would lose his backer since the young mansion master had died. He did not expect things would take such a turn. The mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion had confirmed the young mansion did not die. Then the ancient vice mansion master mentioned the devouring dark devil technique and the soul congregation technique. Based on that, he was even more certain his young mansion master's life was saved, because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Naturally, he did not dare to reveal all this regardless if his young mansion master was alive or not. This was because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to keep this a secret. "Lord Mansion Master, there's something I must tell you." The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Tsun, looked at the Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, solemnly as he said, "During the Rising Sky ranking battle, young Mansion Master revealed himself as a devil cultivator. I think the young Mansion Master must have obtained a top devil Dao cultivation method that greatly increased his strength in the past year that caused him to fall into the devil Dao." Su Tsun had pieced everything together when he thought about the strength Su Jing had shown during the Rising Sky ranking battle and when he heard the ancient vice mansion master's words. As it turned out, the fortuitous encounter his young mansion master, Su Jing, had was obtaining a top devil Dao cultivation method. When he remembered that Su Jing only took a year to progress from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage, he shuddered internally. The top devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated is too heaven-defying. When Sutsun finished speaking, apart from the people who returned from the Rising Sky ranking battle with him, the others, including Sui Cheng, were dumbfounded. Sui Cheng was the first one to regain his senses. He looked at Sutsun as he said in his deep voice, "Grand Elder, tell me everything that happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, including how your grandchild, Sukan, and the other two died. Most importantly, tell me about my son." Su Yiqing was quite upset that he was unaware of his son becoming a devil cultivator. "Yes, Lord Mansion Master." Faced with Sui Cheng, Sutsun did not dare to dally. He began to recount everything that had happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle. When they learned that one of their Rising Sky Mansion's disciples died in the hands of Zhonggu, a few high-ranking officials were furious. Zhonggu's really bold. How dare he kill a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion? "Lord Mansion Master, the Rising Sky Mansion must not let Zhonggu go," they said indignantly. "There's no need for that." Sutsun shook his head. Everyone's eyes, including Su Yicheng, shifted to Sutsun immediately. He quickly said the young Mansion Master killed Zhonggu soon after. The few high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion's anger subsided after they heard this. Usually, they would be praising the young Mansion Master, Su Jing, at this time. However, they remained silent when they thought of Su Jing's current situation. "Continue speaking," Su Yicheng urged. Following that, Sutsun brought up Li Feng and told him how Li Feng had killed another disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion before killing his grandson, Sukan. At this point, Sutsun's expression turned grim. No matter what, Sukan was his grandson. The anger in his heart surged up, and he could not calm down for a period of time. Li Feng? A sexless cultivator? The Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Sui Cheng, frowned after they heard this. "I've never heard of a sexless cultivator called Li Feng in the Rising Sky Mansion's district prior to this. He even managed to kill Su Kan, who was at the intermediate refined saint stage. He's definitely not weaker than Zhonggu." "Humph! That Li Feng dares to kill one of our Rising Sky Mansion's people. He's really seeking death." "Don't worry. Young Mansion Master probably killed Li Feng as well. Yes, it's useless to be angry at a dead person." After listening to the words of the high-ranking officials of the Rising Sky Mansion, the corner of the mouths of the group of people who had returned from Nimble Valley, including Sutsun, began to twitch. As the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Sui Cheng, was naturally more perceptive than the others. Soon after, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Sutsun and the others' faces. His heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me Jinger's injuries have something to do with Li Feng?" "Yes." Sutsun nodded with a bitter smile before he continued to recount what had happened as Su Yicheng looked on with cold eyes. He even told them about how the young Mansion Master, Su Jing, had killed the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi even though both of them had joined forces. "What? Young Mansion Master killed the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time?" The high-ranking officials were in an uproar when they heard this. The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi's cultivation base was at the Mastery Refined Saint stage. But their young Mansion Master managed to kill them even after they had joined forces? They felt this was incredible. Even Su Yicheng was surprised. He did not expect his son would become so strong in just the span of a year. Young Mansion Master is a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Sutsun said this, it stunned Su Yicheng and all the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion. In just a year, he had progressed from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. What a terrifying improvement. Fortunately, Jinger is still alive. Currently, Su Yicheng was not the only one who was happy. The high-ranking officials were happy as well. Even Sutsun, who had lost someone dear to him, felt as though he had regained something. Moreover, since Su Jing did not die, it meant that he would not be punished. As Sutsun continued to recount what had happened, the entire place fell silent again. That sexless cultivator, Li Feng, whom they had never heard of, was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he had not even reached the age of 40. Such innate talent was rarely present in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and yet it had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. That Li Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. After learning that Li Feng had rejected Sutsun's invitation, The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials began to curse at him. However, when they learned Li Feng did not join the Sky Hurdle Mansion nor the Raging Wave Mansion, they felt a little better. Since we can't use Li Feng, we can only kill him, Sui Ching said in his deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. He killed 2 of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and severely injured my son. I won't feel at ease unless he's dead. After that, Sui Chang ordered Su Tsun to draw a portrait of Li Feng and ordered the Rising Sky Mansion's people to search for him and kill him. However, it did not even cross his mind that Li Feng was just a fake name, and his appearance was just a disguise. It was uncertain if that face would even appear again in the future. Therefore, no matter how the people from the Rising Sky Mansion searched, it was destined they would not be able to find Li Feng at all. Suddenly, the ancient Vice Mansion Master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Sui Chang and asked, Lord Mansion Master, now that the young Mansion Master's severely injured to the point where he's almost dead, and it would take him at most 3 years to recover, how should we deal with the matter of the marriage with the eldest young miss of Greenwave Han Mansion that's set to happen a month later? Should we send them a note? At this moment, the others looked at Sui Chang as well. All of them knew about this matter. The marriage will, naturally, have to be delayed since my son is so badly injured. There's no need to send a note to a mere 5th-rate force. Moreover, it won't take long before the news of my son being killed spread in the Rising Sky Mansion's district and to the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, they'll naturally know why we didn't come to pick the bride up, Sui Chang said arrogantly. As the leader of a 4th-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion, he really looked down on 5th-rate forces like the Greenwave Han Mansion. That's true. At that time, even the guests we've invited would assume the wedding's cancelled when they hear the news about the young Mansion Master's demise. Su Tsun nodded. Everyone present must swear on the lightning penalty oath to not spread the news of the young Mansion Master's survival. Let everyone think he has died, Sui Chang said in a deep voice as his cold eyes swept past everyone. Nobody was surprised by Sui Chang's decision. Currently, the young Mansion Master had undoubtedly cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method that saved his life. If news spread that he was still alive, it was inevitable for someone to piece the puzzle together that he had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method. At that time, Su Jing would definitely become everyone's target. A top Devil Dao cultivation method was something that even those quasi-third-rated forces would be interested in. Today was definitely a memorable day in the Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, deafening sounds of thunder resounded in the sky. It was so loud that those who had not entered the Saint's stage were almost deafened. Some were so severely injured that blood began to leak out of their 7 orifices. After all, so many people had sworn on the lightning penalty oath at once. It was extremely terrifying when the 9-9 heavenly tribulation resonated all at once. As time passed, news about the Rising Sky ranking battle had also spread to the Greenwave Han Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. What? The young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, died during the Rising Sky ranking battle. The Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian's expression turned fierce when he found out about this. Does this mean Xuanai will get away with this? Soon after, Han Xian's expression turned cold as killing intent shone in his eyes. No way. There's no way I'll let her get away with this. Since I can no longer depend on Su Jing, I'll just have to deal with her on my own. Han Xian. What are you trying to do? Han Xuanai shouted as her expression changed dramatically when she saw Han Xian effortlessly killing Qing Nu who was protecting her. What am I trying to do? Han Xian sneered. Han Xuanai, I've always treated you well in the past. I didn't think you'll be so ungrateful. All I ask is that you tell me the origin of the person who murdered my grandson, but you keep evading my question. I finally lost my patience. This is your final chance. Tell me where the person came from. Otherwise, you can die along with Qing Nu, Han Xian said as killing intent gleamed in his eyes when he looked at Han Xuanai. Qing Nu. Qing Nu. Han Xuanai squatted next to Qing Nu's body. Her eyes were completely red as she sobbed. Qing Nu had accompanied her since she was young. She had long regarded Qing Nu as family. However, Qing Nu had died protecting her today. Han Xuanai's heart was filled with guilt. The sneer on Han Xian's face deepened when he saw Han Xuanai ignoring him. "Don't think you'll be able to stall for time by ignoring me. Just so you know, whether it's your father or your Uncle Mu, both of them are in a discussion with my men about the Rising Sky Mansion not coming to pick you up for your marriage. They won't be able to come in time to save you," Han Xian said as his voice turned colder and colder, making the listener feel as though they had fallen into a thaw hole. Qing knew. Han Xuanai was distracted looking at Qing Nu's body. Subconsciously, the words her mysterious master had once said to her began to ring in her ears. "Xuanai, those from our red dust progeny must train ourselves in this mundane world. We can only completely understand the profundity of the red dust progeny's cultivation method when we have experienced laughter and tears, and life and death in the mundane world." Following that, the words her master said before leaving also rang in her ears. "If you encounter the Dragon Clan, you only have to send some true energy into it. As for the subsequent events, you have nothing to worry about." Previously, her master was worried she would encounter the Dragon Clan when she returned to the Cloud Continent, so she had given her a small nimble sword. The last time she went to Cloud Continent, she did not encounter the Dragon Clan, therefore she did not use the small sword at all. As time passed, she had also forgotten all about it. In regards to her master, even Han Xuanai herself did not know of her origins. The only thing she knew was that her master would address herself as the Red Dust Progeny's heir and that her master had passed the Red Dust Progeny's mental cultivation method to her. In the beginning, her master did not allow her to cultivate the Red Dust Progeny's mental cultivation method, saying it was not the time. On the day her master left, she finally allowed her to cultivate the Red Dust Progeny's mental cultivation method. The Red Dust Progeny's mental cultivation method was difficult to understand, causing her not to be able to grasp it since she had only been cultivating it for a short period of time. Suddenly, the small nimble sword appeared in Han Xuanai's hands. Han Xuanai's movement was slight, but it was still discovered by Han Xian. No matter what, Han Xian was still an eminent saint stage powerhouse. "What? Do you really want to fight me with this sword that's only a little longer than a finger?" Han Xian said mockingly. At this moment, Han Xuanai urged the true energy in her body to enter the small nimble sword in her hands. All of a sudden, the small nimble sword that was infused her true energy shattered instantly into a million pieces. However, that was not the most surprising nor important part. At the moment the small nimble sword shattered, a silhouette suddenly appeared next to Han Xuanai. The silhouette was human-like. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was a woman. To be more precise, it was a beautiful woman. Xuanai. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she looked at Han Xuanai with a faint smile. When she saw Qing Nu's body lying on the ground, she frowned slightly. It was obvious she knew Qing Nu as well. "My master?" From the moment Han Xuanai saw the silhouette of the beautiful woman, she had instantly recognized it as her master. She was in a daze and only regained her senses when the beautiful woman called out to her. She looked at the beautiful woman before her in shock. At this moment, Han Xuanai was filled with confusion. The technique of astral projection could only be achieved by martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. It was called the innate illusory. The innate illusory could only be used to confuse others. There were no other uses to it. However, the innate illusory technique was generally limited by distance. Currently, her master was at an unknown place, but it was undeniable that she was right in front of her. Moreover, she had appeared through that small nimble sword. "I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but my duplicated embodiment has a time limit. Let me kill him first before explaining it to you." The beautiful woman nodded at Han Xuanai before she turned to look at Han Xian. Although she was unaware of what had transpired earlier, she had seen the killing intent in Han Xian's eyes. She knew Han Xian intended to kill her disciple. Her gaze turned fierce immediately. There were very few disciples in the Seven Absolute sect. Therefore, the entire sect was extremely protective of their own. She was no exception to this. Duplicated embodiment? Han Xian was shocked the moment he saw the small nimble sword shattering in Han Xuanai's hand before a silhouette appeared. Innate illusory was exclusive to martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. However, once one had broken through to the mortal shedding stage and the power in one's body transformed, they would not be able to use it anymore. That was why he knew it was not the innate illusory. When he heard the beautiful woman said it was the duplicated embodiment, Han Xian felt it sounded familiar before he finally remembered. Dao cultivators whose cultivation base surpassed the eminent saint stage would obtain an ability called the duplicated embodiment. This ability would not help much in actual fights. Its biggest use was to seal it in a specially made protective talisman. And when others infused power into it, it would release the duplicated embodiment inside. Those Dao cultivators at that level would generally seal a duplicated embodiment of themselves into a protective talisman and give it to their disciples or descendants as a protective measure in case of emergencies. At this moment, Han Xian's expressions changed dramatically when he stared at the silhouette of the beautiful woman in front of him in horror. You're a Dao cultivator beyond the eminent saint stage. He did not expect Han Xuanai to have a master like that. Oh Lord! Was it not simple for a Dao cultivator beyond the eminent saint stage to kill him? You're quite knowledgeable since you know about the duplicated embodiment. The beautiful woman sneered. Suddenly, as though Han Xian had recalled something, his expression gradually relaxed as he said fiercely, "Humph. So what if you're a Dao cultivator beyond the eminent saint stage? Since you left the duplicated embodiment for Han Xuanai, I think it's impossible for you to rush back in time to save Han Xuanai. Are you trying to stop me? Han Xian, with a mere duplicated embodiment." He sneered as he spoke. The duplicated embodiment of a Dao cultivator beyond the eminent saint stage was useless in actual battle was because it was too weak. The strength of a Dao cultivator's duplicated embodiment would usually be 2 or 3 stages lower than his or her cultivation base. For instance, a Dao cultivator above the eminent saint stage would be a divine saint stage Dao cultivator, so his duplicated embodiment would be at most at the refined saint stage. If they were weaker, it might only be at the pristine saint stage. Only Dao cultivators above the exemplary saint stage would have duplicated embodiments with the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Han Xian was a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, and unless it was a powerful Dao cultivator at the quintessential saint stage, they would not be able to threaten him with their duplicated embodiment. There was no quintessential saint stage Dao cultivators in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land. Even the strongest person in those quasi-third-rate forces that were the strongest in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land was merely an exemplary saint stage powerhouse. Above the eminent saint stage was the divine saint stage, and above the divine saint stage was the exemplary saint stage. Above the exemplary saint stage was the quintessential saint stage. Powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage only existed in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. There was none in the lower province. At least, Han Xian had never heard of any quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province. You're just like a frog at the bottom of a well. The woman smiled coldly when she heard the disdain in Han Xian's voice. Following that, no movement could be seen but the space around Han Xian distorted as though he was being suppressed. At that time, Han Xian, who was sneering in disdain, suddenly widened his eyes as a desperate expression appeared on his face. Currently, Han Xian realized he could not move at all. The space surrounding him seemed to have locked him in place. He could not even mobilize his true origin. At this moment, Han Xian finally discovered how terrifying the beautiful woman in front of him was. He could not even fight against a mere duplicated embodiment. "My lady, spare my life. Spare my life, my lady." At that moment between life and death, Han Xian's pride disappeared as he began to panic. As a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, only he alone knew how many hardships he had to endure to make it here. At that moment in between life and death, his life flashed before his eyes. He was terrified. Everything would be gone if he died. His cultivation base and his consciousness would be gone. At this moment, he had thrown all his pride away. There was only one thought in his mind, and it was to survive. Unfortunately, things were no longer under his control. "Humph!" The beautiful woman snorted as she suddenly clenched her slender hands into fists. At this moment, the space around Han Xian trembled violently as though a huge stone had been dropped into a pond of still water. As the ripples in the air spread out, the body of Han Xian, who was in the center of it all, twisted before it was broken into pieces. It eventually faded into nothing. Apart from one spatial ring, nothing was left behind. Han Xuanai, who witnessed this, could not help but gasp. When she looked at the beautiful woman again, her master seemed a little unfamiliar to her. Han Xuanai knew her master was mysterious. Moreover, her master seemed to be very strong. At the very least, she thought her master was stronger than her master. Although that was the case, she did not think her master was so strong that just her duplicated embodiment could easily kill Han Xian. She had thoroughly crushed him. There was no chance for him to retaliate at all from the beginning until the end. Han Xian, the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Manian, was a mastery eminent saint stage powerhouse after all. Xuanai asks whatever questions you have now. My duplicated embodiment will only last for another 30 breaths at the most. The beautiful woman said and woke Han Xuanai up from her daze. Following that, she asked directly, Master, this duplicated embodiment of yours, what's it? Every Tao cultivator, as long as they've broken through from the eminent saint stage to the divine stage, they'll be able to master the duplicated embodiment. The duplicated embodiment can... The beautiful woman explained patiently in phrases that were easy to understand in the face of Han Xuanai's question. The duplicated embodiment is 2 to 3 stages weaker than one's actual self? Han Xuanai's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful woman in shock after listening to her words. Master, your duplicated embodiment easily killed Han Xian, who was at the mastery eminent saint stage. Does this mean your cultivation base is already at the quintessential saint stage? Quintessential saint stage. Although Han Xuanai had heard about the quintessential saint stage, she still found it a little far-fetched. Supposedly, in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, even the strongest people in the quasi-third-rate forces had not broken through to the quintessential saint stage. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. She did not admit nor deny it. However, Han Xuanai took her silence as her admittance. She voiced out the confusion in her mind. Master, as far as I know, there are no quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's finally time for me to tell you this. The beautiful woman interrupted Han Xuanai and said unhurriedly, I'm from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Han Xuanai already had an inkling of what was happening, she still could not help but feel shocked when she heard her master's confession. Then, Master, are you at the upper province now? Han Xuanai asked as she took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded and smiled. Xuanai, after half a year, I'll come and bring you to the upper province. The cultivation environment there is way better than in the lower province. Going to the upper province. Han Xuanai was taken aback when she heard the beautiful woman's words again. To her, the upper province was undoubtedly a mysterious place. She was not surprised about the superior cultivation over there compared to the lower province. After all, that was where all the truly strong powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land were. In the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate forces would be able to act as they liked. However, in the upper province, there were more than just quasi-third-rate forces. There were third-rate forces, second-rate forces, and first-rate forces. Master, only powerhouses above the eminent saint stage can pass freely between the upper province and lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. With my current strength, I'm afraid I still can't go there, Han Xuanai said. If she had a choice, she would naturally want to go to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with her master. The recent events made her aware of her own weakness. If she had her master's strength, would the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion dare to forcefully make her marry him? Silly girl, if you're alone, naturally, you won't be able to go to the upper province without having a cultivation base above the eminent saint stage. However, as long as there are powerhouses above the divine saint stage, they'll be able to bring some people into the upper province. Certainly, the stronger one is, the more people they could bring. The beautiful woman explained patiently as she shook her head. Okay. After half a year, I'll go to the upper province with you, Master. Han Xuanai was excited after learning she would be able to go to the upper province in half a year's time. After a few moments, she remembered the 3 little fellows. Master, I'd like to bring Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White along. Is that possible? Certainly. The beautiful woman knew of the 3 fellows' existence as well. When the beautiful woman saw Han Xuanai's eyes shifting around as though she was thinking about something, The woman did not wait for her to voice her thoughts and immediately said, "Apart from your brother Ling Tian, I promise to bring whoever you want to the upper province." Why? Han Xuanai did not know how her master could guess her thoughts, but she could not help but frown when she heard her master's words. Based on her master's words, it seemed like her master was prejudiced against her brother Ling Tian, since she was willing to bring anyone except for brother Ling Tian. All right, I don't have much time left. Remember my words. As for your questions, I'll answer you in half a year's time. The minute the beautiful woman finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Han Xuanai was the only person left in the large room along with Qing News Corpse. Han Xuanai could not hide her sadness when she looked at Qing News Corpse again, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Qing Nu, did you see that? Master has avenged you, Han Xuanai muttered, without knowing when. Tears began to stream down her face. In a few days' time, the news of the Greenwave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xian's death, spread through the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. It caused those who were on Han Xian's side to feel restless and nervous. Although Han Xian had died, no one was upset about it. He had brought this upon himself because he had attempted to murder the eldest young miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. I didn't expect the Supreme Elder was so insane to the point that he wanted to kill the eldest young miss. Fortunately, eldest young Miss Master appeared in time. Otherwise, eldest young miss would be dead. True. How come I never realized how ruthless the Supreme Elder was in the past? However, I wonder where did eldest young Mrs. Master come from? She actually managed to kill the Supreme Elder who was at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. If she's willing to stay in our Greenwave Han Mansion and fight for us, the Greenwave Han Mansion will be able to overpower the other fifth-rate forces even if we can't be a fourth-rate force. Most people in the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate shared the same sentiment. Unlike Han Xian's death that no one cared about, Qing Nu death received the highest rank burial ritual in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what had happened in the Greenwave Han Mansion since he had already left. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was back at the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district, specifically in the Windfall Nation. I've returned. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were indifferent when he looked at Windfall Nation. To the Windfall Nation's capital, he was merely a passerby. Whereas to him, the capital of Windfall Nation was merely a pit stop in his long journey. The reason he came back was due to his family and friends who were still here. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had disguised himself with another face using the disguising secret tactic. He was still using the name Li Feng. However, the disguise he currently had on was different from the one he used when he participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He was only using an ordinary disguise now. After entering the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian immediately went to the Situ clan. Previously, before he left, he had arranged for his family and friends to stay there. The Situ clan did not change much even after a year. However, Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Situ clan through the front door. He did not even greet anyone. He had snuck in quietly like an uninvited guest. Duan Ling Tian was aware there were a lot of people who were surveilling the Situ clan. Nevertheless, the strongest among them was only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. That was why Duan Ling Tian was not worried he would be discovered. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew why those people were here. It was because of the Devil Seal tablet in his hands and also because those who were dear to him were also at the Situ clan. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the place whereby Li Hong, Sima Changfeng, and the others were residing. Apart from senior brother, everyone else is here. Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were sitting in a circle in by Li Hong's residence. However, their expressions were gloomy, and they all had a frown on their faces. What's the matter? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he saw this. Meanwhile, as he revealed himself, he extended his divine consciousness to keep an eye on the situation outside. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were frowning seemed to have met with some trouble. Nobody spoke for quite some time. They only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian revealed himself. "Who are you?" Feng Wu Dao asked in his deep voice when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian currently had a disguise on, it was only natural Feng Wu Dao and the others did not recognize him. Uncle Feng, it's me. Under the watchful eyes of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Ling Tian's face had changed completely, in just an instant, into his original handsome appearance. Feng Wu Dao and the others were momentarily stunned since they had not seen such disguising techniques before. However, they quickly regained their senses after they saw Duan Ling Tian's original appearance. They were all surprised. When Duan Ling Tian left, they did not know when would they be able to see him again. They did not expect he would return after just a year. Duan Ling Tian's return was supposed to be a happy occasion. But they found it difficult to be happy when they thought of Bai Li Hong's predicament. Uncle Feng, teacher, where's senior brother? Looking at the sour expressions on Feng Wu Dao and the others' faces, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Master Bai Li is in the Imperial Palace, Sima Changfeng said with a bitter smile. Imperial Palace? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Why would senior brother be in the Imperial Palace? Isn't he the interim advisor of the Situ clan and a saint inscription master? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked once again as his voice turned deeper. What happened? What happened was, Feng Wu Dao sighed before he recounted everything. After you left, not only did the imperial family of Windfall Nation kept their eyes on us, but even those powerhouses from external forces were doing the same. After all, we're the only people they know who had a connection to you who owns the Devil Seal tablet. However, they didn't bother us when we swore on the lightning penalty oath that we know nothing about your whereabouts. Perhaps they think you would go deeper into hiding out of fear if news spread about them killing any one of us. Feng Wu Dao continued saying. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already guessed this would happen back then. That was why he felt at ease leaving his family and friends behind. As long as he was not exposed and stayed hidden, his friends and family would not be in trouble because apart from knowing him and his origins, they did not know his whereabouts. Then what happened to senior brother? Why would he be in the Imperial Palace? Duan Ling Tian's furrowed his eyebrows. He really could not figure out what the Windfall Nation's imperial family's intention was. A while ago, Master Bai Li has broken through to the pristine saint stage. Not long after his breakthrough, he became a 4-star saint inscription master. That's undoubtedly good news for the Situ clan, since Master Bai Li is their interim advisor. However, soon after the news spread, someone from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came and brought Master Bai Li away. Sima Changfeng's eyes glinted coldly as he said, at that time, the person from the imperial family was extremely arrogant. When Master Bai Li refused to enter the palace and be the imperial family's exclusive saint inscription master, he actually kidnapped Master Bai Li. The clan leader of Situ clan and his son tried stopping him repeatedly, but it was all in vain. Similar to us, they could only watch as Master Bai Li got taken away. However, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son are not at fault, Sima Changfeng said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was worried Duan Ling Tian would blame the Situ clan. Tell me everything that happened, Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. Following that, with the colorful remarks from Chan Xiaoshui and Nan Gongyi, Duan Ling Tian finally got the entire picture. 3 months ago, Bai Li Hong broke through to the pristine saint stage and became a 4-star saint inscription master. 2 months ago, the Windfall Nation's imperial family sent people over led by a revered elder who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. After arriving at the Situ clan, they were extremely arrogant and arrested Bai Li Hong while disregarding his protest. The clan leader of Situ clan and his son were both injured when they tried to stop them. If it's not because both of you can be considered as part of the royal family, you and your son would die today. Those were the words the person said to the clan leader of Situ clan and his son before Bai Li Hong was brought away. How arrogant! Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as his expression turned cold. Did that person think he was invincible when he was merely at the peak of the pristine saint? I know what senior brother's character is like. If he's not willing, it's useless no matter how the Windfall Nation's imperial family forces him. It's been 2 months, and the Windfall Nation's imperial family still has not released him, Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he realized Feng Wu Dao and the others seemed as though there was something they wanted to say but was hesitant about it. His heart immediately skipped a beat as he asked worriedly, "Did something happen to senior brother?" An extremely terrifying killing intent surged out from Duanling Tian's body, causing chills to run up the spines of Feng Wudao and the others. At this moment, his anger felt palpable. Duanling Tian, according to the news that came from the Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is torturing Master Bai Li, trying to force him to exclusively become their 4-star Saint Inscription Master. Master Bai Li kept refusing, and things have dragged on until now. Although Master Bai Li's cultivation base has broken through to the pristine Saint stage, he's still a mere mortal. I heard that he won't be able to last any longer, Nangong-yi said with an angry expression. Senior brother. Once Nangong-yi finished speaking, Duanling Tian's body shook as his blood boiled. The killing intent he exuded became even more intense. He said enunciated each word properly. Windfall. Nation. Imperial. Family. At this moment, Duanling Tian's anger was at its peak. It was on the brink of exploding. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duanling Tian and said solemnly, Duanling Tian, although I know it's hard to remain calm, I still must ask you to do so. Regarding this matter, Uncle Feng had also gone to the Drift Blaze sect and asked for help from their sect leader Ziyun. In the beginning, sect leader Ziyun said that the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was on par with her, so they might do her a favor. Who knew that after you left, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation? He came for the Devil Seal tablet. He's even treated as an honored guest of the imperial family. Sect leader Ziyun tried helping Master Bai Li to escape, but she was severely injured by that person, Chen Xiaoshui said angrily. At the peak of the refined saint stage? Duanling Tian sneered. Although he had only killed one devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage devil cultivator, and he had only broken through recently, he did not use any external tools or force in that battle. If he utilized the Devil Seal tablet, he would have been able to instantly kill him. Even without the Devil Seal tablet, he would still be able to kill him if he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary Eminent Saint stage powerhouse after he channeled the Sun True Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian felt deeply touched when he heard the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, had gotten injured for his senior brother's sake. After all, he had no relations with sect leader Ziyun apart from Tianwu being their connection. After I deal with this matter, I'll have to go to the Drift Blaze sect and thank sect leader Ziyun, and also to see if Tianwu has returned, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he began to make plans. Faced with Feng Wudao and the others' worried expression, Duanling Tian felt a sense of warmth. He swore determinedly, "Don't tell anyone about my return, including the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. As for senior brother, he'll definitely return to the Situ clan today. Moreover, from today onward, the Windfall Nation's imperial family wouldn't dare to touch all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air before Feng Wudao and the others' eyes. Feng Wudao and the others who were not prepared was taken aback by it. They only regained their senses after a while. What does Duanling Tian's last sentence mean? Does this mean he'll be able to save Master Bai Li? Nangong-yi asked in disbelief. That should be impossible. The Windfall Nation's imperial family is so powerful since they have several refined saint stage powerhouses guarding them. Now that they have an additional powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from another force, it would be difficult to save Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Even if Duanling Tian has improved a lot in this period of time, it should still impossible for him to pose a threat to a refined saint stage powerhouse, right? Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. He did not think Duanling Tian was capable of rescuing Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Perhaps he thought of another way or went to find help from other powerhouses. Nangong Chen said in a rare moment. No matter what, we'll just have to wait for news since he has said that, from the beginning until now, he has never done anything he's uncertain of. This time shouldn't be an exception either. Although Feng Wudao was shocked and felt disbelief, when he thought of Duanling Tian's past, he subconsciously trusted Duanling Tian. After listening to Feng Wudao's words, everyone agreed with him as well. Yes, Duan Ling Tian had never let them down. All along, Duan Ling Tian's life was like a miracle. Sima Changfeng, in particular, understood this the most. Once upon a time, Duan Ling Tian was just a disciple with another surname of a clan situated in a remote corner of the mortal continents. Eventually, he climbed up to the peak of Cloud Continent. After arriving at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he continued on his meteoric rise as though nothing could stop him. Due to this reason, Sima Changfeng had complete faith in Duan Ling Tian. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, although they could not follow Duan Ling Tian around like they used to do to their huge difference in strength, they also trusted their young master unconditionally. If he said he could save Master Bai Li, then he would definitely be able to do so. Regardless of what Feng Wu Dao and the others thought, Duan Ling Tian headed straight to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace after leaving the Situ clan's estate. The Windfall Nation's imperial palace was also home to the members of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Currently, Duan Ling Tian has changed to another disguise with his disguising secret tactic. He replaced his face with a face that was so ordinary that one would not be able to pick him out in a crowd. With his current strength, it was only natural for him to enter the Windfall Nation's imperial palace as though it was an abandoned place. Soon after, he found the cell Bai Li Hong was in when he saw him. Senior brother. Even if Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, his heart still sank. His eyes glowed with anger when he saw Bai Li Hong, covered in blood, hanging on a torture rack. Who's it? Duan Ling Tian's appearance was like a ghost. Those who were guarding Bai Li Hong did not notice his presence until the moment he called out to Bai Li Hong. It caused fear among the people who were guarding Bai Li Hong. When they heard Duan Ling Tian addressing Bai Li Hong as senior brother, they knew he would not leave them alive. Among these people, there was only one intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Killing them was as simple as cutting grass and killing chickens for the current Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, more than a dozen men who were guarding Bai Li Hong laid dead on the ground. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, even if he did not use any external strength, he was still comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was very simple for him to deal with those men who were no stronger than an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse. After Duan Ling Tian released Bai Li Hong from the torture rack, he discovered something was amiss. Based on senior brother's pristine saint stage cultivation base, this wound shouldn't have caused him to pass out. Duan Ling Tian began to assess Bai Li Hong's body as soon as he thought about that. Soon after, he discovered there was an unknown energy suppressing Bai Li Hong's true origin in his body. This energy is constantly weakening as Bai Li Hong's true origin fought back. Once this energy had lost its power, Bai Li Hong's true origin will return again. Origin Sealing Pill? A name appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind instantly. He thought of a pill that could seal the true origin of a saint stage cultivator. Unless one was forced, no one would voluntarily take the pill because it had a very unique and pungent smell that could not be masked. Origin sealing pills were similar to Close Energy Powder. Close Energy Powder was used to seal a cultivator's true energy. It could be used to seal cultivators at the Mortal Shedding stage and Saint Rudiment stage, while Origin Sealing Pills were used to seal Saint stage cultivators' true origins. However, the Origin Sealing Pill could only seal the true origin for a certain period of time. As the effects of the pill wore off, its suppression of the true origin would gradually weaken until it finally disappeared. No wonder senior brother passed out after being tortured. Duan Ling Tian had a furious expression on his face when he realized what had transpired. Bai Li Hong was no different than a regular human after taking the Origin Sealing Pill. He would not have been able to hold on for long if he was continued to be tortured in this way. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to the Origin Sealing Pill's effect in Bai Li Hong's body. It seems like the pill is only able to suppress the true origin of a pristine saint stage powerhouse. It'll be easily eradicated by a refined saint stage powerhouse's true origin. Although I'm just a pristine saint stage cultivator, my sun true origin is not inferior when compared to an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse's true origin. I might be able to help senior brother get rid of the Origin Sealing Pills effect. Duan Ling Tian began to work on dispelling the effect as soon as he thought about it. Duan Ling Tian noticed his hypothesis was correct as he was trying to dispel the effect of the pill. The origin sealing pills effect began fading as soon as his domineering sun true origin entered Bai Li Hong's body. It as though a rat was running away from a cat. Duanling Tian managed to completely rid Bai Li Hong's body of the effect origin sealing pills effect in just several minutes. Just like that, Bai Li Hong's true origin was no longer suppressed. With his current cultivation base, Bai Li Hong regained consciousness very quickly since his cultivation base was no longer suppressed. When Bai Li Hong saw the ordinary and unfamiliar face before him, he asked, "You are?" "Senior brother," Duanling Tian said as he reverted to his original appearance. "Junior brother." Bai Li Hong let out a shout of surprise as he stared at Duanling Tian. "You? How come you're here?" Bai Li Hong noticed the dead bodies surrounding him before Duanling Tian was able to reply. He quickly identified the corpse of one of the men who had regularly tortured him. He was a pristine saint immediate stage martial cultivator and also revered elder in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Junior brother." "You killed all of them?" Bai Li Hong said with a shocked expression on his face. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "I'm here to bring you back, senior brother." "Back?" Bai Li Hong finally realized what was happening. Took him a while to register Duanling Tian's words. He immediately shook his head and said, "I know you're rather powerful, junior brother, but there are far more powerful people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Apart from that, there are several refined saint stage cultivators as well. Moreover, the imperial family has recently invited a powerful guest. Rumor has it that he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who had injured sect leader Ziyun." Bai Li Hong felt more and more ashamed as he spoke. "Therefore, you should leave quickly before they discover your presence here. If anything bad were to happen to you because of me, I won't be able to forgive myself." Bai Li Hong urged Duanling Tian to leave since he was afraid of implicating Duanling Tian. "Senior brother, I've already heard about what happened to sect leader Ziyun," Duanling Tian said as he shook his head, his eyes flashing brightly. "There's a reason why I did not plan to leave immediately after rescuing you. Senior brother, do you trust me? Can you do as I tell you for now?" "Junior brother, how can I not trust you? However, what do you mean by there's a reason you're not planning to leave immediately after rescuing me?" Bai Li Hong was confused, but he finally understood after Duanling Tian explained his plan. "Junior brother, are you confident about this?" Bai Li Hong took a deep breath as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he was seeing him for the first time. "Relax, senior brother. Even if I have to risk my life, I definitely won't risk yours," Duanling Tian said with a laugh. However, his eyes were filled with anger. "All right, I'll risk everything with you today." Bai Li Hong decided to trust Duanling Tian. 15 minutes later, an old man walked out of the dungeon within the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The old man's robe was stained with blood, and it startled many of the guards stationed near the dungeon. "That's Bai Li Hong. How did he escape?" Although the guards stationed outside dungeon were not aware of what happened inside, they recognized Bai Li Hong and knew the reason he was detained in there. They tried to stop him from leaving, but they did not expect that an old man that had been force-fed an origin-sealing pill could defeat them so easily. "How's this possible?" They were all shocked. "He's fed an origin-sealing pill every fortnight. I remember he has just taken an origin-sealing pill 3 days ago. How did the pill's effect wear off so quickly?" When they realized they were up against an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator, they naturally stopped going against him. Many people entered the dungeon after Bai Li Hong openly left. They all noticed the corpses strewn on the floor. Among the corpses, they saw Lord Xiao, an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. "Oh no! Lord Xiao is dead. How can this be possible? Isn't he an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator? How can he kill Lord Xiao?" "Lord Xiao is an intermediate pristine saint stage cultivator." "Who am I supposed to ask for answers?" "I also want to know how Bai Li Hong is so powerful even though he had taken the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It doesn't seem like his true origin is suppressed. We need to report this to revered Elder Hu as soon as possible." Bai Li Hong walked out openly in the palace as chaos reigned in the dungeon. He defeated all those who tried to stop him along the way. In the beginning, it was mostly martial cultivators who had not reached the saint stage, so he was able to deal with them easily. However, he began to feel the pressure when a few pristine saint stage cultivators joined in to stop him. As the few pristine saint stage cultivators joined in the battle, an arrogant-looking old man appeared and said coldly, "By Li Hong, you continuously refuse His Highness' invitation to become the interim advisor of the imperial family. You even dare to leave the dungeon without permission. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" This was the old man who had forcefully brought Bai Li Hong away from the Situ clan 2 months ago. This old man was the leader of a group of members from the imperial family. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he was rather respected in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In this world where the strong ones were revered, his cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was only inferior to a few people. The pristine saint stage cultivators present on the scene all paid their respect to the old man as soon as he arrived. "Revered Elder Hua Jin." Bai Li Hong's face paled and his eyes gleamed with fear when he noticed the old man. He had gained a deeper understanding of the old man after staying in the palace for some time. This old man was a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, he was also the strongest person, not counting the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. This meant the few others powerhouses at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family were weaker than him. "I led the team that invited you here, Bai Li Hong. However, I just realized that I've underestimated you. Although I am unsure how did you escape. You sure are bold to walk about so openly after injuring the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family." Jin stepped closer as he spoke. Soon after, he arrived near Bai Li Hong. "This is bad. Lord Xiao is dead." A terrified voice was heard in distance from the direction Bai Li Hong came from. "What did you say?" Everyone present on the scene was shocked when they heard this. They all turned in unison to look at Jin. Xiao was Jin's nephew. Lord Xiao was his only nephew in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Who?" Jin moved as swift as a gust of wind as he caught the messenger while everybody looked on. "What did you say?" Jin asked with a grim expression on his face. "Revered Elder Hua." The messenger was terrified when Jin caught him. He was just a regular guard in the dungeon after all. He immediately pointed at Bai Li Hong as soon as he noticed him and cried out, "It's him! He was the one who killed Lord Xiao, revered Elder Hua." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the guard in Jin's hand pointed his finger to Bai Li Hong and accused him of killing Xiao, everyone present on the scene, Jin, shifted their eyes to Bai Li Hong. "He killed Xiao? That's impossible, right? As far as I know, Bai Li Hong's merely an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, he has only broken through 3 months ago. Let alone that it's impossible for him to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage in this period of time. Even if he did, he still wouldn't be a match for Xiao." That's right. Qi had broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage a few years ago, and he was approaching the mastery pristine saint stage. I don't know if all of you believe Bai Li Hong killed Xiao, but I certainly don't. This is unreasonable. Put aside the fact that Bai Li Hong doesn't have the capability to kill Xiao. Even if he does, he has been forced to consume the origin-sealing pill periodically when he was locked up. It's impossible for him to even mobilize the true origin in his body, let alone killing Wuxia. Origin-sealing pill? Do you think if he really did consume the origin-sealing pill, he would still be able to swagger his way out? The group of powerhouses who were at the pristine saint stage whispered to one another. Just like Wuxia, they were ordinary revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Although they were all ordinary revered elders, none of them dared to look for trouble with Wuxia usually. The reason for this was due to Jin's biological nephew, Wuxia. Although there were a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, they would usually stay away from conflicts and did not meddle in worldly affairs. Due to this reason, common matters were usually all handled by the revered elders. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage powerhouse in Windfall Nation, Jin naturally became the leader of the revered elders. After all, this world placed the utmost importance in strength. The strongest one naturally would obtain authority. Huijin looked at Bai Lihong with a piercing and cold gaze. However, he only glanced at the guard in his grasp before he said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Tell me everything. Don't miss out a single detail." Upon hearing that, the guard took a deep breath and recounted everything he knew in a trembling voice. When Huijin heard Bai Lihong had just taken the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, even he was shocked, let alone the other revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Bai Lihong, who had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, had suddenly appeared before them filled with vigor and vitality. Based on the way Bai Lihong made his move, he did not seem like someone whose true origin was sealed by the medicinal efficacy of the origin sealing pill. Refined Saint Stage powerhouse. At this moment, Huijin had also realized that someone must have helped Bai Lihong remove the origin sealing pill's effect in his body. Only a powerhouse who was above the refined saint stage would be able to get rid of the origin sealing pill's effect in Bai Lihong's body. Other than this, he could not think of any other plausible reason. Although the origin sealing pill that Bai Lihong consumed was of the lowest grade, the origin sealing pill could even seal the true origin of a cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator like Bai Lihong. When an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator consumed the lowest grade origin sealing pill, it would take him at least 20 days before the effect would gradually fade away. Although an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not take this long, it would still take half a month. Due to this reason, it was not that Huijin did not think it was completely impossible for Bai Lihong to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. It was just that it was completely impossible for him to be free of the effects of the origin sealing pill when he had just taken it 3 days ago. Moreover, apart from the fact that the origin sealing pill's effect in Bai Lihong's body had been dispelled, his biological nephew, Wuxia, had been killed as well. If there was really a refined saint stage powerhouse who helped remove the effect in Bai Lihong's body, then it was not impossible for him to kill his nephew as well. The moment Huijin thought about this, he quickly looked left and right as an expression of dread appeared on his face. What a joke! That person was a refined saint stage powerhouse. If he wanted to kill Huijin, it would be as easy as killing an ant. At this moment, a thought that did not occur to him earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. Why was Bai Lihong so bold that he even dared to walk openly in the palace in such an ostentatious manner? If he was in Bai Lihong's shoes, he would have left this troublesome place immediately if he did not have any backing. Otherwise, why would he be so bold as to openly walk out in an ostentatious manner? Wasn't this just like seeking death? When Huijin realized this, he gasped as cold sweat began to run down his back. At this moment, he had even forgotten the fact that his biological nephew had been killed. He could barely take care of himself now. How could he be worried about other people? The moment he thought there might be a refined saint stage powerhouse lurking in the dark staring at him, he could not help but feel uneasy. After listening to the guard's words, if Huijin could come to this conclusion, so could the other revered elders. Similar to Huijin, they began to look around their surroundings with an expression of anxiousness. Refined saint stage powerhouse? It would be easy for someone at that stage to kill Huijin, let alone them who were weaker than Huijin. In the end, one of the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, breaking the silence, whispered in a low voice, Could it be that the refined saint stage powerhouse is actually Ziyun, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect? Impossible, right? That sect leader Ziyun has just been severely injured by Master Yun, and I'm sure her injury has not recovered yet. How could she possibly come to the imperial palace again? Besides, Master Yun has also said he would not mind killing her if she dares to come again. Exactly. Unless she's not afraid of death, she wouldn't dare to come again. However, if it's not sect leader Ziyun, who's the one who removed the origin sealing pill's effect in Bai Lihong's body, there are not many refined saint stage powerhouses in our Windfall Nation. The only one who has a connection to Bai Lihong is sect leader Ziyun. I can't think of any other person as well. The group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it was all heard by Bai Lihong. He was stunned when he heard their words. He just remembered something. The origin sealing pill's effect in his body had been removed. Although he had only heard of the origin sealing pill, he knew how difficult it was to remove the effect. Moreover, a 6th-grade force like the Windfall Nation's Imperial family might have a higher-grade origin sealing pill, but the origin sealing pill that was used on him was definitely not a high-grade one since the lowest origin sealing pill was already enough to seal the true origin in his body. However, even this lowest-grade origin sealing pill would need a refined Saint Stage powerhouse or above to remove it.
Don't tell me there's someone else helping Junior Brother? Bai Lihong thought to himself.
Although he was surprised Duanling Tian was able to kill that intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, he was not extremely surprised as well since he knew how high his junior brother's innate talent was.
Perhaps it would be difficult for most people to make such a progress in the span of more than a year. His junior brother defied logic. Even then, he did not dare to imagine Duanling Tian had already broken through to the refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, he felt Duanling Tian had brought help with him. Actually, long before his junior brother asked him to walk out openly and ostentatiously, he already felt suspicious in his heart. Now that he heard the words of the revered elders, he was certain of his suspicion. I wonder if the helper junior brother brought is comparable to Master Yun. Bai Lihong thought to himself. Master Yun was the powerhouse that was at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. The Windfall Nation's imperial family regarded him as an honored guest. Recently, he had been staying in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace and even regarded it as his own house. Naturally, Bai Lihong knew the reason why he remained so long in the Windfall Nation. It was obviously to wait for the return of his junior brother so he could snatch the Devil Seal tablet away from him. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of sword whistling in the air appeared as quickly as it disappeared. It took everyone, including Bai Lihong, by surprise.
As the crowd shifted their eyes over, they noticed one of the revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family was running away. However, before he could even get far, his body came to halt as a bloody hole appeared in the space between his brows. The crowd gasped all at once. How fast! Among the people present on the scene, only Huijin alone could vaguely see the golden sword ray that disappeared as soon as it appeared. The sword ray was so fast that it made him shudder even though it was not cold. This power was definitely higher than the pristine Saint Stage. Refined Saint Stage powerhouse. At this moment, Huijin was certain of the suspicion he had in his heart.
Meanwhile, the other revered elders of Windfall Nation's imperial family stood gazing at each other, but nobody dared to make a move. Each of their feet seemed to have been glued to the ground. Since they had already seen this example, naturally they did not want to share the same fate as the other person.
Lord, I wonder what relationship you have with Bai Lihong? Taking a deep breath, Huijin cupped his hands in front of his chest toward the air, and his tone was polite. Although he was asking a question, his tone was extremely humble. Was it you who brought Bai Lihong into this shitty Windfall Nation's imperial palace? Just as Huijin finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice seemed to resonate from every direction and clearly entered the ears of Huijin and the others, caused horror to dawn on Huijin.
The other revered elders from Windfall Nation's imperial family could not help but glance at Huijin. A hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. From the tone of that powerhouse lurking in the dark, it was obvious he was unhappy with Huijin's action.
Lord, I only carried out the order of the Imperial Highness of the Windfall Nation, Huijin quickly explained when he heard the displeasure in the powerhouse's voice. At this moment, all he could do was buy some time in order to wait for the arrival of the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses from the Windfall Nation's imperial family.
Naturally, there was also Master Yun, who was powerful and had an extraordinary background.
Is that important? The sound resonated again from every direction. The tone of the hoarse voice was indifferent, causing a horrified expression to appear on Huijin's face. Suddenly, true origin surged out of his body as though he was faced with a great enemy. Lord, Although true origin was surging out of his body, he did not feel any sense of security at all. While he was talking to the air, his voice and his body trembled unconsciously. He was completely afraid.
When one's cultivation base had reached a certain level, every progress was extremely difficult. Due to this reason, the gap between the strength was very wide as well.
Even if it was the same stage, the gap in strength would be huge, let alone the difference between the two stages. Although there was only a slight difference between the peak of the pristine Saint Stage and the early refined Saint Stage, the gap between the two stages was like heaven and hell. Due to this reason, Huijin was extremely nervous when faced with this refined saint stage powerhouse lurking in the dark, since it was obvious he was displeased with his action previously. Humph! A cold snort interrupted Huijin's words rudely. Then, the hoarse voice resonated again from all directions. How unreasonable! This Bai Lihong is Duanling Tian's senior brother. If he's tortured to death by all of you, Duanling Tian will definitely be more cautious and hide even more carefully. Moreover, he might not even return to the capital of Windfall Nation again. I must obtain the Devil Seal tablet. The way the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family have really offended me. As soon as they heard the words of the owner of the hoarse voice, everyone, including Huijin, finally understood what was happening. They finally understood the saint stage powerhouse lurking in the dark was not Bai Lihong's friend, but a powerhouse who wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet. The reason he saved Bai Lihong was due to Bai Lihong's connection to Duanling Tian, who had disappeared after taking the Devil Seal tablet away. Lord, you're extraordinary. You'll definitely be able to obtain the Devil Seal tablet in the future. Huijin quickly fawned over him, wishing the powerhouse in the dark would shift his attention to another matter so he would stop staring at him. Unfortunately, this was just his own wishful thinking. If that person in the dark was someone else like Huijin had thought, he might not be bothered with him. However, the person hiding in the dark was none other than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was Bai Lihong's junior brother. He was also someone who was regarded as a friend by the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. When Duanling Tian found out Bai Lihong was taken away by Huijin and the clan leader of Situ clan and his son were both injured by Huijin, he had already sentenced Huijin to death in his heart. Due to this reason, no matter how Huijin tried to flatter Duanling Tian, it was futile. Naturally, Huijin was unaware of this. If he was aware of this, he would not be bowing and fawning over Duanling Tian right now. He would have tried to run away even if he knew there was no chance he could escape from Duanling Tian, who was hiding in the dark. This was because this was his last attempt at saving his own life. Although the chances are low, he did not have any other choice. You're only the beginning. Duanling Tian's fake hoarse voice continued to resonate in the air. The moment he finished speaking, the hearts of the people present on the scene jolted. Huijin turned terrified immediately. The true origin on his body began to spread, trying to consolidate his territory. Unfortunately, before his territory could be consolidated, a sword ray that was even faster than the golden sword ray previously seemingly appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Before he could even react, it had already pierced the space between his brows and left a horrifying bloody hole there. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huijin collapsed. His terrified expression still remained on his face even after his death. Huijin was the strongest person, apart from the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. A person who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage had died just like that in a blink of an eye. At this moment, although the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family did not feel sad over Huijin's death, they still mourned over the loss of life. Huijin, who was even more powerful than them, had died in just a blink of an eye. How would their feeble strength fare in front of this powerhouse? Run! We're gonna die if we don't run, someone cried out when many people were still in a daze over Huijin's death. That person's voice was filled with terror and despair. As soon as this person finished speaking, a sense of despair began to envelop the people's hearts. At the next moment, nobody could tell who was the first one to run. But the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family began to scatter in all directions. Naturally, not everyone ran away. Some of the revered elders were still standing at the same spot, unable to move at all, as though their feet had been glued to the ground. These people were more rational. After witnessing the strength of the powerhouse lurking in the dark, they did not dare to flee since they knew it would be futile to do so. However, when they saw that the powerhouse in the dark still did not make his move even though so many people had fled, their mind began to have other ideas. Soon after, they joined the others and ran away as well. Soon after, none of the revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family was left. Only a group of guards with low cultivation base was left there. They all looked at each other, and none of them made a move for a long time. Only when someone took the lead to run away, the others followed suit. In the end, Bai Lihong was the only one left on the scene. To be exact, there were 2 people left on the scene. There was still Duanling Tian hiding in the dark. Senior brother, continue to head outside. Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Bai Li Hong in a timely manner. If Duanling Tian had intended to stop the group of people from fleeing earlier with the strength he currently possessed, none of them would have been able to escape. He had only let them go because he was not bothered with them. To him, these people were merely baits. He was letting them go to catch an even bigger fish. All right. It was only until he heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission that Bai Li Hong finally returned to his senses. It was as though he had just awoken from a dream. Seeing how Huijin was killed had also shocked him. 2 months ago, Huijin was so tyrannical when he brought his men to the Situ clan to kidnap him. Relying on his cultivation base, he acted willfully and unscrupulously. When he was faced with Bai Li Hong, he even looked down at him. However, today such a person had been killed in just a blink of an eye. Where did junior brother manage to get such a helper? Bai Li Hong was baffled. He did not expect his junior brother to actually know a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. Although the refined Saint Stage powerhouse said he saved Bai Li Hong because he feared his junior brother would hide even more if he had died, he knew that it was only a story he made up. If that person really wanted junior brother's Devil Seal tablet, he would have long made his move. Moreover, why would he help his junior brother to save him? After witnessing the powerhouse's strength, Bai Li Hong's confidence was greatly boosted as he continued to walk toward the palace grand entrance in an ostentatious manner without any fear. This was also because Bai Li Hong was unaware that his junior brother was the mysterious powerhouse who killed Huijin. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. Although Bai Li Hong knew Duanling Tian's innate talent was monstrously high, he did not think that his current strength was comparable to a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. He did not even think that Duanling Tian would be unafraid of those few refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, and that powerhouse who was at the peak of the refined Saint Stage with an extraordinary background. At the time when Bai Li Hong continued to walk out, the news of Huijin's death had also finally reached the Windfall Nation's emperor's ear. The Windfall Nation's emperor was in his middle age. He wore a dragon robe, looking majestic without looking fierce. Huijin's dead. After learning about Huijin's death, the expression of Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, turned grave immediately as cold killing intent shone in his eyes. With a deep voice he asked, "Who's it?" Other than being the revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, Huijin was also Zhu Yuan's right arm. There were many things that he relied on Huijin to do. Killing Huijin was no doubt equivalent to severing his right arm, so how could he not be mad? As his anger rose, Zhu Yuan's dragon robe fluttered. At this instant, the dragons embroidered on it seemed to have come alive as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in a menacing manner. At the same time, a gust of terrifying aura also surged out of Zhu Yuan's body, causing the revered elder who came to report the news to take a few steps backward. This revered elder was an early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, but he was still forced to take a few steps backward by the aura emanating off Zhu Yuan's body. Just from this, one could easily imagine how strong Zhu Yuan was. The Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate force on the Dao Martial Saint land. It was a sixth-rate Saint nation. Such a country was completely unlike those nations in the mortal continent. All of those who could become the emperor were eminent people. As the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan was one of the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Moreover, he was also the youngest refined Saint Stage powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. When his aura was pressing down on an ordinary early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, it was only natural the latter could not endure it. The imperial family's revered elder did not dare to dally and hurriedly answered Zhu Yuan. It's an unknown powerhouse who did not even reveal himself as he killed revered elder Hua. He didn't even need to reveal himself to kill Huijin? Is he a refined Saint Stage powerhouse? Zhu Yuan's expression turned even graver when he heard this. He must be at least at the refined Saint Stage or above. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary refined Saint Stage powerhouse as well. He did not even have to show himself to kill revered elder Hua with just one attack. When the imperial family's revered elder recalled the scene earlier, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What? The moment his words left his mouth, Zhu Yuan was horrified as well. Zhu Yuan knew he would also be able to kill Hu Jin without revealing himself. However, that was only if Hu Jin had been unprepared. He knew he could not kill Hu Jin in just one strike.
So powerful. It must be someone at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. The moment Zhu Yuan thought of this, his heart jolted.
In fact, there was only one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse in their Windfall Nation's imperial family, and he was also the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Does that person has any special characteristic when he or she attacked? Is it possible that the person is Ziyun, the sect leader Drift Blaze sect? Zhu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Ziyun was the sect leader of the Drift Blaze sect. She was the only one who was evenly matched with the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I don't think it's sect leader Ziyun. Based on the way the person attacked, it seems like he's a sword cultivator.
A sword cultivator? Yes. Did that person say anything?
Zhu Yuan very quickly learned about what had transpired with Duanling Tian's orchestration. He also thought the person lurking in the dark was someone who wanted the Devil Seal tablet. The big fish has finally taken the bait. Duanling Tian, who was lurking in the dark, calmly stared at the two people who were blocking Bai Lihong's path, causing his heart to jolt. Between the two people, one of them was wearing the dragon robe, clearly revealing his identity. He was none other than Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor.
Although this was Duanling Tian's first time seeing Zhu Yuan, he could guess his identity based on his clothes. After all, the dragon robe was only exclusive to the emperor. He also knew about Zhu Yuan even though it was his first time meeting him. When he was the interim advisor in the Situ clan, he had heard about the Windfall Nation's emperor Zhu Yuan more than once. He knew that he was one of the few strongest people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. He was also a refined saint stage powerhouse.
The other person was a middle-aged burly man whose face was concealed by his curly beard. Along with his messy hair, he looked like a humanoid lion from afar. Someone who's capable of standing together with Zhu Yuan. This person must be one of the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family as well, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When Duanling Tian was thinking to himself, Zhu Yuan and the other person who stopped Bai Lihong did not make things difficult for Bai Lihong. Instead, they kept looking in every direction as though they were looking for something.
A few moments later, Zhu Yuan finally said, "Friend, I'm the Emperor of Windfall Nation, Zhu Yuan. There seems to be a misunderstanding between you and the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I wonder if it's possible for you to come out and speak to us."
Zhu Yuan's tone was very polite, completely unlike an emperor of a sixth-rate saint nation. The Emperor of Windfall Nation? At the same time, Bai Lihong finally began to piece the puzzle together when he saw the dragon robe and heard Zhu Yuan's introduction. To think the person who blocked his path was actually Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor.
He was only slightly astonished even though he found out the person in front of him was the Emperor of Windfall Nation.
So what if he was the Windfall Nation's emperor?
He had a powerhouse behind him who did not even fear Master Yun, who was regarded as a distinguished guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family.
It was none other than his junior brother's friend. "Let's talk after everyone has arrived." Duanling Tian, who was lurking in the dark, replied nonchalantly. His still faked a hoarse voice so nobody could connect him and this voice together. The sound resonated from all directions and entered Zhu Yuan and the others' ears, causing them to frown immediately. Let's talk after everyone had arrived? What did it mean? Soon after, as a middle-aged man and an old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man finally realized what Duanling Tian's words meant.
"Master Yun, Imperial Uncle."
After the middle-aged man and that old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded burly man beside him quickly bowed. The person whom they paid respect to was not the old man but the middle-aged man. After bowing and showing their respect to the middle-aged man, only then did they bow at the old man as a greeting.
Although the old man was Zhu Yuan's senior, he did not dare to exert his authority in front of the middle-aged man. He found it normal and was not angry at all when he saw Zhu Yuan and the other man paid their greetings to the middle-aged man first. In fact, this was a powerhouse who came from a quasi-third-rate force. Although his strength was not considered strong in the quasi-third-rate force, he was almost invincible in Windfall Nation. He was at the peak of the refined saint stage.
Perhaps there were some powerhouses in the history of Windfall Nation who had made a breakthrough to this stage, but most of them did not remain in Windfall Nation after breaking through to this stage.
Faced with Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded burly man's bow, the middle-aged man merely replied nonchalantly. However, the old man responded to them with a smile.
However, when the old man shifted his gaze to Bai Li Hong, the smile on his face disappeared completely, and he had a grave expression on his face. "You're Bai Li Hong?" Bai Li Hong could already guess his identity when he heard Zhu Yuan addressed him as Imperial Uncle.
In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who could be addressed as Imperial Uncle by the Windfall Nation's Emperor Zhu Yuan.
He was none other than Zhu Wuxia, the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, whose cultivation base had already reached the intermediate refined saint stage.
Bai Li Hong frowned but did not reply when faced with Zhu Wuxia's arrogant way of asking the question.
Although this person was powerful and it would be easy for him to kill Bai Li Hong was not someone who feared death. Naturally, he would not submit to Zhu Wuxia. Moreover, he had a secret supporter backing him now. There was no reason for him to be afraid of Zhu Wuxia at all. Ha! Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave immediately when he saw Bai Li Hong merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him after hearing his question.
As the strongest powerhouse in Windfall Nation and the imperial uncle of the Windfall Nation's emperor put aside that he had a distinguished position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family when he went out.
There was no one in Windfall Nation who did not respect or fear him after discovering his identity. However, today he was ignored by an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. This was no doubt a humiliation to him.
"How dare you?" Just when Zhu Wuxia's expression turned grave, two loud snarls resonated in unison. As it turned out, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and the curly-bearded burly man beside him were glaring at Bai Li Hong furiously.
Based on their reactions, one could see how furious they were. Other than being the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, Zhu Wuxia was also the backbone of the imperial family as well. In Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded burly man's eyes, not only was Zhu Wuxia the guardian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was their senior as well.
The reason they could achieve the cultivation base they had today was mainly due to the pointers that Zhu Wuxia gave them without any reservations.
A master was like a father, and in their hearts, they had long regarded Zhu Wuxia as their father. Now that somebody dared to ignore their father, moreover, this person was only an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. How could they not feel furious? "Zhu Lai, kill him," Zhu Wuxia said coldly as his eyes gleamed with a piercing light.
"Yes, Imperial Uncle." The person addressed as Zhu Lai by Zhu Wuxia was none other than the curly-bearded burly man who was standing next to Zhu Yuan. After hearing Zhu Wuxia's words, he responded and flew out immediately, charging toward Bai Li Hong like an eagle that had locked onto its prey.
Zhu Lai was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator no matter what. The moment he made his move, it instantly pressured Bai Li Hong greatly to the point of suffocation. Even his back that was usually ramrod straight had gradually begun to bend over. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air as a golden sword ray flashed across the sky and disappeared as soon as it appeared. In just a blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the crowd before disappearing again. During this small window of time, Zhu Lai, who was originally charging toward Bai Li Hong, retreated in a slightly wretched manner. What a fast sword work! After Zhu Lai had retreated, he felt his back was drenched with cold sweat. That golden sword ray had narrowly brushed past his head earlier. It was fortunate he did not use his full force when he was charging at Bai Li Hong, allowing him to stop just in time. If he had used all his strength, it would have been impossible for him to stop due to inertia. If that happened, there was no doubt he would have died. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, whether it was Zhu Lai, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Wuxia, or Master Yun, all of them shifted their eyes toward Bai Li Hong in unison. Naturally, they were not staring at Bai Li Hong, but they were staring at a young man who appeared after the golden sword ray had appeared.
The young man had an ordinary appearance. One would have difficulties picking him out from a crowd of people.
However, other than Master Yun, who claimed to have come from a quasi-third-rate force and was looking at this young man disdainfully, Zhu Muxia and the other two were looking extremely glum. This was because they knew this young man who appeared ordinary actually had a cultivation base that was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. Only Zhu Muxia in the Windfall Nation's imperial family alone was evenly matched with a person who had the cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. However, faced with this emotionless young man, Zhu Muxia felt unsure of himself. Even he could clearly sense the danger contained in the golden sword ray that flashed past earlier. When one's cultivation base had reached his stage, one would gain a particularly keen sense of judgment. He could sense a dangerous vibe from the ordinary-looking young man before him. In the end, the young man who was Duanling Tian in disguise said, "Humph! To think that a mighty refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family would act in such a despicable way toward a pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at once this news spread out?" His voice still remained hoarse. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhu Lai's face turned slightly pale. "Well then, we'll have to see whether both of you will be able to leave the palace alive to spread the news." Zhu Muxia smirked coldly. "You must be one of the intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators in the Windfall Nation's imperial family?" Duanling Tian asked as he glanced at Zhu Muxia indifferently. "So what if I am?" Zhu Muxia continued to smirk. If initially he was slightly fearful of Duanling Tian, he no longer took Duanling Tian seriously anymore when he recalled he had the support of the middle-aged man next to him. Perhaps this young man in front of him was stronger than him, but it was impossible for him to compare to the person standing next to him. The person beside him was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, the person beside him had just transmitted his voice to him saying that he was fully confident he could get rid of the young man in front of them. Due to this reason, he was feeling very relaxed. "It seems like you planning to rely on him as your support?" Duanling Tian did not miss the hint of fear in Zhu Muxi's gaze earlier. That was a sign of a weak person. At the very least, Zhu Muxi knew he was inferior to Duanling Tian. However, Zhu Muxi suddenly had a change of attitude. Duanling Tian, naturally, knew the reason had something to do with the middle-aged man next to him. Earlier, Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, and that Zhu Lai had addressed this middle-aged man as Master Yun. This middle-aged man was none other than the martial cultivator who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was also the guest of honor of the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the person who severely injured Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. The moment Duanling Tian thought of how this person injured Ziyun, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ziyun was Tian Wu's master and his senior as well. She was severely wounded because she had tried to rescue Duanling Tian's senior brother from being detained in the palace for Tian Wu's sake. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian felt like he owed Ziyun a favor. "So what if that's the case?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhu Muxi smirked. It was as though he was already certain of his victory against Duanling Tian. "Although you've nothing to do with Bai Li Hong, you're guilty of coveting the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is something our Master Yun has to obtain. In terms of strength, Master Yun's a powerhouse who's at the peak of the refined saint stage, and you're no match for him. In terms of the force behind Master Yun, he comes from a quasi-third-rate force called Azure Cloud Mansion. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a quasi-third-rate force is the strongest force. It's not something the force behind you can compare to." When Zhu Muxi reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully. "It's important to know your own limits. Perhaps you're quite strong, but it's still quite lacking if you're planning to get your hands on the Devil Seal Tablet." Zhu Muxi had also heard of the objective of Duanling Tian's arrival. Naturally, he was unaware it was all made up. The quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing his words, Duanling Tian was stunned. Then he proceeded to size Master Yin, the middle-aged man by Zhu Muxi's side, up. "You're from a quasi-third-rate force?" "Humph." Faced with Duanling Tian's question, the middle-aged man lifted his head proudly and looked down at Duanling Tian with a domineering expression. "I'm Yun Kuan, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Mansion." Yun Kuan's tone was filled with arrogance. This arrogance, naturally, came from him being in a quasi-third-rate force and a disciple of Azure Cloud Mansion. If it was the former Azure Cloud Mansion, its deterrent force was limited even though it was still a quasi-third-rate force. After all, there were differences in strength in quasi-third-rate forces as well.
The former Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as being at the bottom among other quasi-third-rate forces.
However, ever since the Azure Cloud Mansion changed its mansion master, it had prospered with each passing day and had even become a presence to be reckoned with in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, it was impossible for Yun Kuan to even imagine the young man standing before him, whom he looked down on was none other than the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, he was Duan Rufeng's only son.
Duan Rufeng was someone everybody respected in the Azure Cloud Mansion.
It was precisely because of Duan Rufeng that the Azure Cloud Mansion finally became a force to be reckoned with in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land currently.
If Yun Kuan knew about Duan Ling Tian's true identity, he would have been scared to death.
In fact, in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, Duan Rufeng was like a deity who was supreme and almighty, a presence that was completely inviolable. However, Yun Kuan did not know of Duan Ling Tian's identity, and Duan Ling Tian did not know of his own identity either. Despite knowing his father was in the Dao Martial Saint Land and that he had a few powerhouses under his command, it did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that his father was actually the leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion that had gotten very influential recently. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the only quasi-third-rate force that could compare to the Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the quasi-third-rate force Mystical Sky Mansion that Duan Ling Tian planned to visit was slightly inferior in comparison. However, the difference in strength was not much. Perhaps the Azure Cloud Mansion could annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion if they go up against each other. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely deplete 80% of its force as well. Due to this reason, even the Azure Cloud Mansion would not dare to offend the Mystical Sky Mansion easily, since if they were to fight, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory for them. Even if they managed to annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion with its force depleted would fall as well. Just like the saying went, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it's the fisherman who profits from it. Put the other quasi-third-rate forces aside, as the Azure Cloud Mansion's mortal enemy, the Mountain Shade Black Market would definitely not let any chances go to strike at the Azure Cloud Mansion when it was down. Naturally, it was still too early to talk about all this. Don't tell me you thought that you're the only disciple of a quasi-third-rate force? Duan Ling Tian smirked as he looked at Yun Kuan nonchalantly.
The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Yun Kuan was not the only one who was stunned. Even Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai were stunned as well. Could it be that the ordinary-looking but powerful young man was also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force as well? You're also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? Yun Kuan asked indifferently as he raised an eyebrow. Although his tone had become much more polite, he still could not conceal his arrogance. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a distinguished force among all quasi-third-rate forces, so unless it was the relatives of some high-ranking officials of those other quasi-third-rate forces, he did not have any high regards toward other ordinary quasi-third-rate forces' disciples. So what if I am, and so what if I'm not? The smirk on Duan Ling Tian's face became even wider. A hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. How dare you trick Master Yun? When Zhu Muxiai saw the mockery in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he returned to his senses. He stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was staring at a monster. It did not cross his mind that this fellow was so daring as to play a trick and provoke Yun Kuan even after finding out that he was the disciple of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Could it be that he really was not afraid of death? Or perhaps he really thought he could fight Yun Kuan? Although he was filled with self-righteousness, a hint of pleasure could still be seen in Zhu Muxi's eyes as he chuckled at Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. He was eager and delighted to see the scene that was about to unfold before him. As for Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, both of them were gloating over Duan Ling Tian's misfortune as well when they looked at him. This young man in front of them was powerful. With just the force of their Windfall Nation's imperial family alone, they could not do anything to him at all. However, they felt absolutely unwilling if they were told to let go of him. No matter what, he had killed more than 10 people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Due to this reason, they were pleased to witness his misfortune. I ascent this junior brother? At the same time, Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses. When Duanling Tian revealed himself and spoke using his hoarse voice, he could tell this was supposedly the voice of the powerhouse hiding in the dark. Initially, he had thought Duanling Tian had found someone to help him. However, it did not cross his mind at all that it was Duanling Tian all along. It has only been more than a year, but junior brother's strength has actually risen to such a level that Huijin was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. But he was killed directly in just an instant. How did he raise his cultivation base in this period of time? The moment he realized his junior brother actually possessed the strength of a refined saint stage powerhouse after more than a year, Bai Li Hong was shocked as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. However, this time he regained his senses very quickly. Boy, you're seeking death. Yun Kuen's shout caused Bai Li Hong to return to his senses. At this moment, Yun Kuen had also regained his senses. Naturally, he was furious. His anger was out of control as his robe fluttered. It was the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. In just a blink of an eye, the air within a 100-meter radius around him trembled for a moment as ripples spread out as though a stone had been dropped into a still lake. Yun Kuen's territory rapidly consolidated. When the three Zhu men from the Windfall Nation's imperial family saw this, a vicious smile appeared on their faces immediately. In their opinion, now that Yun Kuen had begun to make his move, this young man would definitely die. Junior brother. Horror dawned on Bai Li Hong's face as he was washed with a sense of nervousness. He had completely forgotten he had been instructed by Duanling Tian to come here to be bait. If Duanling Tian was not confident, would he have asked him to do this? Naturally, this was because Bai Li Hong cared about Duanling Tian that he had forgotten about this. As the saying went, worrying only leads to a chaotic mind. This saying described Bai Li Hong perfectly at this moment. Faced with Yun Kuen, who had consolidated his territory, a sword had somehow appeared in Duanling Tian's hand. It was an ordinary-looking and unadorned sword. In the next instant, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. At once, he mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body and completely gathered it in the hand that was holding onto the sword in just a blink of an eye through the 99 saint veins before he infused it into the sword. It caused the originally plain and unadorned sword to emit dazzling golden light. Whoosh! The light became more intense. In the end, it was as though the sun was hanging in the sky. It's that sword. The sword in Duanling Tian's hand was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword. Among the people who were present on the scene, Bai Li Hong was the only one who could recognize the sword. Even Bai Li Hong could not understand why. But the moment he saw Duanling Tian took out this sword, his originally aggravated emotions had actually faded away as he turned calm. After he had calmed down, he recalled the reason he was here. Is junior brother confident he can defeat Yun Kuen? Although Bai Li Hong felt it was unbelievable, he could not help but feel hopeful in his heart. Bai Li Hong's gaze was completely focused on the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. Although the sword was covered in dazzling golden light, he could still see its silhouette. Bai Li Hong still remembered the first time he saw this sword was in the Moon Illumination sect. He would never forget the scene he witnessed at that time for the rest of his life. His junior brother had used this sword with a cultivation base at the Saint Rudiment stage and killed a pristine Saint stage Supreme Elder of Moon Illumination sect in just one strike. Moreover, more than a year ago, when Duanling Tian was battling Lin Dong, who came from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, he felt it had something to do with this sword as well, even though he did not witness the final and terrifying strike of the sword. You're not using your territory, but you're using a shitty sword to fight with me? You're digging your own grave. After Yun Kuen's territory was consolidated, he noticed Duanling Tian had merely taken out a sword and did not seem to have any intention of consolidating his territory. He had a mocking expression on his face as he scoffed. Faced with Yun Kuen's mockery, Duanling Tian only replied indifferently, "Why do I need to use my territory to kill you?" He spoke as though victory was already in his grasp. When Duanling Tian's words entered Yun Kuen's ears, and he saw the indifferent expression on his face, he felt like it was a provocation to him. You're seeking death. Yun Kuen no longer could suppress the flame of wrath in his heart. His figure flashed, and his true origin surged up as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai chuckled when they saw Yun Kun making his move. At this moment, it seemed as though they could already see the scene of the young man being killed. However, their smiles froze on their faces very soon. Their chuckles and how their smiles froze happened in just a blink of an eye. Everything happened so fast that it was difficult for people to quickly return to their senses. Their smiles had frozen on their faces because the scene that unfolded before their eyes was beyond their expectation. Yun Kun furiously made his move. His body flashed, and his speed was so fast that it was even difficult for the three Zhu men to catch a trace of his movement. In no time at all, the faint sound of sword whistling in the air appeared fleetingly, and Yun Kun's figure that had disappeared before their eyes materialized again. However, Yun Kun's figure after he materialized was in a different state. To be more precise, Yun Kun's body had been split in half completely. After a while, blood began to pour unceasingly from his body. See this? Upon seeing this, Zhu Muxiai and the other two were dumbfounded. Yun Kun, who was invincible in their eyes, was killed in just one move. Meanwhile, Bai Lihong sighed in relief when he saw Yun Kun had died. His eyes contained hints of shock as well when he looked at Duanling Tian. His junior brother's progress speed was so fast that he was almost getting immune to it now. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage had been killed by him with just a slash of a sword. In other words, with the help from that powerful sword, his junior brother's attack was comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Only an eminent saint stage powerhouse would have the capability to kill Yun Kun, who had reached the peak of the refined saint stage with just one blow. Yun Kun was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Apart from having a high cultivation base, his technique must have been powerful as well. Perhaps, he could not be considered as strong compared to martial or Dao cultivators who were all at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was still stronger than many people. However, such a person had just been killed by his junior brother. He did not even know when his junior brother made his move. Heck, he did not even hear the sound of sword whistling in the air. It was only natural since its speed was so fast, coupled with his lower cultivation base, he did not hear it at all. Bai Lihong might not have heard the sound due to his low cultivation base, but Zhu Muxiai and the other two whose cultivation base had reached the refined saint stage had heard the sound. Zhu Muxiai had the highest cultivation base, so it was only natural for him to hear the sound the most clearly. Due to this reason, all colors drained from his face as he watched Yun Kun's body that had been completely severed into half fell from the sky. Zhu Muxi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It did not cross his mind that Yun Kun would die. The moment he recalled how he had used Yun Kun to provoke the young man standing before him, his heart began to palpitate as well. If God had given him another chance to redo this, he would not have dared to provoke this young man no matter how courageous he was. Shit, it's all Yun Kun's fault. If he had not confidently told me he would be able to deal with this guy, I wouldn't have provoked him. When Zhu Muxiai thought of this, he clenched his teeth and looked at Yun Kun's body in hatred. I can't believe I can actually cast such a power attack with the Jasper Celestial Sword using my Sun True Energy. Yun Kun was still a disciple of that quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion, no matter what. His cultivation base was even at the peak of the refined saint stage, and yet, he was killed with just a strike of my sword. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he reached out to caress the Jasper Celestial Sword that was still shining its brilliant golden light. Whoosh! Like a cannonball that was shot out, he flew out and took Yun Kun's spatial ring before his body flashed and appeared in front of Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai. At this moment, all three of their faces were extremely pale, and there were hints of terror and panic in their eyes. When Duanling Tian saw the look in their eyes and their expressions, a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said mockingly, "What? Are you scared now?" "Lord, I, Zhu Muxiai, am wrong. I failed to recognize what an outstanding person you are. Please forgive me. With your strength, I'm sure the Devil Seal Tablet will belong to you in the end." To think that Yun Kun actually thought he's invincible just because he was the disciple of the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Little did he know there's such a reclusive and erudite person like you, Lord. Zhu Muxiai took a deep breath and resorted to flattering Duanling Tian. At this moment, his majestic manner had completely disappeared.
He was almost like a manservant by the side of the road. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai were stunned when they saw Zhu Muxia behaving in such a manner. This was their first time seeing their imperial uncle acting in this manner. It was as though he was a completely different person. Little did they know that Zhu Muxia was extremely terrified at this moment. If he had not mocked the young man earlier, perhaps the young man would not bother with him. However, the problem was he had mocked the young man unreservedly earlier. He knew very well if he was in that young man's shoes, he would not have let him go so easily. The truth was, after killing Yun Kuan, Duanling Tian had no intention of harming Zhu Muxia and the other two. Besides, he did not even take the words Zhu Muxia had spoken seriously. If a dog barked at oneself while one was walking on the roadside, one would not just kill the dog, right? However, when he heard Zhu Muxia fawning over him now, a sense of disgust rose up in his heart. With a casual wave of his sword, the sword ray swept across the sky. Before Zhu Muxia even managed to react, he had already been killed by Duanling Tian. Even Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, had died under his Jasper celestial sword, let alone a martial cultivator who was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Although he had only casually waved his sword, and its force was nowhere near comparable to the force he used to deal with Yun Kuan, it was not something that Zhu Muxia could withstand. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai were horrified when they saw Zhu Muxia died. They cried out in sorrow, "Imperial uncle!" However, the two of them with reddened eyes did not dare to show any resentment at all. Who knew if this young man would kill them to solve the trouble if they had shown any resentment? Although they really wanted to kill this man to satisfy themselves, they knew they did not possess the capability for now. At this moment, all they could do was try to not further infuriate the young man. Perhaps they would be able to preserve their lives this way. However, Duanling Tian did not have any intention of killing Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai at all. Although it would be easy for the current him to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, both of them were among the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If Zhu Muxia and the two of them died, the Windfall Nation's imperial family would definitely descend into chaos. If the Windfall Nation's imperial family fell into chaos, complications and confusion would arise in the capital and the entire Windfall Nation would fall into chaos. At that time, as the relatives of the emperor, the Situ clan, the clan leader of Situ clan, and his son might be implicated as well. The Situ clan was where his good friends were living in. Naturally, he did not wish for anything to happen to the Situ clan. Due to this reason, he did not kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai. I must get the Devil Seal tablet. If I find out that your Windfall Nation's imperial family makes another move on Duanling Tian's companions again and alerts him, I'll definitely kill all of you. Duanling Tian glanced coldly Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai before vanishing into thin air in front of them. As for Bai Li Hong, he did not plan to take him away with him. His current identity had no relation with Bai Li Hong. There should not be any unnecessary interactions between them. Due to this reason, it was inconvenient for him to bring Bai Li Hong away with him. Naturally, Duanling Tian was certain even if he left Bai Li Hong behind, the Windfall Nation's emperor Zhu Yuan would not make things difficult for Bai Li Hong if he was smart. As it turned out, the situation played out just as Duanling Tian had expected. Bai Li Hong left the imperial palace without any problems and returned to the Situ clan. A commotion erupted in the Situ clan when they saw Bai Li Hong return after he was kidnapped by a revered elder from the Windfall Nation's imperial family 2 months ago. Everyone was certain it would be impossible for him to return ever again. Bai Li Hong would either have to immediately be the exclusive Saint Inscription Master for the Windfall Nation's imperial family or die. In their opinion, Bai Li Hong only had those two options. It did not cross their minds that Bai Li Hong would return. This was like escaping after entering a tiger's den. Master Bai Li, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son personally came out to welcome him when they found out Bai Li Hong had returned. Apart from being surprised, there was a hint of guilt in their expressions as well. They, Situ Hang, the young master of Situ clan, in particular, felt guilty for being powerless to stop the people from the imperial family from taking Bai Li Hong away. He still remembered before Master Duan left, he had especially asked him to take care of his friends. When Bai Li Hong was taken away, he felt extremely guilty toward Master Duan. Moreover, he had even punished himself by kneeling while facing the wall for over a month.
Now that he had seen with his own eyes that Bai Li Hong was safe and had returned to the Situ clan, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, after their surprise had faded, everyone in the Situ clan, including the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, was very curious about what had happened to Bai Li Hong. In their opinion, it was impossible that the Windfall Nation's imperial family would let go of a 4-star saint inscription master so easily. This could be seen from Hao Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, who was severely injured when she went to the imperial palace to save Bai Li Hong. It was a powerhouse who saved me. Naturally, Bai Li Hong could not tell them the truth. In fact, Duanling Tian had also reminded him about this previously. That powerhouse is interested in the Devil Seal tablet in my junior brother's hands, but at the same time, he's worried that I'd be tortured to death or something after being kidnapped by the people from the imperial palace. He was worried this would make junior brother more cautious and hide more carefully. Due to this reason, he saved me and warned the Windfall Nation's emperor to not even think of touching me again. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and the others were bewildered. Was this even possible? One of the Situ clan's elders mused. What an eccentric powerhouse. However, it's a good thing you encountered this powerhouse, Master Bai Li. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to return so fast. He would not be able to return so fast? Bai Li Hong could not help but snort inwardly when he heard this elder of Situ clan's words. If his junior brother did not appear, let alone returning quickly, he would not have even been able to return at all. There was a high possibility he might even die in the dungeon one day. Master Bai Li, I heard the Windfall Nation's imperial palace had a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage backing them. When that powerhouse saved you, the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace must not have made a move. Right? A Situ clan's elder could not help but ask. Everyone in the Situ clan, including Situ Hao and Situ Hang, turned to look at Bai Li Hong. They were curious about this matter as well. The powerhouse who was treated as a distinguished guest in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even Ziyun, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect, was severely injured by him. He must have not made a move at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Bai Li Hong's savior to save him. Another Situ clan's elder said before Bai Li Hong could respond. You have a point. That powerhouse is at the peak of the refined saint stage after all. If he had intended to stop it, not just anyone would be able to rescue Master Bai Li. Another person added. If it really was an unknown powerhouse who had rescued him, Bai Li Hong might just smile and not bother with an explanation after hearing their words. However, because he knew exactly the powerhouse who saved him was not some stranger but his junior brother, he could not stand to listen as these people looked down on his junior brother. Hermf, do you mean Yun Kuan? He's indeed powerful. Apart from having a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, his background is not simple as well since he came from a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. What? He's someone from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion? My dear lord, the Windfall Nation's imperial family has a connection with the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that this force is one of the 2 most powerful forces among all quasi-third-rate forces. After finding out that Yun Kuan, who was treated as a distinguished guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family, was actually from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone from the Situ clan was completely astounded. Their Situ clan was merely a 7th-rate force. That Azure Cloud Mansion, on the other hand, was a quasi-third-rate force. Any random powerhouse from such force could easily annihilate the Situ clan. So what if he's from the Azure Cloud Mansion? He still died in the end. Bai Li Hong snorted disdainfully. One must admit the moment Bai Li Hong's words left his mouth and entered the ears of the Situ clan's people, it was as though bolts of lightning had struck them. They were all in a daze for a very long time. After returning to their senses, nobody said anything for a long time. Instead, they stood looking at one another. All of them could see the bewilderment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Yun Kuan's dead? There's actually someone who dares to kill someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he afraid of death? Nobody in the Situ clan doubted Bai Li Hong's words since this matter would not be able to be hidden for long. Even if Bai Li Hong did not tell them this, they would still find out about it eventually.
What shocked them the most was not the fact that Yun Kuan was from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, they were more shocked that someone dared to kill a person from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion's retaliation? The Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful force that stood at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a force to be reckoned with. Soon after, many elders from the Situ clan began to ask about the details of what had happened.
That powerhouse merely used a slash of a sword to sever Yun Kuan in half. Although I'm at the early pristine saint stage, I didn't even catch a trace of the sound of the sword whistling in the air. One could tell just how fast the speed of the sword was. Bai Li Hong added again.
It only took a strike from the sword to kill Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage.
For a moment, everyone in the Situ clan, including Situ Hao and Situ Hang, was stunned.
Bai Li Hong casually brushed the people from Situ clan off before he bade them goodbye and left, returning to his own residence. Previously, Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng were unaware of what had happened. However, due to the fact that Duanling Tian had told them beforehand that Bai Li Hong would return today, they did not leave for the time being and had been waiting in Bai Li Hong's mansion. All of you. When Bai Li Hong walked into the mansion, he immediately saw Feng Wu Dao and the others. Everyone had a worried expression on their faces. It instantly gave him a sense of warmth in his heart. Master Bai Li. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw that Bai Li Hong had really returned, they were all pleasantly surprised. What? Don't tell me you didn't believe my words before this. At this moment, Duanling Tian had returned as well. As soon as he returned, he removed his disguise, reverting to his original appearance. Seeing the familiar figure and face change disguise, Bai Li Hong was filled with emotions. He walked forward and patted Duanling Tian's shoulder before sighing emotionally. Junior brother, I can't believe you actually possess strength at the eminent saint stage after more than a year. Strength at the eminent saint stage. This casual remark stunned all the attentive listeners. When Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others heard Bai Li Hong's words, they were all dumbfounded.
Eminent saint stage?
At this moment, they were no longer rookies who had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, they knew what eminent saint stage represented.
The eminent saint stage was one of the stages in the saint stage.
When a person entered the saint stage from the saint rudiment stage, he would reach the pristine saint stage. After the pristine saint stage, it was followed by the refined saint stage. After the refined saint stage, then came the eminent saint stage. Master Bai Li, you're not joking, are you?
Did you say Duanling Tian is an eminent saint stage powerhouse? Chen Xiaoshui gasped as he looked at Duanling Tian in astonishment. It was as though he was looking at a monster.
Nangong Yi gulped before he asked, Duanling Tian, did you really break through to the eminent saint stage?
No. Duanling Tian shook his head.
Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, other than Bai Li Hong, who seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others sighed in relief. As it turns out, Master Bai Li was just joking.
Master Bai Li, please don't crack such a joke next time. My little heart can't endure it, Nangongyi said with a wry smile.
TSK, do you have a little heart? Who are you trying to deceive? Chen Xiaoshui snorted disdainfully. Bai Li Hong shook his head and no longer said anything when he saw another commotion had broken out. I've not made a breakthrough to the eminent saint stage yet, but due to some reason, I can cast attacks that are on par with an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, it's only limited to ordinary refined saint stage powerhouses. Duanling Tian said in a timely manner just as Bai Li Hong was about to let the matter go. Apart from Bai Li Hong, who had an expression of realization on his face, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were shocked and only returned to their senses after a long time.
Freak.
Monster.
Nangongyi and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duanling Tian for a long time before saying these two words.
Then, does this mean you're the one who personally rescued Master Bai Li? Chen Xiaoshui asked again. Let me recount what happened. Bai Li Hong took control of the situation and began to recount what had happened. Although he was merely describing the incident that had taken place earlier, it felt as though he was reliving the experience again.
Master Bai Li, don't you think you're just too cool?
To think that you openly walked out of the dungeon to the Imperial Palace. Although I wasn't there, I can imagine the expressions of the people in the imperial palace. Qian Xiao Shui and Nan Gongyi mused. However, they quickly shifted their gazes to Duanling Tian again, similar to Feng Wudao and the others. What astounded them the most was Duanling Tian's strength. Yun Kuan, who came from the quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion, with a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by him with just a strike of his sword.
Ling Tian boy, that Yun Kuan was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion, no matter what. We don't even know if he was an important person in the Azure Cloud Mansion.
If he was, the Azure Cloud Mansion might not just leave this matter at that. Feng Wudao chimed in with a solemn expression. Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, Sima Changfeng and the others broke out in cold sweat on Duanling Tian's behalf. So what if the Azure Cloud Mansion refuses to let this matter go? Don't forget that I didn't kill him using my original identity. Well, if the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to find the killer, they first have to possess the ability to do that. Duanling Tian, the person involved, was extremely calm and not the least worried, while Feng Wudao and the others looked worried.
Just like the saying went, worrying leads to a chaotic mind. After listening to Duanling Tian's words, they soon calmed down.
Uncle Feng, I heard Tian Wu left the sect, but she didn't find me at all. I wonder if she has returned recently. Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Feng Wudao. No. Feng Wudao shook his head. Although he knew there was a strong powerhouse protecting his daughter, he could not help but feel worried. Perhaps that powerhouse could be considered as the strongest person in Windfall Nation, but that might not be the case elsewhere.
Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "Don't tell anybody about me returning here." With the words I said in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, the Imperial family won't dare to make things difficult for all of you anymore. All of you stay here safely in the Situ clan. At the time when I possess enough strength, I'll come and bring all of you away from here. Don't forget to cultivate as well.
When Bai Li Hong and the others heard Duanling Tian's words, they knew he was going to leave again. As usual, they were reluctant to part with him. However, they also knew that Windfall Nation was too small for Duanling Tian. There were many places with brilliant prospects where much could be accomplished. Only the vast outside world was suitable for someone with a monstrous martial Dao like Duanling Tian. After leaving the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation, Duanling Tian went to the Drift Blaze sect. When he reached the Drift Blaze sect, he learned that Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation in order to recuperate. He instantly realized how serious the injury she had suffered. Please tell sect leader Ziyun that I've taken revenge for her. Since sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, Duanling Tian, naturally, did not bother her. Instead, he asked one of her direct disciples to pass on a message. When the direct disciple of sect leader Ziyun heard Duanling Tian's words, she merely scoffed. She knew what kind of person had injured her master. Although this pretty little boy that her junior sister had taken a liking to had quite a high innate talent and strength, how could he possibly be able to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duanling Tian saw the disbelief in her eyes, but he did not explain anything. He believed that it would only take 2 days at most for the news to spread to the Drift Blaze sect. Finally, it's time for me to head to Mystical Sky Mansion.
Duanling Tian had pondered upon it before deliberately asking Ziyun's direct disciple to pass the message saying that he had avenged Ziyun.
Although he had used another disguise and name to make his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, due to the fact that Ziyun was Feng Tianwu's master, Duanling Tian did not intend to hide this from her. As for this direct disciple who was asked to pass the message, when Duanling Tian had first met Tianwu in the Drift Blaze sect, he had learned from Tianwu that her senior sister was an orphan who was taken in by her master when she was young. Thus, she treated her master like her mother and cared for her very much. For this reason, Duanling Tian was not worried she would spread this news out. Naturally, even if she did, not many people would believe her.
At that time, Duanling Tian had used another disguise when he made his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace and killed Yun Kuan and Zhu Musiai. He had disguised his face using the disguising secret tactic that Elder Hua passed down to him. He believed, at that time,
Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, who were present on the scene, must have probed him with their divine consciousness and discovered his face was not fake.
The disguising secret tactic was absolutely miraculous. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there might not be a second person who had mastered this technique. Heck, it would not even cross people's minds that such a miraculous disguising secret tactic existed in this world.
Due to this reason, if news of it really spread out, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai would be the first ones to jump out and clear his name for him. After leaving the Drift Blaze sect, Duanling Tian left the Windfall Nation and did not return to the capital of Windfall Nation.
After leaving Windfall Nation, Duanling Tian's train of thoughts began to wander and his heart was filled with longing. I wonder where Tian Wu is right now. There's also father and mother. Until now, there's no news about them at all. If I didn't damage the jade token in the exquisite jade box in the first place, I would have already been reunited with both of them and little Fair as well. To think she has been taken away by father's man.
I wonder how father found out that little Fair was in the Greenwave Han mansion at that time. And there's Kur too. I wonder how she's doing now and whether our child is safe or not. After learning that Li Fei had been taken away by his cheapskate father's man, Duanling Tian's heart also felt at ease. On the other hand, he did not know how Kur was faring.
Due to this reason, he was extremely worried.
After leaving Windfall Nation, Duanling Tian did not head to the Greenwave Han mansion since it was not on the way. Instead, he headed directly in the direction where the mystical Sky Mansion was located.
As one of the very few quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the mystical Sky Mansion was situated in the north of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even with Duanling Tian's fast speed, rushing without resting, it would still take him almost 1 month at least before he would arrive.
Naturally, with Duanling Tian's current cultivation base, it was not a problem even if he did not rest. Due to this reason, within a month, he finally arrived at the Mystical Sky Mansion's district. This place was also called the Mystical Sky District. The vastness of the Mystical Sky District encompassed 2 major fourth-rate forces, and Duanling Tian was no stranger to one of the fourth-rate force. It was none other than the Raging Wave Mansion. The Raging Wave Mansion's second elder, Lu Hongguang, was one of the moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky Mansion's district at that time.
He had originally planned to join either the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion, but after learning that the Mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting disciples, he quickly changed his mind and stood Lu Hongguang and Renzhong up.
Renzhong was none other than the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Duanling Tian still felt a little guilty about this matter, and if the chance arose, he would definitely return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Renzhong. After entering the Mystical Sky District, Duanling Tian randomly found a town and went into a restaurant. He did not sit for long before he heard 2 voices resonating by his ears. "Hey, did you hear about it already?
The young mansion master of the fourth-rate force, Rising Sky Mansion, has died. He was killed during the Rising Sky ranking battle."
"I've heard about this. Rumor has it that a monstrously talented sectless cultivator appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district not too long ago. Moreover, both the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion have taken a liking to him. However, that sectless cultivator was quite terrible.
He actually stood the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion up.
Actually, I can see where he's coming from. With his innate talent and strength, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight for him to join them as well.
Besides, it just so happens that the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's Secret Zone is opening soon and is recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. He has undoubtedly made the best decision.
I don't think it's because of the Mystical Sky Mansion that he stood them up. As far as I know, before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, the news of the Mystical Sky Mansion recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below 40 years of age hadn't spread out yet.
There was no way it could have spread to the Rising Sky Mansion's district at that time.
The 2 of them were caught up in a heated discussion. When their words entered Duanling Tian's ears, he could not help but smile. It did not cross his mind that his action in the Rising Sky Mansion's district would actually spread to the Mystical Sky Mansion.
Not only that, but many people remembered his name, Li Feng, as well.
I heard that the Mystical Sky Mansion has announced recently that if the first-place winner of the Rising Sky ranking, Li Feng, is willing to come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, the mystical Sky Mansion would immediately grant him a place in entering the St. Martial secret zone, and there's no need for him to fight with other people. Moreover, the mystical Sky Mansion won't spare any efforts in nurturing him.
TSK. What a generous offer from the mystical Sky Mansion. This is enough to show how much the mystical Sky Mansion thirsts for talents.
That Li Feng is not even 40 years old, and he has already possessed the cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion doesn't give him a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone, it's still easy for him to snatch himself a spot with his strength. Due to this reason, the offer the mystical Sky Mansion made to Li Feng is basically useless. Perhaps, Li Feng might not even care about the mystical Sky Mansion's offer.
However, the mystical Sky Mansion has announced that they would spare no efforts in nurturing him as long as he's willing to join the mystical Sky Mansion. If he has the steep cultivation resources from the mystical Sky Mansion with the innate talent that he possesses,
his progress will definitely rise even more rapidly. I think it wouldn't take him long to become the backbone of the mystical Sky Mansion. Exactly. I can't believe that the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could produce a monster like Li Feng. Rumor has it that it's not only the mystical Sky Mansion, but the other few quasi-third-rate forces are also trying to rope Li Feng into their own respective forces.
With his innate talent, he would definitely be carefully nurtured regardless of which quasi-third-rate force he chooses to join.
Although I've never been to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land before, from what I heard, even those young geniuses in the upper province might not be able to compare to Li Feng at all. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, Li Feng seems to have disappeared. No matter how the Rising Sky Mansion diligently searched for him to seek revenge for their young mansion master, they couldn't find him at all. Some people said some powerhouse from the upper province had taken a liking to Li Feng, and he has been brought to the upper province. Some people even said that Li Feng is originally a genius martial cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and he had come to the lower province to train. As for participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, well, that's probably just a spontaneous decision.
Duan Lingtian realized that most of the customers in the surrounding was talking about him.
Naturally, he knew this was because news about the Rising Sky ranking battle had just spread to the mystical Sky Mansion not too long ago. After a while, this topic would die down eventually. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. It did not cross his mind that the Rising Sky ranking battle he had joined for Han Xuanai's sake had actually accidentally made him famous. Moreover, a few quasi-third-rate forces were even trying to rope him into their respective forces. Perhaps, I should join the mystical Sky Mansion using my identity as Li Feng. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. However, he dismissed the idea again when he thought more about it. With my current strength, even if I don't use Li Feng's identity to join the mystical Sky Mansion, I can still earn the spot in entering the St. Martial secret zone.
As long as I show enough innate talent and worth, the mystical Sky Mansion's cultivation resources would naturally make their way to me. Most importantly, if I enter the mystical Sky Mansion using Li Feng's identity, Tian Wu would definitely have no idea that I'm in the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, it's still better for me to use the name Ling Tian. With Tian Wu's intelligence, even if she's not sure that Ling Tian is me, she'll definitely come to investigate.
Duan Ling Tian made up his mind he would use Ling Tian's identity to enter the mystical Sky Mansion as soon as he thought about this.
However, it was still 10 months away from the date of the mystical Sky Mansion recruiting their disciples. Thus, Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush as well. He searched for a secluded mountain range in the vicinity before digging out a small hole that would not be battered by wind and rain and hid the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda inside. Soon after, with just a thought, he entered the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda.
10 months outside was equivalent to more than 4 years in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda.
Even after taking away the time Duan Lingtian used to travel to the mystical Sky Mansion, he could still stay up to about 4 years in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. During this period of time, his cultivation base would definitely progress further.
He was completely confident he would be able to enter the peak of the pristine saint stage.
Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian immersed himself completely in cultivating.
Naturally, while he was cultivating, he did not forget to hug his Jasper Celestial Sword and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, as well.
Duanling Tian had experienced the force of the Sovereign Heart Sword before, and it was precisely because of this that he had decided to dedicate his heart and soul to the Sovereign Heart Sword and no longer studied or cultivated any other martial techniques. This was because, in front of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the other martial techniques in the Dao martial saint land were nothing at all.
There was no need for him to aim for the bad ones while neglecting the best. Duanling Tian, who was cultivating, was undoubtedly unaware that at this moment, Han Xuenai's master had returned to the Greenwave Han mansion to bring Han Xuenai and the three little fellows away.
Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuenai, who was heading to the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, looked back in the distance with a grave expression on her face.
With her departure, she did not know when she would be able to meet her brother Ling Tian again. Her heart was filled with reluctance and longing. In the midst of the mountain range behind the clouds, there stood 4 steep mountains in the deepest area. Like 4 heavenly pillars, they rose straight up into the clouds. If one paid attention to the tops of the 4 mountains, one could see that behind the clouds that drifted along with the wind, there was a huge island suspended in the air.
The island was shrouded with clouds and it appeared like a fairyland. The island had no support and was hanging in the air just like that. At first glance, it was visually impactful. That island's actually hanging in the air just like that? My goodness.
How's this possible? Many people gathered on a steep mountain nearby. Some of them had eyes on the island looming behind the clouds. They had a baffled expression on their faces. In their opinion, this mountain completely defied logic.
Naturally, there were many people who remained composed as well. Some of them even chimed in sarcastically, "What a group of bumpkins. Don't you know that a powerful formation can be used to support an island so it can hover in the air?"
In any case, this is the estate of the mystical sky mansion. It's only natural they have this formation. Among the crowd, Duanling Tian, who had changed his name to Ling Tian, also shifted his eyes to the island. The island that was suspended in the sky was undoubtedly visually impactful to him. I wonder how powerful the formation has to be to support such a huge island? Moreover, I'm sure the number of saint stones needed to operate the formation is astronomical as well. Duanling Tian had some knowledge about formations. Duanling Tian, who stood among the crowd, had disguised himself into a handsome young man. Dressed entirely in green, he was hugging an unadorned and ordinary-looking sword. This sword was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword.
Since today was the day the quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion, was recruiting saint-stage geniuses who were below the age of 40, Duanling Tian had also awoken from his closed-door cultivation and reached the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate in a timely manner.
Usually, the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate was not open to the public, and it was difficult for ordinary people to enter.
However, since the Mystical Sky Mansion was going to recruit saint-stage geniuses who were below the age of 40, the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate would be open to the public. It was not only limited to saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. They could also bring their relatives and friends with them. Naturally, although they were allowed in, it was only limited to the foothill of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate.
The Mystical Sky Mansion's estate was separated into 5 sections. One of them was the suspended island. The first-rank, high-ranking officials of the Mystical Sky Mansion were usually on top, and the cultivation environment at the top was better than the other 4 sections as well. As for the other 4 sections, they were the 4 steep mountains that looked like it was supporting the heavens. A palace had been erected on each of the mountains. The Mystical Sky Mansion were also divided into the Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Every palace would compete with each other. The saint stage geniuses that would be recruited by the Mystical Sky Mansion this time would be eventually split among the 4 palaces. The saint stage geniuses who would be split would then have to fight for the eligibility to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in each of the respective palaces they were placed in. The allocated quotas for each of the palace to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the same. Ha! Duanling Tian lifted his head all of a sudden as though he had noticed something. With just one glance, he could see a familiar figure walking in the sky from the distant.
There were another 2 young men following behind this person. Based on the aura that these two young men were emanating subtly, it was obvious they were at the saint stage or above as well. The person at the lead was a middle-aged man. It was none other than Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion. At that time, Lu Hongguang was one of the moderators of the Rising Sky ranking battle that Duanling Tian had participated in. Moreover, he had taken care of Duanling Tian as well. At that time, just like Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Lu Hongguang also wanted to recruit him into his sect. In the end, Duanling Tian stood Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong up when he found out the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Now that he met one of them again, Duanling Tian's face warmed even though he had his disguise on. It seems like the temptation of the Saint Marshal's secret zone is really huge. Even Elder Lu brought his men here. The two men behind him should be at the pristine saint stage or above. They must be below the age of 40. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes landed on the two men behind Lu Hongguang. It's Elder Lu from the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang's appearance soon attracted many people's attention. The Raging Wave Mansion was a fourth-rate force that belonged to the mystical Sky Mansion's district. As the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, it was only natural that many people recognized him. Many of them even went up to greet him. The Raging Wave Mansion is the first fourth-rate force that came today. If I'm not mistaken, the two young men behind Elder Lu should be the most outstanding powerhouses among the young generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. They are called Lu Jian and Lu En. I've heard of Lu Jian before. He's Elder Lu's nephew. Apart from having high innate talent, he could be considered as the strongest among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion due to Elder Lu's unreserved teaching. Leon's not simple as well. Although he's only begun to rise as a promising youth, his innate talent doesn't seem to be inferior to Lu Jian. He might not be as strong as Lu Jian now, but that's only because he's much younger than Lu Jian. These two are the saint stage geniuses under the age of 40 in the Raging Wave Mansion. They must be here for the Saint Marshal secret zone of the mystical Sky Mansion as well, since they're here with Elder Lu. Of course, even a fourth-rate force would be tempted by the Saint Marshal secret zone. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, people from another fourth-rate force appeared again. This fourth-rate force was the other fourth-rated force in the mystical Sky Mansion's district. It was called the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. A total of 3 people had come from the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. The person in the lead was a curly-bearded burly man that looked almost similar to Lu Hongguang. However, he was almost a head taller than Lu Hongguang. The most distinctive about him was the broad saber behind his back. That broad saber was 3 meters long. Hanging behind him, it appeared majestic and domineering. Elder Lu, your Raging Wave Mansion really comes early, huh? After the curly-bearded burly man who was carrying the 3-meter-long gigantic saber showed up, he immediately looked at Lu Hongguang and chuckled heartily. It was obvious that he and Lu Hongguang were acquaintances. Elder Lin. Upon seeing the curly-bearded burly man, Lu Hongguang did not dare to slack and smiled in response. Elder Lin. Right at this moment, somebody exclaimed in a low voice, could it be that he's the heaven-splitting saber Lin Kuang, the third elder of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion? It should be him. Although Elder Lu is only the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, his strength is not inferior to the Grand Elder of Raging Wave Mansion at all. I think only Elder Lin Kuang alone could make Elder Lu treat him so politely. Although Lin Kuang's only the third elder of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, even the Grand and Second Elders of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion dare not go against the heaven-splitting saber that he wields. That's right. I've long heard before that the third Elder Lin of Tyrannic Saber Mansion's powerful and is in no way inferior to Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion. From how Elder Lu treats him, the rumor about his strength must be true. Otherwise, Elder Lu wouldn't have been so polite to him. Many people began to talk about Lin Kuang, the curly-bearded burly man. Lin Kuang was also the third elder of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. There were 2 young men and 1 young lady behind Lin Kuang. The 2 young men were okay. They both had a sturdy build, filled with masculinity just like Lin Kuang. As for that young lady, she did not have the fragility of an ordinary woman. Instead, her body was sexy and seductive. Strangely, she also emitted a sense of masculinity. It was obvious she was like one of the boys. Most importantly, she had a wicked look. Her brows moved up and down as though they could speak.
The tyrannic saber mansion actually has 3 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40? In the distant, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be taken aback. In fact, even the Raging Wave Mansion only had 2 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Since Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the Mystical Sky Mansion some time ago, he also knew about the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. He knew that both the Tyrannic Saber Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion were the fourth-rate forces in the Mystical Sky District and were also the only 2 fourth-rate forces in the Mystical Sky District. This woman. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed there was actually a woman among the 3 young people from the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. The woman's look was at the level where she could topple an entire nation. Along with her seductive body, she attracted the attention of all the young men present on the scene the moment she showed up. Due to the fact that the saint stage geniuses that the Mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting today were below 40 years of age, there were many young people around. Majority of them were young men.
What a small world. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as his eyes looked in the distant and he noticed another familiar figure walking in the sky with 2 other people. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached where Lu Hong Guang, the people of Raging Wave Mansion, were.
The person leading the 3 men were none other than Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Behind Renjong were 2 handsome and dashing young men. Standing right there, they gave off a refreshing and revitalizing feeling. It's the people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion.
The person leading them is Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Very quickly, someone pointed out Renjong's identity. As time passed by, many fourth-rate forces people arrived. They were led by a high-ranking official from their respective forces. Usually, they would bring either 2 to 3 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Naturally, there was also another fourth-rate force that had 4 40-years-old saint stage geniuses. As time passed by, noon gradually arrived. All of a sudden, somebody exclaimed, "Time's up! The people from Mystical Sky Mansion should arrive soon as well." Just as his words left his mouth, the sound of sky ripping reverberated in the air before a few figures appeared in front of the crowd. There were a total of 8 people who showed up in front of the crowd. 4 people were leading the other 4 people. These 4 men were either middle-aged or old. The other 4 men standing behind them were all young men. "I'm the Vice Palace Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace.
I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace.
I'm the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace."
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 4 people in the lead introduced themselves one by one. At once, the people on the scene gasped. As far as they knew, the Mystical Sky Mansion that was a quasi-third-rate force was divided into 4 palaces. The 4 palaces were interconnected and were always competing with each other. The 4 palaces were led by palace masters, followed by the vice palace masters. At this moment, when the vice palace masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion's 4 palaces, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces, showed up at the same time, it was only natural that the people were in awe. This occasion was just too grand. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, an old man, glanced at the people present on the scene before he said in a deep voice, "All of the saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, rise up into the air. Everyone else, stand on the ground."
At once, many young figures rose up into the air, including Duan Ling Tian. As for the remaining people, they all stood on the ground.
There was a total of 37 people that rose up into the air, including Duan Ling Tian. They were all Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40. Even in the Mystical Sky Mansion, they could be considered as top-rate geniuses. At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at the other 3 Vice Palace Master and asked, 37 people, my Heaven Palace will take 10 and each of the other palaces will take 9. Do all of you agree?"
The Heaven Palace was the strongest palace in the Mystical Sky Mansion, currently overpowering the other 3 palaces.
For this reason, faced with the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace's dictatorial attitude, the other 3 Vice Palace Master could only stay silent even though they were inwardly displeased. They could only nod their heads. In that case, let's follow the old rule. Each of the palaces will choose a person and will pick a participant each turn. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace said, "However, since my Heaven Palace is going to take in an additional person, I'll let the Earth, mystical, and yellow palace choose first. My heaven palace will be the last to choose.
The other 3 vice palace masters did not have much objection to this.
Each palace will pick one person and will take turns to pick. When the crowd, including Duanling Tian, heard the words of the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, they could not help but feel stunned. After a few moments, their curiosity got the better of them.
They wondered how the mystical Sky Mansion's 4 palaces were going to pick them. Just as questions began to rise in their hearts, they realized that a sudden powerful and huge pressure began to press down on their heads and bodies, causing them to feel momentarily dizzy. The powerful pressure seemed as though it was going to press down on them completely.
However, faced with the pressure, everyone began to use their true origins. This helped to lessen the pressure.
Don't tell me this is the selection method? Duanling Tian thought to himself. His heart jolted when he felt the pressure seemed to get heavier.
However, this pressure was nothing to him. From the very beginning until the end, he did not even frown.
What's going on?
The pressure seems to be increasing. If this continues on, we'll be pressed down even if we're strong.
It looks like this pressure is a test. In the end, they'll definitely pick those who can stand up to the pressure.
One must admit that many smart people had guessed the reason for the sudden appearance of the pressure. All of them instantly clenched their teeth to endure the pressure.
Although they clenched their teeth and endured with all their might, many people still ended up falling from the sky in a wretched manner after being pressed down by the pressure.
The pressure continued to increase.
Gradually, only a few people, including Duanling Tian, were left at the same spot, unmoving. To Duanling Tian's surprise, that tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple had also made it until now. Moreover, it seemed as though she still had some energy to spare.
Not bad. Even Duanling Tian could not help but praise her in his heart when he saw how effortless this tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple made it appear to be. Looks like we have quite some good ones here. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace looked at Duanling Tian and the few others who were not moving at all. His gaze lit up immediately as though he was deciding who he should choose. Soon after, many people could no longer endure the pressure. At this moment, there were only 3 people remaining, including Duanling Tian, who were still standing at the same spot.
Other than Duanling Tian and that female disciple from the tyrannic Saber Mansion, there was another ordinary-looking Seckless cultivator with a medium build. This Seckless cultivator looked very ordinary, and it would be hard to pick him out from the crowd.
However, the fact that he could still stand until now was enough to prove that he was not a simple person. That tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple is really tenacious. To think that she can endure it until now. At the same time, many people shifted their attention to that tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple. They did not expect there would be a woman standing in the final 3. Moreover, it was a disciple from the tyrannic Saber Mansion as well.
The other 2 male disciples from tyrannic Saber Mansion had already been pressed down until they had fallen from the sky in a wretched manner. Only this female disciple was able to endure it until now.
Who said that a woman was weaker than a man?
This female disciple from the tyrannic Saber Mansion had proudly proved to everyone with her strength that this was not the case.
Seeing how Duanling Tian, the tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple, and that Seckless cultivator did not show any signs of falling despite the increasing pressure, the Vice Palace Master of the Heaven Palace could not help but frown slightly.
These were the 3 most outstanding people. However, he had announced he would be the last one to choose the participants.
Due to this reason, the 3 most outstanding people were destined to have no fate with the Heaven Palace. Time continued to pass, and the pressure kept increasing with every single minute and second. Soon after, the Seckless cultivator could no longer endure it. He was also pressed down by the pressure and fell from the sky. At this moment, only Duanling Tian and that tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple were left. Until now, Duanling Tian appeared unbothered. It was as though he could not feel the pressure at all.
As for the tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple, beads of sweats began to form on her forehead. It was obvious to the eyes of people who were more powerful.
At this critical moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared as quickly as it had appeared.
Naturally, it did not matter to Duanling Tian whether the pressure disappeared or not. As the pressure continued to rise earlier, it only felt like an itch on his body. Put aside the stage of his current cultivation base, just his brute strength alone was not something the pressure could crack. In fact, his brute strength was even more horrifying than a six-clawed divine dragon that had the same cultivation base as him. You,
come to our Earth Palace. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, a middle-aged man, shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and smiled. Humph, what's so good about the Earth Palace? Lad, it's better for you to come to our mystical palace. Our mystical palace won't mistreat you. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace chimed in. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was an old man with a white beard. It made him look like a divine being. At this moment, he was looking at Duanling Tian with a kind smile on his face. After the pressure test earlier, it was obvious Duanling Tian was the most outstanding one among all the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 who were present today. He was certainly going to try his best to recruit talent like that to his side.
Old man Tian, what do you mean by that?
The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace felt indignant when he saw the Palace Master of Mystical Palace try to interfere. He said in a dissatisfied tone, "Don't forget that according to the order, it should be us, the Earth Palace, who gets to select our disciples first. As for the Mystical Palace, you can only select them after I have selected them." Of course, I know that. Not only was the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tianji, not apologetic, but he also grinned when he saw the dissatisfied expression on the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace's face. He said, "The Earth Palace does indeed have priority when it comes to choosing the participants first. However, you may choose him, but he also has the right to refuse, doesn't he? If he rejects you, naturally, you won't be able to choose him anymore and can only select one of the others. When it's our turn to choose, our mystical palace is naturally open to him to join if he's willing," Tianji said with a smile. When Tianji finished speaking, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace was rendered speechless. There was no way for him to refute Tianji's words since it was logical. Haha, Tianji's right. At this time, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace also spoke up. He looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Boy, what's your name?" "Ling Tian." Duanling Tian did not expect his casual performance would catch the attention of the three great palace masters of the mystical sky mansion. He also felt somewhat speechless about it. However, when faced with the question from the Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, he answered with the name he had decided to use. Ling Tian was the name he was currently using. As for his face, it was a disguise. Although it was also handsome, it was not his original face. Due to the ingenuity of his disguising secret tactic, the others would not be able to discover that he was using a disguise. Ling Tian.
What a great name. The Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace was a middle-aged man with a medium build.
He nodded as he said to Duanling Tian, "Ling Tian, as long as you refuse the invitation from those two palaces and join my Yellow Palace, I, Sun Lin, promise you that you won't have to fight for a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone in 3 months' time. I have the authority to represent the Yellow Palace and grant you a spot." The voice of the Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, was not loud, but due to how quiet the place was, his words were heard by everyone present on the scene. This included those people standing on the ground as well. The Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace actually values this young man called Ling Tian so much that he actually promised to grant him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone before he even joins the mystical sky mansion.
That's really surprising.
Humph. That Ling Tian. I already noticed him earlier. He was one of the 2 people who managed to pass the pressure test. Even that female disciple from the Tyrannic Saber Mansion began to tremble nearing the end. In the end, he was the only one who remained still from the beginning until the end as though he wasn't affected at all. To be able to do that, his strength must be the strongest among the 37 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. With such strength, even if he had to compete to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, he'll definitely still earn a spot. The promise from the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace seems pretty good initially, but in actual fact, that favor costs him nothing.
Indeed. The group of people discussed among themselves as the look in their eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian changed.
This young man's value was apparent since it made 3 of the Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion fight for him like that. He would definitely have a promising future in the mystical Sky Mansion. Meanwhile, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Renzhong, and the Second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang, looked at each other in the eyes and saw the helplessness in each other's eye. If Li Feng, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking and the person who stood them up, was here today, he would be as well received as Ling Tian. They were extremely certain about this.
It's a pity Li Feng seemed to be disinterested in the recruiting of disciples by the mystical Sky Mansion since he was not present.
Perhaps he's really a genius martial cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After being in the lower province for a while, he probably felt bored and left. Both of them shared the same thought. However, regardless if it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them would never guess that the Saint Stage genius, Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the three great Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was Li Feng from back then. Not only were the other Saint Stage geniuses shocked, but some of them were even envious seeing how they were outshined by Duan Ling Tian.
Was there anyone who did not want to be acknowledged for their worth?
Especially for people like them who entered the Saint Stage before the age of 40. It felt as though all of them were blessed with divine help. Nevertheless, when they all gathered today, they suddenly felt very ordinary. Ling Tian's appearance made them feel defeated. It was the first time in their lives they had felt like that.
Humph. Sun Lin, I was wondering what you're going to promise him. This is a promise the Earth Palace can make as well, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace said as he snorted.
He looked at Duan Ling Tian again and continued to say, Ling Tian, if you're willing to join the Earth Palace, not only will we directly give you the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, but we'll also provide you with the best cultivation environment.
All the cultivation resources would also be yours to use unconditionally. Moreover, there are several powerhouses in the Earth Palace that can give you pointers about your cultivation. If you're willing, I Zhongqing, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, is willing to introduce you to the Palace Master of Earth Palace.
As long as the Palace Master sees what you can do, it's not impossible for you to become his direct disciple. Zhongqing, naturally, began to feel anxious when he saw how popular Duan Ling Tian was.
Zhongqing's promise naturally shocked many people. They never thought that a young man who had not even joined the mystical Sky Mansion would be so well received.
The Tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple stood at the side. Her eyes did not leave Duan Ling Tian at all. Duan Ling Tian was definitely the most outstanding person at her age that she had ever seen.
In the past, no matter if it was at the Tyrannic Saber Mansion or outside, she had never seen any young martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 40 who were as strong as she was.
In fact, before she came to the Mystical Sky Mansion, she did not think there would be anyone stronger than her, unless that Li Feng from the Rising Sky Mansion's district was also here.
Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As soon as he appeared, he had already become the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking and killed the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Moreover, he was at the peak of the refined saint stage even though he was not even 40 years old. If she had to pick someone she sincerely admired among the younger generation, she would pick Li Feng.
It should be noted she was only at the early refined saint stage, nearing the intermediate refined saint stage currently. However, after seeing Ling Tian today, she realized that she had a narrow view in the past.
As it turned out, apart from Li Feng, there were other people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at her age that could beat her in terms of strength and talent.
Earlier, during the pressure test, she and Ling Tian had managed to endure until the end. However, she was already at the limit at that time. In contrast, Ling Tian was still so calm as though he did not feel any pressure at all. The difference between them was apparent.
At this moment, she was also feeling somewhat defeated.
Due to this reason, she was very interested in this man who was stronger than her. As a top female cultivator, she had always been proud. Although she had a lot of suitors among the young men in the younger generation of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, none of them caught her attention at all. In her opinion, only a man who was stronger than she was worthy of her. Actually, Duan Ling Tian had long discovered the gaze of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple, but he could only pretend that he did not notice it. What else could he do? Should he stare back at her, in hope that she would back down? Obviously, this Tyrannic Saber Mansion's female disciple was not the kind of girl who was shy. It would probably be futile even if he stared at her. Therefore, Duanling Tian chose to ignore her. Such an interesting man. If you're really that outstanding, Wang Feixian wouldn't mind taking the initiative to pursue you. Wang Feixian was the name of that tyrannic saber mansion's female disciple. At the same time, she was also the granddaughter of the current mansion master of the tyrannic saber. She thought Duanling Tian was interesting because it was the first time Wang Feixian had experienced a man her age ignoring her. It was as if her charm did not work on him at all. It was fortunate Duanling Tian was unaware of Wang Feixian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be shocked and avoid her. Although Wang Feixian was extremely attractive, as a man who already had 2 peerlessly beautiful fiancées and a beautiful girlfriend, he had already become immune to beauty. In terms of beauty, no matter if it was Ku'er, Li Fei, or Feng Tianwu, none of them would lose to Wang Feixian. Both the Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Palace, Tianji, and the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, were stunned when they heard the huge promise the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, Zhang Qing, had made. Since Zhang Qing had said that, what else could they promise to lure Ling Tian over to their sides? The things they could offer were on par with Zhang Qing at the most. Ling Tian, with your innate talent, I think it's best for you to join the Heaven Palace. Just when most people thought Duanling Tian would accept the invitation of the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, Zhang Qing, a voice sounded in a timely manner and caught everyone's attention. The person who spoke was none other than the Vice Palace Master of the Heaven Palace. An uproar instantly broke out. Nobody expected that even the Vice Palace Master of the Heaven Palace had taken a liking to Ling Tian. Heaven Palace is the #1 palace within the mystical sky mansion. I can't promise a lot if you join the Heaven Palace. However, if you can prove yourself in the Heaven Palace, I can guarantee the things you can get will be way more than the other palaces. In that regard, I believe the other Vice Palace Masters can't deny this. After the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace said this to Duanling Tian, he glanced at the other 3 Vice Palace Masters. The 3 Vice Palace Masters could only smile bitterly when the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace spoke up. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tianji, even grumbled, "Old Xiao, you're not being very nice. It's okay if your Heaven Palace wants 10 people, but now you also want the most outstanding Saint Stage genius." The 4 palaces of the mystical sky mansion, Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, were led by the Heaven Palace. The Heaven Palace had the most powerhouses and had the best cultivation resources. Therefore, the other 3 palaces were lacking compared to Heaven Palace in many areas. Although Heaven Palace was good, it was also more competitive. One might not be able to receive the best treatment in the Heaven Palace with their strength and innate talent, but they might be able to receive the best treatment in the 3 other palaces. Hence, for those who were confident, Heaven Palace was undoubtedly the best choice. Whereas for ordinary people, the 3 other palaces were the best choice. If you're willing to allow Ling Tian, that woman and man, to come to the Heaven Palace, all the others will be yours. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace glanced at Duanling Tian, the female disciple from Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and finally the young sectless cultivator who was the last one to be eliminated from the pressure test. The 3 people he named were the most outstanding people among the 37 Saint Stage geniuses who had come today. After the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace finished speaking, the 3 other Vice Palace Masters did not bother responding to him at all. What a joke! If they could keep those 3 most outstanding talents, they would also be willing to only pick 3 people. In fact, Duanling Tian's heart had already moved when the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace spoke. The Heaven Palace was indeed his best option. "Vice Palace Master Zhang, I'm sorry." Faced with Zhang Qing's invitation, Duanling Tian could only apologize. "No harm done. Even if you don't join the Earth Palace, you're still family once you enter the mystical sky mansion." Faced with such a Saint Stage genius like Duanling Tian, Zhang Qing did not dare to be too rude even if he was the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace. With Ling Tian's talent and strength, as long as he managed to stay alive, he would definitely be the mystical sky mansion's pillar in the future. It was not impossible for him to compete for the position of mansion master in the future. There was no doubt he could become one of the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, or Yellow Palace as long as he maintained his high innate talent.
Both the Vice Palace Masters of the Mystical Palace and Yellow Palace could only smile wryly when they saw Duanling Tian expressing his intention to join the Heaven Palace. Only the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace was sincerely smiling. Since Duanling Tian had already made his decision, Zhang Qing could only shift his attention to the female tyrannic Saber Mansion disciple. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the youngest granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian? Zhang Qing asked. Yes. When she heard Zhang Qing's voice, Wang Fei Xian guiltily shifted her attention that was on Duanling Tian to Zhang Qing. I've long heard about you. A smile appeared on Zhang Qing's face. Speaking of, your grandfather and I know each other. Why don't you join the Earth Palace? In Zhang Qing's opinion, since he had already made such a statement, there was no way Wang Fei Xian would not join the Earth Palace. However, once he finished speaking, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tianji, began to try and steal her away before Wang Fei Xian could even speak. Girl, in terms of how close we are to your grandfather, Zhang Qing can't compare to me. I believe your grandfather must have mentioned me, right? Vice Palace Master Tianji. My grandfather often mentions you. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Ha. When Tianji heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he laughed with a knowing expression on his face. If that's the case, you should join the Earth Palace. With your innate talent and strength, in addition to the respect I have for your grandfather, I'll never mistreat you. Old man Tian, you're too much, Zhang Qing said in a dissatisfied tone as he frowned. In terms of closeness, he had merely met the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion once, but Tianji could be considered as a friend to the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. He had no advantage in that regard. Hee. Not only did Tianji not feel bad when he saw the dissatisfied expression on Zhang Qing's face, but he even smiled happily. However, the smile on his face froze very quickly. This was because Wang Fei Xian's voice sounded in a timely manner in his ears. Vice Palace Master Tian, originally, based on the friendship between you and my grandfather, I would have chosen the Mystical Palace. However, I just made my decision, and it's not the Mystical Palace. I'm sorry. Not the Mystical Palace. When those words entered Tianji's ear, it sounded like a clap of thunder on a sunny day. Ha. Zhang Qing laughed uncontrollably when he saw how stunned Tianji was. Old man Tian, you're dumbfounded, aren't you? This girl from the Wang clan is a sincere one. Since I was the first to invite her, she has to give up on your Mystical Palace to join my Earth Palace. Humph. Tianji glanced at Zhang Qing coolly as he snorted. Zhang Qing's action was undoubtedly like rubbing salt on his wound. Vice Palace Master Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't plan on joining the Earth Palace either. The place I want to enter is Heaven Palace. As Wang Fei Xian spoke, she glanced at Duanling Tian. It made his skin crawl. This fierce young miss was not coming to the Heaven Palace because of him, was she? One could not blame Duanling Tian for thinking like that. When Wang Fei Xian announced her decision, she had been looking at Duanling Tian from the beginning until the end. She did not even bother to spare the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace a glance. Ha. Zhang Qing, the place that Wang girl wants to join isn't your Earth Palace. Didn't you feel really happy earlier? Why didn't I know you have such thick skin before this? This time, it's Tianji's turn to laugh as Zhang Qing looked on awkwardly. Earlier, when he saw Wang Fei Xian rejected Tianji, he had thought she wanted to join the Earth Palace. Who knew he was mistaken? Heaven Palace welcomes you. Upon seeing Wang Fei Xian taking the initiative to join Heaven Palace, the Vice Palace Master of the Heaven Palace instantly smiled. At the same time, he glanced at Duanling Tian intently. He could tell Wang Fei Xian was interested in this saint stage prodigy known as Ling Tian. He had heard of Wang Fei Xian previously. He knew she was already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although she was not very old, she was already close to breaking through to the intermediary refined saint stage. Such innate talent would be ranked in the top 10 even among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. Ling Tian seems to be even stronger than this Wang Fei Xian. His cultivation base should be at the intermediate refined saint stage at the very least. An intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40. Even in our mystical sky mansion, there aren't more than 3 of them. He'll be the 4th.
The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace thought to himself as he glanced at Duanling Tian.
The depressed Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, Xianxia, shifted his attention to the sexless cultivator who was the final youth to be eliminated. You wouldn't want to join the Heaven Palace as well, would you?
Naturally, Heaven Palace is a good place. However, I think the Earth Palace will suit me better. Although the young sexless cultivator had an ordinary appearance, he looked amazing when he smiled. It was delightful that it made the others felt as though they were bathed in the spring breeze. In his opinion, if he entered the Heaven Palace with his innate talent and strength, although he would be able to obtain cultivation resources, it would not be as much as Ling Tian or Wang Feixian. He understood the saying, "It's better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion." Haha, good. The Earth Palace welcomes you. Zhang Qing laughed instantly after he heard the sexless cultivator's answer, while he looked at Tianji provocatively. Although the latter was envious, he ignored him.
Unlike Duanling Tian, Wang Feixian, and that young sexless cultivator, the remaining 34 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 did not have a choice at all. They were directly split between the 4 palaces.
Duanling Tian, who stood next to Wang Feixian behind the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, looked around and noticed there were 2 familiar faces among the 10 people chosen to join the Heaven Palace. It was none other than Lu Jian, the nephew of the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion's second elder, Lu Hongguang. The other person was the young genius who came with the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Renzhong. If I have the chance, I'll help them to return the favor to Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He still felt bad every time he thought about the time he stood them up. No matter if it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them had taken great care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Due to that reason, he felt guilty. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at the group of people on the ground and said, "Disciples of each palace, please return to your respective palaces along with your Vice Palace Masters. As for the others, please leave the estate of the mystical Sky Mansion. After 15 minutes, the disciples on patrol will be escorting you out if you're found to be in the estate. In order to avoid injuries, please leave within 15 minutes. The group of people on the ground were friends and families of the Saint Stage geniuses. When they heard the words of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, most of them turned and left. "Hey, the one called Ling Tian, are you a sexless cultivator?
How come I didn't see any of your friends and family?" Suddenly, a soft voice sounded by Duanling Tian's ear as a fragrant wafted in front of his face. It distracted him a little.
Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. He could tell it was Wang Feixian.
All of the sexless cultivators are really amazing. First, there's Li Feng, and then there's you. How monstrous.
I really don't know how you sexless cultivators reach such a stage without any support from a force, Wang Feixian exclaimed. Li Feng? After listening to Wang Feixian's words, the corner of Duanling Tian's mouth could not help but twitch. What? You don't know Li Feng? Wang Feixian asked. Of course I do. Speaking of, he's even a friend of mine, Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. What? After hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wang Feixian widened her eyes immediately as an expression of amazement appeared on her face. You said Li Feng is your friend. Yes, what's the problem? Duanling Tian nodded as a smile slowly crept up on the corner of his mouth.
Li Feng's friend. Although Duanling Tian did not speak loudly, his words were heard by many people around him. All their eyes instantly landed on Duanling Tian. Li Feng. This name was not unfamiliar to those who were present. The Rising Sky ranking battle had made Li Feng rose to fame. Ever since that battle, not only did the name Li Feng swept across the entire Rising Sky Mansion's district, but even the surrounding districts knew about him. Currently, most people in the lower province of Dao Marshal Saint Land must have heard of him as long as they were not staying in a very remote place. Due to this reason, many quasi-third-rate forces were trying rope Li Feng into their forces. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle, Li Feng had completely disappeared as though he had disappeared from the world. However, there was someone claiming to be a friend of Li Feng today. If he was just an ordinary person, no one would be bothered with him. However,
He was a genius martial cultivator among the younger generation with monstrously high innate talent and strength.
People even suspected him to be at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, even though he had not even reached the age of 40.
Wang Fei Xian stared at him with widened eyes as she beamed. Sizing him up, she asked him again, do you really know Li Feng?
Li Feng's really your friend?
Why would I pretend to be Li Feng's friend? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I just wonder why someone as strong as Li Feng is friends with you. Wang Fei Xian said with a smile as she blinked. Li Feng's strong, but it doesn't mean I'm weak. Duanling Tian said lightly as his faint smile still remained on his face. TSK.
Is your strength comparable to Li Feng? He's someone who has entered the peak of the refined saint stage even though he has not even reached 40 years old. Don't tell me your cultivation base is the same as Li Feng and you've entered the peak of the refined saint stage as well, Wang Fei Xian said as she began to laugh.
Wang Fei Xian's laughter was enchanting, and it seemed to eclipse everything in the surrounding. Even Duanling Tian could not help but feel distracted for a moment. In terms of Wang Fei Xian's appearance, she was definitely extremely beautiful. In fact, her perfect figure would not lose if she was compared to his fiancée, Li Fei.
Although Duanling Tian was only distracted for a moment, that moment was still caught by Wang Fei Xian. At once, a smile crept onto the corner of her mouth. Currently, she no longer doubted her own charm.
Put aside the peak of the refined saint stage. I haven't even entered the mastery refined saint stage or the intermediate refined saint stage. Duanling Tian said with a faint smile when he regained his senses. Haven't even entered the intermediate refined saint stage? Who are you trying to kid? Wang Fei Xian shot Duanling Tian a dirty look. However, Wang Fei Xian's reaction made it seem more like she was flirting. She began to blush in a rosy and seductive color as soon as she returned to her senses. That's up to you to believe or not. When Duanling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian did not seem to believe him, he said indifferently. Although my cultivation base is low, my strength's actually comparable to Li Feng. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to win Li Feng.
When Duanling Tian's statement was heard by the others, including the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi, everyone thought he was just shamelessly boasting.
Fortunately, those who heard Duanling Tian's words were those who joined the Heaven Palace. If it was heard by the people from the other three palaces, they would probably sneer and jeer at Duanling Tian. At some point, even Xiao Yi began to frown. He hasn't even entered the intermediate refined saint stage?
And his strength surpasses Li Feng? This Ling Tian has pretty good innate talent and strength. It's just too bad that he boasts too much. Nevertheless, it's understandable for young men to show off in front of females.
However, he has gone overboard, so it's unlikely for Wang Fei Xian to believe him. As someone who had been through this, Xiao Yi could understand the current Duanling Tian. However, he did not think Duanling Tian's words were true at all. If his cultivation base was not at the intermediate refined saint stage, how could he be so at ease during the pressure test? It should be noted the pressure in the pressure test was controlled by him personally. Unless they were powerhouses above the intermediate refined saint stage, it's impossible for them to endure until the end as though they did not feel the pressure. That was why he was certain Duanling Tian must be above the intermediate refined saint stage.
He had totally disregarded him when he said he had not even entered the intermediate refined saint stage.
As for the fact that Duanling Tian said he knew Li Feng, he did not totally dismiss it, but he had his reservations. He felt Duanling Tian might just be boasting.
Xiao Yi only thought this way because he did not understand Duanling Tian.
Currently, not only was Duanling Tian's cultivation base not at the intermediate refined saint stage, but he was still a short distance away from the early refined saint stage. Although he was merely a short distance away, it would still require a lot of effort and opportunity to break through.
Duanling Tian's cultivation base might not be high, but his strength was extraordinary because of the existence of the Sun True Origin.
With his current cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, coupled with his strong body, he was almost invincible compared those below the eminent saint stage even without utilizing the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even ordinary early eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators might not necessarily be a match for him. Naturally, he was not boasting when he said he could defeat Li Feng. This was because Li Feng was him and he was Li Feng. whereas the Li Feng whom the world knew was himself a year ago. His cultivation base back then was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage.
His current self had broken through to the peak of the pristine saint stage. It was only natural his strength was no longer the same.
Currently, he would only need one move to defeat his former self.
Naturally, no one believed Duanling Tian's truthful statement.
I didn't expect someone who looks proper like you with high innate talent and strong would like to boast so much, Wang Feixian said distastefully as she frowned. At this time, no one believes me even when I'm telling the truth. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed.
His words were too outrageous. Therefore, the entire group of people, including the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi, did not believe him at all.
I really thought you're friends with Li Feng. I didn't expect you to be just boasting, Wang Feixian said somewhat disappointedly.
That's up to you to believe or not, Duanling Tian said indifferently. What else could he do?
Admit that he was Li Feng? Let's go. Follow me to the Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi commanded. After that, he led Duanling Tian and the others toward the steep peak in the east. Heaven Palace stood there.
When they neared the peak, Duanling Tian could see sparsely populated buildings on it. When looked at from a distance, it seemed like an independent forces estate.
However, it was no independent forces estate but one of the palaces of the quasi-third-rate forces palaces, the Heaven Palace of Mystical Sky Mansion. As soon as they arrived at a steep cliff halfway up the peak, Xiao Yi said to the young man who was closely following behind him, Wang Pai, bring them to collect their identity order token and inform them of things to take note of.
Duanling Tian had long discovered that young man had been following closely behind Xiao Yi ever since he appeared. It was the same with the other 3 Vice Palace Masters. They all had a young man closely following behind them.
However, the 4 young men remained silent from the beginning until the end.
After listening to Xiao Yi's words, the young man nodded in response instantly. Yes, Master? Master.
It must be mentioned that everyone, including Duanling Tian and Wang Feixian, was stunned when they heard Wang Pai's words.
That Wang Pai who did not speak before this was actually the disciple of Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi? 10 of you shall follow Wang Pai to retrieve your identity order token. As for things to take note of, Wang Pai will inform you about them.
After Xiao Yi spoke to them, he looked at Duanling Tian again. Ling Tian, since you've rejected the 3 other palaces to join the Heaven Palace, I won't mistreat you. After you've retrieved your identity order token, you'll follow Wang Pai to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. I hope you'll make a breakthrough there. Spirit pool?
After hearing Xiao Yi's statement, Duanling Tian was stunned. He was baffled since it was his first time hearing about this.
Nevertheless, Duanling Tian quickly realized that everyone, including Wang Pai and Wang Feixian, was looking at him enviously.
How can I forget the spirit pool?
If I didn't join the Heaven Palace and join the Earth Palace or Mystical Palace, I would definitely be able to enter their spirit pool. Although their spirit pool is inferior to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's still better than nothing. It seems like I have no fate with the spirit pool. Feeling remorseful, Wang Feixian glared at Duanling Tian. In her opinion, if this Ling Tian fellow did not resist her charm, she would not have followed him and joined the Heaven Palace out of spite.
Fortunately, Duanling Tian was not aware of Wang Feixian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely feel aggrieved since he was as innocent could be.
Xiao Yi left after speaking to Duanling Tian. After Xiao Yi left, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Pai and asked curiously, Senior brother Wang Pai, what's the spirit pool? Although Wang Pai had the appearance of a young man, Duanling Tian could sense he was not young at all. In fact, he could faintly sense the aura of an eminent saint stage on Wang Pai. That also meant that Wang Pai was most definitely a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage. You don't know what's the spirit pool? Wang Pai, who was originally looking at Duanling Tian enviously, was rendered speechless when he heard his words. This guy probably did not know about the benefits he was about to obtain. The other 9 people, including Wang Feixian, had also heard Duanling Tian's question. Everyone fell into a daze immediately. They were all staring at Duanling Tian speechlessly. Which village did this bumpkin come from?